The Fall of Berlin by Antony Beevor, Part 2. Seelow and the Spree. After Stalin's 2 midnight telephone conversations on the 16th of April, the race between Zhukov and Konev began in earnest. Konev, incited by Stalin, rose enthusiastically to the challenge. Zhukov, although rattled by the setback on the Seelow Heights, believed that Berlin was his by right. The overcast sky and drizzle gave way to better weather on Tuesday the 17th of April. The Sturmovicks were able to attack the remaining German positions on the Seelow Heights with much greater accuracy. Down on the Audiobook and up on the escarpment, small towns, hamlets, and individual farmhouses still burned. The Soviet artillery and aviation had targeted any building in case it housed a command post. This resulted in an overpowering smell of charred flesh, mostly human in the villages and livestock on the farms. The shelling of farm buildings as likely depots and headquarters led to a terrible slaughter of animals unable to escape from being burned alive. Behind the indistinct German lines, dressing stations were filled with wounded far beyond the capacity of the doctors. A stomach wound was as good as a death sentence under the system of triage, since the surgery it required took too long. The first priority for treatment were those capable of further combat. Specially detailed officers trawled the field hospitals for walking wounded capable of firing a gun. The Feldgendarmerie at their improvised roadblocks were always on the lookout for stragglers, whether fit or lightly wounded, who could be forced back into scratch companies. As soon as a reasonable number had been assembled, they were marched into the line. Soldiers called the Feldgendarmerie not only chain hounds, but also Heldenklauen, or hero stealers, a play on the Nazi term Kohlenklau, used to attack those who stole government coal for use at home. In their brutal zeal, the Feldgendarmerie often grabbed men who were genuinely trying to rejoin their battalions. They then found themselves mixed in with stragglers and 15 or 16-year-old Hitler youth, some of whom were still in shorts. A smaller size of steel helmet had been manufactured for boy soldiers, but not nearly enough were produced. Their tense, pale faces could barely be seen under helmets that dropped over their ears. A group of Soviet sappers from the Third Shock Army called forward to clear a minefield, were taken by surprise when a dozen Germans emerged from a trench to surrender. Suddenly a boy appeared from a bunker. He was wearing a long trench coat and a cap, recorded Captain Solkanishvili. He fired a burst with his submachine gun, but then, seeing that I didn't fall over, he dropped his submachine gun and started to sob. He tried to shout, "Hitler kaputt, Stalin gut." I laughed. I hit him only once in the face. Poor boys. I felt sorry for them. The most dangerous of the Hitler youth were often those whose homes and families had been ripped apart in the East by the Red Army. The only course for them seemed to be death in battle, taking as many hated Bolsheviks with them as possible. The fighting qualities of the German army had not yet collapsed, as Zhukov and his troops found to their cost. Another artillery and aviation bombardment on the morning of the 17th of April, followed by a renewed advance by Katukov and Bogdanov's tank armies, did not achieve the success which Zhukov had promised Stalin. The 88 mm anti-aircraft guns and tank-hunting infantry with Panzerfausts immobilized many of the tanks. At midday, almost as soon as Katukov's tank brigades moved into Dolgolin and Friedersdorf, they faced a counterattack by the remaining Panther tanks of the Kurmark Panzer Division. General Yushchuk's 11th Tank Corps, on the other hand, managed to surround Seelow itself astride the Reichsstrasse 1, the old Prussian highway which used to lead from Berlin all the way to the now destroyed East Prussian capital of Königsberg. But Yushchuk's tanks soon found themselves under fire from the artillery of the neighbouring 5th Shock Army. This led to a distinctly uncultured row with Berzarin's headquarters. it was not just the tank troops which suffered. In the opinion of the infantry, a report on the fighting stated tactfully, "The artillery is not firing at precise targets but at general area targets." In the confused fighting round Seelow, Yushchuk's tanks were repeatedly attacked with Panzerfausts, fired at close range. His soldiers responded by grabbing wire-sprung mattresses from nearby houses and fastening them to their turrets and flanks. This improvised spaced armor made the hollow charge of the Panzerfaust detonate before hitting the hull or turret. The T-34S and Stalin tanks of both Guards tank armies ironed any trenches which they encountered, although most had by now been abandoned. In the more northerly part of the Oderbruch, the 3rd Shock Army, supported on its right by the 47th Army, pushed back the forward units of the CI Corps, many of whose regiments had been almost entirely composed of young trainees and officer candidates. The Potsdam Regiment, which had reassembled near Neutrabin, pulled back further behind the marshy banks of the Alte Oder, which was nearly 10 meters wide at that point. There were only 34 boys left on their feet. Again they heard the noise of tank engines. We infantry were once again the idiots. We were expected to halt the Russian advance when all the other arms were pulling back westwards. Only a few self-propelled assault guns were left to take on Soviet tanks. The divisional artillery, having fired the last of their few rounds of ammunition, had blown up their guns and left. Not surprisingly, many of the infantry had slipped off with those withdrawing. Discipline was beginning to disintegrate, accelerated by feverish rumours that a ceasefire with the Western Allies had already begun. In the centre, the 9th Parachute Division had completely collapsed. Its humiliated commander was General Bruno Brauer, who had commanded the airborne assault on Heraklion in Crete. Brauer, an elegant man who used a cigarette holder, had later become the garrison commander on Crete. Yet despite all of Goering's preposterous boasts about his superhuman warriors, who had been kitted out to look the part with the paratrooper's rimless helmet, Brauer was in fact commanding Luftwaffe ground personnel. Most had never jumped from an aircraft in their life, let alone seen action. When the bombardment and assault began, the officers were unable to control their panic-stricken men, especially when subjected to a Katyusha rocket attack. Colonel Menke, the commander of the 27th Parachute Regiment, had been killed when T-34S broke through near his headquarters. Only during the late morning of the 17th of April did the division rally a little, when armoured support arrived in the form of Panthers, Panzer Mark IVs, and half-tracks. But the collapse started again soon afterwards. Wöhlemann, the artillery commander of LVI Corps, came upon Brauer and found him completely shattered by the flight of his men. The highly strung Brauer suffered a nervous collapse and was relieved of his command. He was a truly unfortunate man. Shortly after the war, he was tried and convicted in Athens for atrocities committed under another general on Crete and executed in 1947. At 6:30 p.m., Ribbentrop arrived unannounced at Weidling's headquarters, demanding to be briefed on the situation. Wöhlemann happened to arrive at that moment. "This is my artillery commander, who has just arrived from the front," said Weidling. Wöhlemann received a flabby handshake from the foreign minister. "He can report on the situation," Weidling added. Then, having indicated that his subordinate should hold nothing back, Weidling sat down next to Ribbentrop to listen. Wöhlemann's report had a devastating effect on the foreign minister. Ribbentrop asked one or two questions in a hoarse, barely audible voice. All he could do was make evasive references to a possible 12th hour change in the situation and hint at negotiations with the Americans and the British. It was perhaps this assertion that prompted General Boost to send the signal, "Hold on for 2 more days, then everything will be sorted out." This suggestion of a deal with the Western Allies was the ultimate lie of the Nazi leadership. Stragglers from the Oder floodplain pulled back into woods on the steep slope of the Seelow escarpment, often to find Soviet infantry and tank formations ahead of them. Groups of nervous soldiers often fired at their own side, and both Soviet artillery and aviation continued to bombard their own men as much as the Germans. The Luftwaffe put up as many Focke-Wulf fighters that day as it could to oppose the onslaught, and towards evening German aircraft attacked the pontoon bridges over the Oder, but in vain. A report from an unidentified source claimed that German pilots frequently death dive into Russian bombers, causing both to plunge flaming groundwards. If true, this would have signified a notable reversal of roles from 1941, when desperately brave Soviet pilots rammed their Luftwaffe attackers on the first day of Operation Barbarossa. What is even more striking is the reported use of a kamikaze squadron against the Soviet bridges across the Oder. The Luftwaffe appears to have invented its own term, Selbstopfereinsatz, or self-sacrifice mission. The pilots of the Leonidas squadron, based at Jüterbog and commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Heiner Lange, supposedly signed a declaration which ended with the words, "I am above all clear that the mission will end in my death." On the evening of the 16th of April, there was a farewell dance for the pilots on the base with young women from the Luftwaffe signals unit there. The dance ended with a final song. Major General Fuchs, the overall commander, was fighting back his tears. The next morning, the first of the so-called total missions were flown against the 32 over-water and underwater bridges repaired or built by Soviet engineers. The Germans used a variety of aircraft, Focke-Wulf 190, Messerschmitt 109, and Junkers 88, whatever was available. One of the self-sacrifice pilots flying the next day was Ernst Beichel in a Focke-Wulf with a 500-kilogram bomb. His target was the pontoon bridge near Zellin. Air reconnaissance later reported it destroyed, but claims that a total of 17 bridges were destroyed in the course of 3 days seem wildly exaggerated. The only other one that genuinely appears to have been hit was the railway bridge at Kustrin. 35 pilots and aircraft were a high price to pay for such a limited and temporary success. This did not stop Major General Fuchs from sending their names in a special birthday message to the Führer on his imminent 56th birthday. It was just the sort of present that he appreciated most. The whole operation had to be abandoned suddenly because Marshal Konev's tank armies, charging unexpectedly towards Berlin from the southeast, threatened their base at Jüterbog. The fortunes of war still favoured Konev's First Ukrainian Front after its attack across the Neisse. The 13th Army and the 5th Guards Army had broken open the second line of German defence. Even while heavy fighting continued on either side, Konev sent through his leading tank brigades to race for the river Spree between Cottbus and Spremberg. Large patches of pine forest burned fiercely from the renewed bombardments of both artillery and ground-attack Sturmovix. These fires were dangerous for tanks which carried their fuel reserves in barrels strapped to the back. But speed was vital because they had a chance of breaching the Spree barrier before the 4th Panzer Army could reorganize a new line of defense. Konev's troops scented victory. There was a feeling in the 4th Guards Tank Army that if the Germans could not hold on to the Neisse, they can't do anything now. Commanders carried out a weapon inspection before the assault. A young communist was found to have a rusty weapon. "How are you going to fire it?" the officer yelled at him. "You should be an example to everyone, but your own weapon is dirty." An armoured breakthrough towards Berlin ran the risk of a German counter-thrust to its lines of communications. Konev therefore angled Judov's 5th Guards Army to the left towards Spremberg and the 3rd Guards Army to the right to force the Germans back on Cottbus. That evening, when the leading brigades of the 3rd Guards Tank Army reached the Spree, General Rybalko, their army commander, who took pride in leading from the front, did not wait for bridging equipment to come up. He selected a point which looked as if it might not be too deep, then sent a tank straight into the river, which was about 50 meters wide at this point. The water rose above the tracks, but no more, The tank brigade followed across in line, fording the river like cavalry. Unlike cavalry, however, they could ignore the German machine guns firing at them from the far bank. The bulk of both tank armies was able to follow on across the Spree during the night. Konev knew that his tanks would find the lakes, marshes, watercourses and pine forests of the Lausitz region difficult going, but if they were quick, the roads to Berlin would be sparsely defended. The German 4th Panzer Army had already committed its operational reserve in an attempt to hold the second line, while commanders in Berlin would be more preoccupied by the threat from Zhukov's armies. Konev had come to a similar conclusion to Zhukov, that it was easier to break the enemy early in the open than later in Berlin. But he did not mention this when he spoke to Stalin that evening on the radio telephone from his forward command post, a castle perched on a small hill with views across the top of the surrounding pine forests. Konev had almost finished his report when Stalin suddenly interrupted him. With Zhukov, things are not going so well yet. He is still breaking through the enemy defences. A long pause followed, which Konev decided not to break. Couldn't we, Stalin continued, redeploy Zhukov's mobile troops and send them against Berlin through the gap formed in the sector of your front? This was probably not a serious proposal, but a gambit to make Konev put forward his own plan. Comrade Stalin, he replied, this will take too much time and will add considerable confusion. The situation for our front is developing favorably. We have enough forces, and we can turn both tank armies against Berlin. Konev then said that he would advance via Zossen, which they both knew was the headquarters of OKH. Very good, Stalin replied. I agree. Turn the tank armies towards Berlin. In the government quarter of Berlin during the course of the 17th of April, nobody really knew what to do except draft stirring declarations combined with further threats of execution. No German town will be declared an open city, read the order sent by Himmler to all military commanders. Every village and every town will be defended with all possible means. Any German who offends against this self-evident duty to the nation will lose his life as well as his honor. He ignored the fact that the German artillery was virtually out of ammunition, tanks were already being abandoned for lack of fuel, and the soldiers themselves were without food. Nazi bureaucracy, even at the lowest levels, did not change in the face of annihilation. The little town of Woltersdorf, just south of the Reichsstrasse 1 to Berlin, found itself overrun with refugees on the 17th of April. Yet the local authorities still allowed just their non-employed inhabitants and those not liable for Volkssturm service to leave, and then only if they had written confirmation from their host location that shelter was available. In addition, each person had to seek permission of the Kreisabschnittsleiter, the Nazi district chief. The local spirit of resistance, however, was far from fanatical. The town's Volkssturm emergency platoon asked permission to be excused further duty. Konev's forces were now less than 80 kilometers to the southeast of the OKH and OKW command centers at Zossen. Yet neither the 4th Panzer Army nor Field Marshal Schorner's Army Group Center had reported that the Soviet 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies were crossing the Spree in force and that there were no further reserves to stop them. The attention of staff officers at Zossen was fixed primarily on the struggle for the Seelow Heights. General Heinrici had already sent the major part of his Army Group Reserve, Steiner's 111 SS Germanische Panzer Corps, to support Busse's beleaguered 9th Army. The 11th SS Division Norland received orders at midday on the 17th of April to move south to Seelow. The Nordland consisted mainly of Danes and Norwegians, but also Swedes, Finns and Estonians. Some have suggested that there was even a handful of British in its ranks, but this seems more than doubtful. Commanded by SS Brigadeführer Joachim Ziegler, it had around 50 armoured vehicles, mainly with its reconnaissance battalion and the Hermann von Salza Panzer Battalion. The bulk of the remaining manpower was with the Denmark and the Norge Panzergrenadier regiments, and a sapper battalion. The Nordland, which had been evacuated from the Courland encirclement and then thrown into the heavy fighting for the Oder estuary east of Stettin, had suffered just under 15,000 casualties since the beginning of the year, with 4,500 killed or missing. Heinrici sent another formation of Foreign Waffen SS, the Nederland Division, even further south. Its destination was southwest of Frankfurt and Der Oder and Mulrose, where it would come under the command of the VSS Mountain Corps. Relations between SS and Wehrmacht were inflamed. Himmler was furious that Heinrici should strip Steiner's SS Corps of his strongest divisions, and the Nordland itself, demonstrating great reluctance to serve under an army commander, did not exactly hurry to join its new formation. Dawn on Wednesday, the 18th of April, produced a red sky along the eastern horizon. Those still fighting to cling on to the Seelow Heights were filled with foreboding. It was not long before they heard the deep, harsh noise of tank engines and churning tracks. Air attacks began soon afterwards. Sturmovix again dive-bombed the Nordland column while it was still some way from the front, and the SS Panzergrenadiers in the open trucks were showered with earth. Ziegler had gone on ahead to Weidling's headquarters to inform him that his vehicles had run out of fuel, and that was why the division was taking so long to get to him. Weidling was furious. Zhukov, too, was in a dangerous mood that morning. He now knew that Konev's tank armies had been allowed to swing north on Berlin. Stalin had also raised the possibility during their nighttime conversation of turning Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front down towards Berlin once it crossed the Oder to the north. The Verkhovny had goaded him even further by offering Stavka advice on how to run his front. Zhukov's orders to his army commanders that morning were uncompromising. They were to reconnoitre their front in person and report back on the exact situation. Artillery was to be moved forward to take on German strongpoints over open sights. The advance was to be accelerated and continued day and night. Once again, soldiers were to pay with their lives for the mistakes made by a proud commander under pressure from above. After another heavy barrage and bombing raids, Zhukov's exhausted armies went back into the attack early that morning. On the right, the 47th Army attacked Riesen. The 3rd Shock Army pushed up to the Riesen-Seelow road, but met heavy resistance around Kunersdorf. The 5th Shock Army and 2nd Guards Tank Army managed to push across the road north of Neuhardenberg, but were also halted. Chuikov's 8th Guards Army and Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army, meanwhile, continued to hammer at the town of Seelow itself and the Friedersdorf-Dolgelin sector. Chuikov was furious that the neighbouring 69th Army on his left had hardly advanced at all. This exposed his flank dangerously, but fortunately for him, all of Busse's forces were heavily engaged already. In fact, both of Zhukov's extreme flanks had met with little success. South of Frankfurt, the 33rd Army was still grinding down the defences of the SS-30, Januar Division in the VSS Mountain Corps, and at the extreme northern end of the Oderbruch, the 61st Army and the 1st Polish Army had not been able to advance until Riesen was taken. The breakthrough came suddenly, just behind Seelow, on the Reichsstrasse 1. At 9:40 a.m. on the 18th of April, Colonel Eismann at Army Group Vistula headquarters received a message that leading enemy armoured groups had broken through at Diedersdorf. They were heading for Münkeberg along the Reichsstrasse 1. The infantry was running away. 20 minutes later, on Heinrici's insistence, Eismann was ringing Colonel de Maizière at OKH to find out what had happened to the 7th Panzer Division, which he needed to secure the gap between the left of the 9th Army and the right flank of the 3rd Panzer Army. At midday, Busse rang Heinrici. "Today is the moment of crisis," he reported. The two main thrusts were coming from southeast of Riesen and along the Reichsstrasse 1. Busse saw that his army was being broken up. The Third Shock Army and the Fifth Shock Army were splitting open the front between Rietzen and Seelow. Half a dozen kilometers west of Seelow, near the village of Alt Rosenthal, the Germans launched a counterattack with infantry and tanks. Major Andreev of the 248th Rifle Division in the 5th Shock Army left 2 of his companies to hold the thrust, while he led another company round to attack the Germans from the rear. His battalion liquidated 153 soldiers and officers and 2 tanks. It was a pitiless battle. At Hermersdorf, southwest of Neuhardenberg, Soviet infantry advanced past a T-34 still burning from a Panzerfaust. A German soldier in a nearby foxhole screamed to them for help. A grenade dropped in the foxhole had blown off his feet and he lacked the strength to pull himself out. But the Red Army soldiers left him there, despite his cries, in revenge for the burned crew. At 4:20 p.m., Goering, furious at the collapse of the 9th Parachute Division, rang Army Group Vistula headquarters to order that General Brauer should be stripped of his command immediately. At 6:45 p.m., General Buss rang Heinrici. The split in his army was unavoidable. Which sector, he asked, is more important from a command point of view, north or south? At 7:50 p.m., the Luftwaffe liaison officer informed the operations staff at Army Group Vistula that their aircraft had destroyed 53 enemy planes, 43 tanks, and another 19 probables. Somebody on the staff added 2 exclamation marks in pencil in the war diary to demonstrate their skepticism at these claims. The fighting was violent, but German claims of Red Army losses were highly inflated. The Nazi newspaper Der Angriff stated that 426 Soviet tanks had been destroyed on that day alone. Nevertheless, Soviet casualties had indeed been much heavier than German losses. Zhukov, in his desperation to capture the Seelow Heights, had lost just over 30,000 men killed, while the Germans lost 12,000 during the battle. German prisoners sent towards the rear were overawed by the endless columns of tanks, self-propelled guns, and other tracked vehicles moving forward. And this is the army, some of them thought, which in 1941 was supposed to have been at its last gasp. Soviet infantrymen coming up the other side of the road would greet them with cries of "Hitler kaputt," accompanied by a throat-cutting gesture. One of the German prisoners was convinced that a number of the dead they passed were Soviet soldiers who had been crushed by their own tanks. He also saw Russian soldiers trying out some captured Panzerfausts by firing them at the wall of a half-ruined house. Others were stripping greatcoats from their own dead, and in one village he saw a couple of soldiers taking pot shots at nesting stalks. Target practice seemed compulsive even after the battle. Some of the prisoners, taken to the magnificent Schloss at Neuhardenberg, were alarmed when their escort, spotting a superb chandelier, raised his submachine gun and fired a burst at it. A senior officer reprimanded him, but that seemed to make little impression. In the town of Gusau, a detachment of the 5th Shock Army reported, "We freed 16 Soviet women. Soldier Tsinbaluk recognized a girl he knew from home. Her name was Tatiana Shesteryakova. The women told the soldiers of their terrible suffering during their slavery. They also mentioned that before fleeing, their ex-owner, Frau Fischke, said, 'For us, the Russians are worse than death.' Political departments claimed that Red Army soldiers were outraged by the fascist propaganda slogans daubed on walls about defending German womanhood from the Bolsheviks. South of Berlin, Konev had an uneasy moment on the 18th of April. Field Marshal Schörner, the commander-in-chief of Army Group Center, alarmed by the breakthrough on the Spree, sent in a counterattack near Görlitz against the flank of the 52nd Army heading for Dresden. But Schörner's failure to concentrate his forces in his haste, he sent them into the attack, piecemeal, made it comparatively easy for the 52nd Army to fight them off. The 2nd Polish Army at first did not have to halt its advance, but repeated attacks over the next few days slowed them down considerably. Konev carried on pushing the 13th Army across the Spree behind his 2 tank armies. All this time, Gordov's 3rd Guards Army kept the pressure on the Germans around Cottbus, and Zhadov's 5th Guards Army continued to attack Spremberg, thus securing the breach. Konev also instructed his staff to assemble all the trucks they could. The leading formations of the 28th Army, arriving as reinforcements, were now across the Neisse, and he wanted to hurry them forward to support the tank forces advancing on Berlin. By the end of that day, Rybalko's 3rd Guards tank army had advanced 35 kilometers beyond the Spree, while Lelushenko, facing less resistance, had moved forward 45. In the afternoon, General Rehmann, the commander of the Berlin defense area, had received an order to send all the Volkssturm units out of the city to the 9th Army to strengthen a new line. Rehmann was appalled that the city was to be stripped of its defences. When Goebbels, as Reich Defense Commissar for Berlin, confirmed the order, Rehmann warned him that a defence of the capital of the Reich is now unthinkable. Rehmann had not realised that this was just what Speer and Heinrici had wanted in order to save Berlin. In the event, less than 10 battalions and a few anti-aircraft guns were sent eastward. They marched out of the city in the early hours of the following morning. News of this order, according to Speer, created a widespread assumption that Berlin would in effect be an open city. General Weidling, to his exasperation, found that he had another self-important visitor from Berlin. This time it was Arthur Axmann, the head of the Hitler Youth. Weidling tried to persuade him that it was futile to throw 15- and 16-year-olds armed with Panzerfausts into the battle. It was the sacrifice of children for an already doomed cause. Axmann was prepared only to admit that his youngsters had not received enough training. Despite an assurance to Weidling that he would not use them, he clearly did nothing to withdraw them from combat. An even more chilling measure of Nazi desperation that day was the beheading of 30 political prisoners in Plötzensee prison. On the 9th Army's northern flank, the CI Corps had retreated less on the 18th of April than its neighbours. But this meant that many of its regiments soon found that Soviet troops were already well to their rear. One detachment, the remains of an officer candidate regiment, sent a couple of their comrades back to headquarters that evening to find out what had happened to their rations. The 2 returned out of breath and shaken. "The Russians are eating our supper right now," they said. Nobody had any idea where the enemy had broken through and where the front line now lay. They grabbed their equipment and marched back through the darkness, bypassing a village ablaze. The billowing black clouds reflected a bright red glow from the flames. That night, a massive Katyusha strike destroyed and set light to the village of Vulkau behind Neuhardenberg. Almost all its houses were crammed with exhausted German soldiers who had fallen asleep. The state of the burned and panic-stricken survivors was terrible. The Nordland Reconnaissance Battalion also suffered a Katyusha strike. They lost more men in a few moments than in all the bitter fighting round Stettin a few weeks earlier. On the 19th of April, the 9th Army began to split up in 3 main directions, as General Busse had feared. The Red Army's capture of Rietzen and the 3rd Shock Army's advance further westward onto the plateau behind Neuhardenberg forced CI Corps back towards Eberswalde and the countryside north of Berlin. Weidling's LVI Panzer Corps in the centre began to withdraw due west into Berlin, and on the right, the Kirn SS Panzer Corps began to withdraw southwestwards towards Fürstenwalde. The Kurmark Division had less than a dozen Panther tanks left. That day, the 1st Guards Tank Army and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army pushed on from Seelow along Reichsstrasse 1 towards the key town of Müncheberg. The remains of the 9th Parachute Division, which had rallied the day before, fled in panic again, shouting, "Der Ivan kommt!" The reconnaissance battalion of the SS Nordland Division, which had finally reached the front, rounded up some of the paratroopers, gave them ammunition, and brought them back into the battle in a temporarily successful counterattack. The retreat along Reichsstrasse 1 and for quite a distance on either side soon collapsed into chaos and misery. "Are you the last?" everyone asked, and the reply always seemed to be, "The Russians are right behind us." Soldiers of all arms and services were mixed up together, Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS alike. The most exhausted flopped down under a tree and stretched out their legs. The local population, hearing that the front had collapsed, swamped the roads to seek shelter in Berlin. Soldiers passed refugees with carts halted by a broken axle or wheel, often hindering military traffic. Officers stood in their Kubelwagen vehicles to shout at the unfortunates to push their obstruction off the road, or to order a group of resting soldiers to do it. In the retreat, officers found that they had to draw their pistol more and more often to have their orders obeyed. The Feldgendarmerie and SS groups continued to search for deserters. No records were kept of the roadside executions carried out, but anecdotal evidence suggests that on the Korn SS Corps sector, many, including a number of Hitler Youth, were hanged from trees on the flimsiest of proof. This was nothing short of murder. Soviet sources claim that 25,000 German soldiers and officers were summarily executed for cowardice in 1945. This figure is almost certainly too high, but it was unlikely to have been lower than 10,000. Executions by the SS were even more unforgivable, since word was being passed round SS formations that they were to pull back, with orders to reassemble in Schleswig-Holstein near the Danish border, which was not exactly the best place from which to fight the Russians. They did not appear to know that the British Second Army had reached the Elbe at Lauenburg that day, just southeast of Hamburg. The 19th of April was another beautiful spring day, providing Soviet aviation with perfect visibility. Every time Sturmovix came over, strafing and bombing, the road emptied as people threw themselves in the ditches. Women and girls from nearby villages, terrified of the Red Army, begged groups of soldiers to take them with them. Nehmt uns mit, nehmt uns bitte, bitte mit. Yet some people living quite close to the front seemed incapable of appreciating the scale of the impending disaster. A Herr Saalborn wrote to the Burgermeister of Woltersdorf on the 19th of April, demanding confirmation that, in accordance with Article 15 of the Reichsleitungsgesetz, the version of the 1st of September 1939, he would get back his bicycle, which had been commandeered by the Volkssturm. The remnants of trainee and officer candidate battalions from the CI Corps found themselves retreating village by village westwards to Bernau, just north of Berlin. Most had lost nearly 3/4 of their strength. They were exhausted, hungry, and thoroughly confused. As soon as they halted for a rest, everyone fell heavily asleep, and their officers had to kick them awake several times when it was necessary to move on. Nobody knew what was happening on either side, or even in front or behind. Radios and field telephones had been abandoned. There was also no hope of re-establishing an effective front line, despite the best efforts of the more experienced officers, who grabbed any stragglers from other units and incorporated them into their own little command. General Heinrich's attention now had to focus on the northern part of the Oder defense line between the Baltic coast and the Hohenzollern Canal at the top end of the Oderbruch. General von Manteuffel, who had been flying in a light reconnaissance aircraft over the forward areas of Rokossovsky's armies, had no difficulty spotting enemy preparations. The second Belarusian front faced a formidable task. North of Schwedt, the Oder followed two channels with marshy ground on either side and in between. That night of the 19th of April, Rokossovsky reported to Stalin that the offensive would start at first light the next morning, preceded by heavy bombing raids and artillery bombardment. Rokossovsky had had the most difficult time of all front commanders, redeploying his troops from Danzig and the Vistula estuary. This huge logistic problem had prompted Zhukov to warn Stalin on the 29th of March of what was involved. "Well, we'll have to start the operation without waiting for Rokossovsky's front," he had replied. "If he's a few days late, that's not a great trouble." Clearly, Stalin had not been worried then, but now that Rokossovsky's armies might be needed for Berlin, he was much more concerned. 17. The Führer's last birthday, Friday the 20th of April, was the fourth fine day in a row. It was Adolf Hitler's 56th birthday. A beautiful day on this date used to prompt greetings between strangers in the street about Führer weather and the miracle that this implied. Now, only the most besotted Nazi could still hint at Hitler's supernatural power. There were still enough diehards left, however, to attempt to celebrate the event. Nazi flags were raised on ruined buildings and placards proclaimed Die Kriegsstadt Berlin grüßt den Führer. In the past, a mass of birthday greetings flooded the Reich Chancellery on the Führer's birthday. 6 years earlier, Professor Dr. Lutz Heck of the Berlin Zoological Garden had sent the Führer, with heartiest congratulations, an ostrich egg weighing 1,230 grams to make scrambled eggs. But in 1945, there were very few letters and parcels, and not just because the postal system had collapsed. The Berlin Zoo was also half destroyed, with many of the animals starving. American and British bomber forces were well aware of the date. Sirens sounded in the morning as massed squadrons approached to greet the Führer's birthday with a particularly heavy raid. It was almost a double celebration for the USAAF and RAF bomber crews. With Soviet forces approaching Berlin, this was their second-last raid on the capital of the Reich. Goering had woken that morning at Karinhal, his country house north of Berlin, to the opening bombardment of Rokossovsky offensive. A convoy of Luftwaffe trucks, although desperately needed for more urgent duties, was ready, loaded with his looted treasures. A motorcycle detachment would escort them south. Goering addressed the men briefly and watched them leave. The engineer officer, who had laid the explosives to blow up Karinhal, then escorted the Reichsmarschall over to where the plunger stood ready. Goering had insisted on blowing the place up himself. The explosion blasted vast clouds of dust outwards. Then this overextended monument to vanity collapsed in on itself. Goering, apparently without looking back, walked to his enormous limousine to be driven to Berlin. He needed to be at the Reich Chancellery at noon to congratulate the Führer on his birthday. Himmler had returned to the sanatorium at Hohenlichen the night before and ordered champagne at midnight to toast the Führer's birthday. He had just arranged separate meetings with Count Volker Bernadotte of the Red Cross and Norbert Maser, the representative of the World Jewish Congress, who had been flown secretly into Tempelhof Aerodrome earlier in the day. Bernadotte and Maser assumed that he wanted to discuss the possible release of prisoners, but for Himmler, the purpose was to establish a line of communication to the Western Allies. The Reichsführer SS, while still convinced of his own loyalty to Hitler, felt that he alone could replace him. He would become the leader with whom the Western Allies could negotiate. What he had to do was to convince the Jews that the final solution was something that both sides needed to put behind them. Goebbels, the only leading Nazi planning to stay in Berlin with Hitler until the bitter end, broadcast a birthday speech that morning. He called on all Germans to trust blindly in the Führer, who would lead them out of their difficulties. "I wondered whether he was mad," wrote Ursula von Kardorff in her diary, "or whether he was playing some sort of cold-blooded trick." Goering, Ribbentrop, Dönitz, Himmler, Kaltenbrunner, Speer, Keitel, Jodl, and Krebs were driven to the Reich Chancellery before noon. There they trooped through the huge rooms faced in polished marble, with doors almost to the ceiling. This quasi-cinematic monument to conspicuous power now looked tawdry in its half-wrecked state, yet it remained deeply sinister. Many of the celebrants offering their birthday wishes that day thought that Hitler looked at least 20 years older than he was. They urged their leader to take the road to Bavaria while there was still time. Hitler stated with conviction that the Russians were about to suffer their bloodiest defeat before Berlin. Dönitz, whom Hitler had ordered to take command in the north of Germany, received an affectionate farewell. But Goering, who claimed that he would organize resistance in Bavaria, was treated in a distant manner. Hitler, Speer observed to his American interrogators less than a month later, was disappointed by the cowardice of Goering and the others. He had always persuaded himself that his close followers were men of courage. During the Situation Conference that day, the main question was how soon the Reich would be cut in two south of Berlin. The territory still unoccupied was diminishing every day. The British were on the Lüneburg Heath, heading towards Hamburg. The Americans were on the Middle Elbe, on the borders of Czechoslovakia and moving into Bavaria. The French First Army was advancing into southern Germany. To the southeast, the Red Army was west of Vienna, and the Allies in Italy were moving north across the Po Valley. Again, the subject of the Nazi hierarchy abandoning Berlin came up. To the surprise of nearly everyone present, Speer stated, Hitler announced that he would stay in Berlin until the last minute and only then fly to the south. His entourage was surprised that discussion of evacuation had been general. After the meeting, the rest of the leadership began to invent all manner of excuses to leave Berlin on official business. Himmler, Ribbentrop, and Kaltenbrunner departed in different directions. A number of the Reich Chancellery staff were detailed to leave for the Berghof the next day. Führer's birthday, but unfortunately no mood for celebration, Bormann noted in his diary. The advance party is ordered to fly to Salzburg. That afternoon, in the ruined Reich Chancellery garden, the Führer worked his way slowly down a line of Hitler Youth, some of whom had received the Iron Cross for attacking Soviet tanks. Hitler could not present any medals himself. To prevent his left arm shaking too obviously, he walked gripping it behind his back with his right hand. For brief moments, he could afford to release it. With what looked like the intensity of the repressed paedophile, he lingered to cup a cheek and tweak an ear, unconscious of his leering smile. After receiving members of the close entourage that evening in the tiny sitting room in the bunker, Hitler retired to bed much earlier than usual. Eva Braun led the others up to the Reich Chancellery. With Bormann and Dr. Morell among them, it was a strange and inauspicious group for a party. One of the large round tables designed by Speer was laid with food and drink. They drank champagne and made a pretense of dancing, but there was only one record for the gramophone. Blood-red roses tell you of happiness. According to Hitler's secretary, Traudl Junger, there was much hysterical laughter. It was horrible. Soon I couldn't stand it and went back down to bed. The question of evacuation was extremely volatile. On Sunday, the 15th of April, Eva Braun had mentioned to Hitler that Dr. Karl Brandt, who had been his personal surgeon, was moving his family to Thuringia. To her horror, Hitler exploded with anger, saying that he had chosen a place about to be taken by the Western Allies. That was treachery. Bormann was told to investigate the case and to interview Eva Braun and Dr. Stumpfegger, the devoted SS surgeon who had replaced Brandt. Eva Braun described the affair as a really foul trick in a letter to her best friend, Hertha Ostermeyer. Although physically at the center of power, she had no understanding of National Socialist reality. Brandt was charged next day with defeatism. Axmann was leader of the court, and Brandt was condemned to death. But execution of the sentence appears to have been postponed by enemies of Bormann, including Himmler, who had at last realized that Bormann had been blackening his name at court. Brandt escaped execution by the Nazis, but was later sentenced to death by the Allies. Brandt, a former intimate of the Obersalzberg circle, wrote a witty paper on the women around Hitler for his American captors at the Ashcan interrogation center. Hitler, he wrote, had never married because he wanted to keep the mystic legend alive in the hearts of the German people, that so long as he remained a bachelor, there was always the chance that any one of the millions of German women might possibly attain the high distinction of being at Hitler's side. Hitler apparently even spoke of this in front of Eva Braun. In 1934, he had also announced in her presence, "The greater the man, the more insignificant should be the woman." Brandt believed that the relationship between the two had an even stronger element of father-daughter than teacher-student. But whether or not he was right about this, one thing was certain. The Führer's maîtresse sans titre was the opposite of a pompadour. She never schemed for or against people at the court. Yet after years of having to hide herself away like a servant to preserve the Führer myth of celibacy for Germany, it was hardly surprising that she occasionally tried to play the great lady. According to Brandt, she treated her easily led younger sister Gretel, whom she had married to Fegelein, almost like a personal maid. The question of Hitler's sexuality has received a good deal of speculative attention recently. There can, however, be little doubt that he suppressed his homoerotic side in the interests of his image as the virile Führer. This repression explains a good deal of his manic energy and myth-making. Some members of his household insist that he never made love with Eva Braun, but her personal maid is convinced that he did, because she used pills to suppress her menstrual cycle when he arrived at the Berghof. His appalling halitosis towards the end of his life must have made him even less physically attractive than before. But Eva Braun, like several other close female friends, was clearly besotted with him. There is no proof either way, but the passionate kiss which Hitler later bestowed on her when she refused to leave the bunker for the safety of Bavaria weakens the theory that there had never been any form of sexual contact between them. Eva Braun, like Hitler himself, had always been fascinated with the glamour of motion pictures. Movies appear to have been a major subject of conversation between them. One of the greatest frustrations of her seclusion must have been her inability to mix at state receptions with the film stars invited by Goebbels to add a touch of sophistication to the usual collection of Nazi wives. Perhaps Eva Braun saw her destiny with Hitler in terms of a cinematic finale. Her last letters are untainted by melodrama, and yet she had found a magnificent role, the heroine who, after suffering years of humiliation and neglect in the shadow of the man she loves, is vindicated in an ending where her devotion is finally acknowledged. Her furniture had been moved into a room next to Hitler's in the Reich Chancellery underworld on the 15th of April, and from then on she slept down there too. She was always immaculately turned out, wrote Hitler's Luftwaffe aide, Nikolaus von Below. She was charming and obliging, and she showed no weakness right up to the last moment. The threat of being caught alive by Russian soldiers prompted her and Hitler's secretaries into pistol practice in the ruined courtyard of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They were proud of their prowess and challenged officers in the bunker to a competition. "We can already hear the gunfire from the front," Eva Braun wrote to Hertha Ostermeyer. "My whole life is spent in the bunker. As you can imagine, we are terribly short of sleep, but I'm so happy, especially at this moment, at being near him. Yesterday I telephoned Gretel, probably for the last time. From today on there's no way of getting through, but I have an unshakable faith that all will turn out well, and he is unusually full of hope." That morning, the ordinary women of Berlin emerged to queue for food after the air raid. The sound of artillery fire in the distance confirmed their fears that this might be their last chance to stock up. The sunshine buoyed up the spirits of many. "Suddenly one remembers it's spring," wrote one young woman that afternoon. "Through the fire-blackened ruins, the scent of lilac comes in waves from ownerless gardens." The desperation for news meant that a small crowd of people were already waiting at the kiosk when the paper boy arrived. Newspapers were now no more than a single piece printed on both sides, and they contained far more propaganda than information. The only useful section was the Wehrmacht Daily Communiqué, which, despite its evasive circumlocutions, indicated by the towns it cited how far the enemy had advanced. The mention of Müncheberg that day, 17 kilometers west of Seelow on Reichsstrasse Wurst, meant that the Russians had definitely broken through. For the moment, however, the obsession with food was paramount. Rumours had reached Berlin that their fellow countrymen trapped in Silesia had been reduced to eating roots and grass. The Russians, it was said in the queue at the grocer's, would starve them too. Priorities became stark. Only things that could be eaten or drunk, or objects that could be bartered for food, were now of any use. And on this day, Berliners were supposed to receive crisis rations, which meant some sausage or bacon, rice, dried peas, beans or lentils, some sugar and a little fat. It was the authorities' indirect acknowledgement that the city was both besieged and embattled. With water, gas and electricity severely interrupted or cut off, Berliners suddenly faced a primitive existence. Already many of them had been reduced to cooking half-rotten potatoes over a tiny fire enclosed by 3 bricks on the floor of their balcony. Provident housewives began to pack suitcases with essential provisions to carry down to the cellar to survive the battle to come. And this was after 83 air raids since the beginning of February. The determined show of normal life, with people still travelling to bomb-blasted offices each day, ceased abruptly. Marshal Zhukov recorded that on that afternoon of the 20th of April, the long-range artillery of the 79th Rifle Corps of the Third Shock Army opened fire on Berlin. But in fact, few people in the city were aware of the fact. Zhukov seemed to have no idea that it was Hitler's birthday. He was desperate for something to show that he had attacked Berlin before Konev. The guns were firing at extreme range, and only the northeastern suburbs were affected. When Zhukov heard for certain of Konev's tank army advancing on Berlin from the south, he sent on that evening an urgent order to Katukov and Bogdanov, the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Guards tank armies. He gave them a historic task: to break into Berlin first and to raise the banner of victory. They were to send the best brigade from each corps to break through to an outskirt of Berlin by 4 a.m. the next day, and to report at once so that Stalin could be informed immediately and it could be announced in the press. In fact, the first of his tank brigades did not reach the outskirts until the evening of the 21st of April. Southeast of Berlin, meanwhile, Marshal Konev was whipping on his 2 tank armies across the Spreewald. His main interest was with the 3rd Guards tank army, targeted at the southern flank of Berlin. Rybalko's leading tank corps attempted at midday to rush the town of Baruth, just 20 kilometers south of Zossen, but failed at the first attempt. "Comrade Rybalko," Konev signaled, "you are again moving like a worm. One brigade is fighting while the whole army is stuck. I order you to cross the line Baruth-Luckenwalde via a swamp using several routes in an extended battle order. Inform me on fulfillment." The town was taken within 2 hours. Lelushenko's 4th Guards tank army, further to the south and west, was heading in a roughly parallel line for Jüterbog and then Potsdam. Stalin was still concerned that the Americans might suddenly advance again. The Stavka that day warned Zhukov, Konev, and Marshal Rokossovsky of the possibility of encountering the Western Allies, and passed on recognition signals. But what neither Konev nor the Stavka seems to have appreciated fully was that his first Ukrainian front, advancing from the southeast, would run into Busse's 9th Army, trying to withdraw round the southern side of Berlin. Konev, like Zhukov, had become obsessed with Berlin. That night he dispatched signals to his 2 tank army commanders. Personal comrades Rybalko and Lelushenko. Order you categorically to break into Berlin tonight. Report execution. Konev. The German retreat from the Seelow Heights during 19 and the 20th of April left no front line. Exhausted stragglers pulled back as best they could, and improvised battle groups fought fierce little engagements wherever they were threatened. 9th Army headquarters informed Heinrici of their Auffanglinie, or holding lines, but they were little more than chinograph marks on the map, a staff officer's attempt to impose a semblance of order on chaos. Bazarin's 5th Shock Army had reached the edge of Strasbourg on the evening of the 19th of April. To make matters worse for the retreating German forces, all roads leading westwards were blocked with increasingly panic-stricken refugees. When the T-34S reached Verneuchen airfield, the anti-aircraft defense battery depressed their 88 mm guns to take on ground targets. But in all such fighting east of Berlin, it was clear to us soldiers, wrote one participant, that this battle could not last long. During the morning of the 19th of April, the Nordland Division was fighting in the area northwest of Müncheberg, from where General Weidling's headquarters had just been forced to withdraw rapidly. The Norgay Regiment was pulling back from Pritzhagen, while the Danmark to their south in the Buchow Forest was mixed with Hitler Youth and remnants of the 18th Panzer Grenadier Division. Weidling ordered them to counterattack in the Buchow Forest, but this failed. The reconnaissance battalion of Nordland was almost surrounded and badly mauled. The Hitler Youth detachment suffered an even worse fate, cut off from the rest in a part of the forest which had caught fire. The Soviet tanks cautiously stayed out of range of the Panzerfausts. Then the tanks began firing into the treetops, Sturm and Becker reported, and the splinters from above began hitting us in our positions below. The survivors were forced to retreat towards Strasbourg along small roads through the pine woods. Russian infantry followed rapidly along the ditches, with their tanks coming up behind to give them covering fire. The Scandinavian Waffen-SS had only infantry weapons and a couple of mortars. A lone German assault gun appeared and attempted to take on the T-34S. It was destroyed immediately. But then a solitary King Tiger appeared through the trees. It blasted the two T-34S and saved the situation. The remnants of the reconnaissance battalion reassembled in a wood near Strasbourg. They bound their wounds, patched up their vehicles, and cleaned their weapons. The desolate scene did not stop Sturmbannführer Saalbach from making a speech about the Führer's birthday and the meaning of the battle against Bolshevism in which they were engaged. Obersturmbannführer Langendorf, who had been wounded, was taken back to the SS field hospital. He heard Goebbels' speech for Hitler's birthday while the surgeon was working on him. The SS surgeon muttered, "Now we'll let them have it." The nurses were volunteers from Holland, Flanders, Denmark, and especially from Norway. One of the young Norwegian nurses, Langendorf noticed, had discovered her Waffen-SS lover among the badly wounded just brought in. She embraced him and laid his head in her lap and stayed with him until he died from a serious head wound. Like all the foreign fascists and National Socialists who had volunteered for the SS, they had lost their countries and now had lost their cause. This, combined with their visceral hatred of Bolshevism, made them formidable fighters in the battle for Berlin. During the best part of that day, the Danmark and Norgay regiments hung on to Strasbourg airfield, defending it against Katukov's tanks. Obersturmbannführer Klotz, the regimental commander of the Danmark, was killed when his vehicle received a direct hit. He was laid out by his men in the small chapel of a nearby cemetery. There was no time to bury him. They soon had to withdraw further, southwestwards to the Berlin Autobahn ring. The Nordland avoided the main roads in its withdrawal. Reichsstrasse was in chaos, especially the section near Rudersdorf, with hundreds of vehicles heading westwards, often blocked by farm carts full of refugees machine-gunned by Sturmovik ground attack aircraft. Soldiers who had received no rations for 5 days broke into houses abandoned by their owners. Some were so exhausted that after eating whatever they could find, they collapsed onto a bed, their uniforms still encrusted with mud from their trenches. They then slept so long that in some cases they awoke only with the arrival of the enemy. One Hitler youth was so exhausted that, after a long and deep sleep, he woke with a start to find that a battle had been fought all around him. Officers tried to reimpose order at pistol point. A major halted a self-propelled flak gun transporting wounded to the rear. He ordered the driver to take it back towards the enemy. The crew told him that the barrels were shot out and useless. The major still insisted and ordered them to unload the wounded. Some Volkssturm men nearby shouted out, "Shoot him! Shoot him!" The major backed off. An officer's authority, unless supported by the submachine guns of the Feldgendarmerie, carried little weight on such a retreat. The chaos on the roads was further increased by rumour and panic. There were false cries of "Der Ivan kommt" and other occasions when Soviet tanks really did appear, having overtaken them. German soldiers claimed that a Seydlitz traitor drove through the retreating troops, giving out orders to pull back as far as Potsdam on the far side of Berlin. This may well be true, since the Red Army 7th Department was pushing its anti-fascist prisoners to take almost any risk. Red Army soldiers clearly felt at home fighting through the pine forest east of the capital, even if the warm weather made those still wearing a fur ushanka and padded jacket jealous of those already in summer uniforms. The closer one gets to Berlin, one Russian noted, the more the area looks like the country round Moscow. But some Red Army habits did not speed their advance. On the 20th of April, Müncheberg was heavily looted, mostly by officers and men of special, i.e. tank and artillery regiments. More than 50 soldiers were arrested in a day. Some were sent to rifle companies. They were stealing clothes and shoes and other things right in full view of the local population. These men explained that they were looting because they wished to send things home. While Weidling's LVI Panzer Corps was pushed back to the eastern suburbs of Berlin, the remains of the CI Corps had withdrawn north of the city. Part of it pulled back to the area of Bernau during the night of the 19th of April. The wounded had been abandoned by the side of the road because there were so few vehicles left with any fuel. Many of them were apparently killed where they lay by further shelling. Most of the troops in Bernau were trainee officers and technicians from scratch regiments. As soon as they were quartered in schools and houses, they simply collapsed and fell asleep. One group of apprentice signallers found an abandoned barracks. But in the early hours of the 20th of April, when the 125th Rifle Corps of the 47th Army attacked, a sergeant had to go round, kicking them awake, to force them out to defend the town. It was all senseless, commented one of their commanders years later, but at the time the Wehrmacht fought on because nobody had told them that they could stop. The fighting for Bernau, the last real defensive action before the battle for Berlin began in earnest, was chaotic and short. German officers commanding the young trainees soon realized that they could no longer prevent total disintegration. Many escaped, slipping away alone or in small groups. When the 47th Army captured Bernau, a battery of the 30th Guards Artillery Brigade fired off a victory salute aimed at Berlin. In the meantime, Bogdanov's 2nd Guards Tank Army pushed on past the northeastern suburbs of the city, just outside the Autobahn ring. Many Soviet soldiers had heard of it as a massive engineering feat, but those who had witnessed Stalinist showpieces professed disdain. The 7th Department used more and more prisoners as agents to encourage desertion. On the 3rd Shock Army's front, 5 soldiers from a Volkssturm battalion were sent back to their comrades on the 20th of April. They returned the following day with almost the whole battalion. But despite the promises of the political department, many Russian soldiers seemed to be obsessed with finding Waffen-SS soldiers on whom to take revenge. "Du SS!" they would shout accusingly. Soldiers who laughed in astonishment were in severe danger of being shot out of hand. Some of those captured by NKVD troops and accused by Smersh of being members of Werwolf were forced into confessing that they had been given chemical substances to poison wells and rivers. General Buss, with the larger half of the Ninth Army, the Kiev SS Panzer Corps, the VSS Mountain Corps, and the garrison of Frankfurt, under Oder soon began to withdraw southwestwards towards the Spreewald, despite orders from the Führer bunker that the line of defence on the Oder must never be abandoned. The Führer's compulsion to launch counterattacks for their own sake returned on the evening of the 20th of April, just when Zhukov and Konev were forcing their own tank army commanders to advance more rapidly. Hitler told General Krebs to launch an attack from the west of Berlin against Konev's armies to prevent encirclement. The force expected to hurl back the 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies consisted of the Friedrich Ludwig Jahn Division, made up of boys in Reich Labour Service detachments, and the so-called Wunsdorf Panzer Formation, a batch of half a dozen tanks from the training school there. A police battalion was sent to the Strausberg area that day to catch deserters and execute them and shoot any soldiers found retreating without orders. But even those detailed as executioners began to desert on their way forward. One of those who gave themselves up to the Russians told his Soviet interrogator that about 40,000 deserters were hiding in Berlin even before the Russian advance. Now this number is rapidly increasing. He went on to say that the police and the Gestapo could not control the situation. 18. The Flight of the Golden Pheasants. On the morning of Saturday, the 21st of April, just after the last Allied air raid had finished, General Reymann's headquarters on the Hohenzollern-Damm swarmed with brown uniforms. Senior Nazi Party officials had rushed there to obtain the necessary authorization to leave Berlin. For once the Golden Pheasants had to request permission from the army. Goebbels, as Reich Commissioner for Berlin, had ordered that no man capable of bearing arms may leave Berlin. Only the headquarters for the defense of Berlin could issue an exemption. "The rats are leaving the sinking ship," was the inevitable reaction of Colonel von Reffior, Reymann's chief of staff. Reymann and his staff officers received a fleeting satisfaction from the sight. Over 2,000 passes were signed for the party armchair warriors, who had always been so ready to condemn the army for retreating. Reymann said openly that he was happy to sign them, since it was better for the defense of the city to be rid of such cowards. This idea was echoed strongly 2 days later by the Werwolf sender, Goebbels' special transmitter at Königs Wusterhausen, when it broadcast appeals to the Werwolf of Berlin and Brandenburg to rise against the enemy. It claimed that all the cowards and traitors had left Berlin. The Führer did not flee to southern Germany. He stands in Berlin, and with him are all those whom he has found worthy to fight beside him in this historic hour. Now, soldiers and officers of the front, you are not only waging the final and greatest decisive battle of the Reich, but by your fight you are also completing the National Socialist Revolution. Only the uncompromising revolutionary fighters have remained. This deliberately ignored the far larger numbers of reluctant Volkssturm and conscripts forced to fight on with the threat of a noose or a firing squad. An intensive artillery bombardment of Berlin began at 9:30 a.m., a couple of hours after the end of the last Allied air raid. Hitler's SS adjutant, Otto Günscher, reported that the Führer, a few minutes after having been woken, emerged unshaven and angry in the bunker corridor which served as an anteroom. "What's going on?" he shouted at General Bergdorf, Colonel von Below and Günscher. "Where's this firing coming from?" Bergdorf answered that central Berlin was under fire from Soviet heavy artillery. "Are the Russians already so near?" asked Hitler, clearly shaken. General Kazakov had pushed forward his breakthrough artillery divisions and all the other heavy gun batteries with 152 mm and 203 mm howitzers. More messages had been daubed on the shells for the rat Goebbels, for Stalingrad, for the fat belly of Goering, and for orphans and widows. The gun crews were encouraged into a frenzied rate of fire by political officers. Senior artillery officers felt especially proud and made self-satisfied remarks about the bloody god of war, which had become an almost universal euphemism for Soviet gunnery. From that morning until the 2nd of May, they were to fire 1.8 million shells in the assault on the city. The casualties among women especially were heavy, as they still queued in the drizzling rain, hoping for their crisis rations. Mangled bodies were flung across the Hermannplatz in southwest Berlin as people queued outside the Karstadt department store. Many others were killed in the queues at the water pumps. Crossing a street turned into a dash from one insecure shelter to another. Most gave up and returned to their cellars. Some, however, took what seemed like the last opportunity to bury silver and other valuables in their garden or a nearby allotment. But the relentlessness of the bombardment and the random fall of shells soon forced the majority of the population back underground. In the cellars and air raid shelters, distinctive subcultures had grown up during 2 years of heavy air raids from diaries by day and Tommies by night. The cellar tribe, as one diarist called these curious microcosms of society, produced a wide variety of characters, whether in markedly rich or poor districts. Each cellar always seemed to have at least one crashing bore, usually a Nazi trying to justify his belief in the Führer and final victory. A number of Berliners, for some reason, had suddenly started to refer to Hitler as that one, and it was not necessarily a term of abuse. People clung to lucky charms or talismans. One mother brought with her the spare artificial leg of a son, still trapped in the siege of Breslau. Many cellar tribes developed a particular superstition or theory of survival. For example, some believed that they would survive an almost direct hit by wrapping a towel round their head. Others were convinced that if they bent forward at the first explosion, this would prevent their lungs from tearing. Every eccentricity of German hypochondria seems to have received full expression. When the all-clear sounded after a bombing raid, cellars and shelters echoed with nervous laughter and compulsive jokes. A favourite among older, more raucous women was, "Better a Ruski on the belly than an army on the head." During the course of the day, while shattered German units and stragglers fell back, Hitler still insisted that Buss hold a line which had been disintegrating for 2 days. The remnants of Buss's left wing, the CI Corps, had been forced out of the Bernau area. Wolfram Kurz, of the Grossdeutschland Guard Regiment, was wounded near the Blumberg Autobahn junction, northeast of Berlin. Of the 1,000 or so men of the Guard Regiment, only 40 reached Berlin. So much depended on Soldatenglück, or soldier's luck. Kurz was propped up against a church wall when Russian soldiers found him. They saw the Knight's Cross at his neck. "Du General?" they asked. They called up a horse-drawn cart and took him to a headquarters for interrogation. A senior officer asked him whether Hitler was still alive and what he knew about any plans for a German counterstroke with the Americans against the Red Army. This no doubt reflected the paranoia in the Kremlin. In fact, the Americans were still fighting the Germans everywhere, including on the Berlin Axis. Their ground troops and US Air Force Mustangs were launching continual attacks against the Schörnhorst division of the 12th Army north of Dessau. This was a response to the unexpected Luftwaffe attacks against the Elbe crossings and bridgeheads. Peter Rettich, commanding a battalion in the Schörnhorst, had only 50 men left on the 21st of April. In the 9th Army's centre, the remnants of Weidling's LVI Panzer Corps were also pushed back against and across the eastern side of the Berlin Autobahn ring. Corpses lay in the ditches on either side of the obvious highways. Most were the victims of Sturmovik low-level strafing attacks. Side roads and main routes alike were encumbered by civilians with handcarts, prams, and teams of farm horses. Soldiers were surrounded by civilians desperate for news of the enemy's advance, but often had no clear idea themselves. Pickets of Feld gendarmerie at each crossroads again grabbed stragglers to form scratch companies. There were also men hanged from roadside trees, with a card on their chest stating, "I was a coward." Soldiers sent to defend houses either side of the road were the luckiest. The inhabitants gave them food and some hot water to shave and wash in, the first for many days. In Petershagen, a company of the Nordland under Sturmbannführer Lorenz, supported by a few reconnaissance vehicles, prepared to make a stand against the 8th Guards army, but they were suddenly devastated by a massive Katyusha strike. One account claims that the Soviet troops had filled the warheads with an improvised napalm. The reconnaissance vehicles apparently burst into flame and in some cases exploded. The panic-stricken survivors jumped into the vehicles left undamaged and drove off, leaving the injured, many with terrible burns, to their fate. Only Lorenz and his radio operator stayed to care for them. They loaded the ones most likely to survive on to the only remaining half-track and drove them back to the dressing station. It had been set up in a barn within a hollow next to a command post. Lorenz had a very bad feeling. A few moments later, the Soviet Guards artillery landed another accurate Katyusha strike. Hardly anybody survived unscathed. Lorenz himself received shrapnel in the right shoulder. Close by, Gerhard Tillery, one of the survivors of a trainee officer battalion, saw a colonel from their division outside a racing stable at Hoppegarten. "See that you all get home safe and sound," the colonel told the surprised soldier. "There's no more point to any of this." But Tillery could not follow this advice straight away. Their new scratch company was commanded by a very determined young artillery officer with no infantry experience at all. He pulled them back to Mahlsdorf, where they took up defensive positions in a cemetery. In the lull before the fighting began again, Tillery and a couple of others were sent to collect food offered by local civilians. They brought it back in a couple of milk churns. Tillery saw that there was some Volkssturm and a police battalion on their right. They all knew that it would not be long before the Russians appeared, feeling their way forward and firing mortars at any likely defensive position. There, on the eastern side of Berlin, the German remnants of the 9th Army faced the 5th Shock Army and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army. But then Zhukov pushed the 8th Guards Army further south towards the Spree. He wanted Chuikov and Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army, still working closely together, to enter Berlin from the southwest. This, he hoped, would preempt Konev's attempt to attack Berlin from that direction. On the 21st of April, some of Katukov's tank brigades advanced with the infantry of 8th Guards Army and captured Erkner, just south of Rudersdorf. To encircle the northern flank of Berlin, Zhukov had sent the 47th Army round towards Spandau and the 2nd Guards Tank Army to Oranienburg. Pressure from Stalin prompted the signal, "Due to the slowness of our advance, the Allies are approaching Berlin and will soon take it." The leading tank brigades, which were supposed to have reached the city the night before, were only at the outskirts by the evening of the 21st of April. Zhukov refused to acknowledge that a headlong advance with tanks in such surroundings involved heavy losses. Every house by the side of the road, every allotment or garden, almost every bush could contain a Hitler Youth or Volksstürmer armed with a Panzerfaust. Rifle regiments from the 3rd Shock Army and the 5th Shock Army also reached the northeastern suburbs of Malkau and Hohenschönhausen that night. 20 kilometers south of Berlin, in the huge underground headquarters at Zossen, there was a mood of profound anxiety. The day before, when the threat of Soviet tanks coming up from the south had arisen, General Krebs had sent off the OKH's small defense detachment in reconnaissance vehicles to investigate. At 6 a.m. on the 21st of April, Krebs's second aide, Captain Bolt, was woken by a telephone call. Senior Lieutenant Krankel, commanding the defense detachment, had just seen 40 Soviet tanks coming up the Baruth Road towards Zossen. He was about to engage them. Bolt knew that Krankel's light armoured vehicles stood no chance against T-34s. He informed Krebs, who rang the Reich Chancellery, to ask permission to relocate the headquarters. Hitler refused. Shortly before the 11 a.m. situation conference, tank guns could be heard clearly in the distance. One staff officer observed that the Russians could reach Zossen in half an hour. Another message arrived from Krankel. His attack had failed with heavy losses. There was nothing left to stop the enemy tanks. General Krebs appeared from his office. "If you're ready, gentlemen," he said, and thus began the very last conference of German General Staff officers. It was hard to keep their minds off their imminent capture by Soviet armoured forces and the prison camps which awaited them in Russia. But there was no more shooting. The tanks had halted north of Baruth because they were out of diesel. And finally, at 1 p.m., General Burgdorf rang from the Reich Chancellery. The OKH was to move its headquarters to a Luftwaffe base at Eiche, near Potsdam. Their companions in the adjoining OKW bunker system were to move to the nearby tank base at Kremnitz. The decision was taken only just in time. A larger convoy of vehicles and non-essential personnel left Zossen on a hazardous journey to the southwest, and then on down to Bavaria. They knew nothing of Lelushenko's tank brigades crossing their path ahead, but instead they were hit by one of the last Luftwaffe sorties. The German pilots misidentified their vehicles. The smaller party, meanwhile, headed for Potsdam, on a parallel route to Lelushenko's tanks. Late that afternoon, Soviet soldiers entered the concealed camp at Zossen with caution and amazement. The two complexes, known as Maybach I and Maybach II, lay side by side, hidden under trees and camouflage nets. It was not the mass of papers blowing about inside the low, zigzag-painted concrete buildings which surprised them, but the resident caretaker's guided tour. He led them down into a maze of galleried underground bunkers with generators, plotting maps, banks of telephones and teleprinters. Its chief wonder was the telephone exchange, which had linked the two supreme headquarters with Wehrmacht units in the days when the Third Reich had stretched from the Volga to the Pyrenees and from the North Cape to the Sahara. Apart from the caretaker, the only defenders left were 4 soldiers. 3 of them had surrendered immediately. The 4th could not, because he was dead drunk. A telephone suddenly rang. One of the Russian soldiers answered it. The caller was evidently a senior German officer, asking what was happening. "Ivan is here," the soldier replied in Russian, and told him to go to hell. Just as Krebs's staff officers were transferring with unseemly haste to the western side of Berlin, a rumour started that General Weidling had also moved his headquarters to Dobritz, just north of Potsdam. This was to lead to a black comedy 2 days later, when Hitler first wanted to execute Weidling for treason and cowardice, but then appointed him commander of the defense of Berlin. Hitler took the Soviet bombardment of Berlin as a personal affront, which, considering the slogans daubed on the Soviet shells, it was intended to be. His instinctive reaction was to blame the Luftwaffe for allowing this to happen. He threatened General Kuller with execution, not for the first time. The fact that the Luftwaffe had few serviceable aircraft left, and even less aviation fuel, did not concern him. Anger, he was convinced, lent him inspiration. The Soviet attempt to encircle the city from the north exposed their right flank. He would order a counterattack and cut them to ribbons. He remembered from the situation map the 3 SS Germanische Corps, commanded by Obergruppe Pennführer Felix Steiner, northwest of Eberswalde. Hitler refused to accept that Heinrici had already allocated most of its divisions to help the Ninth Army. Steiner's corps, a according to Army Group Vistula headquarters, consisted of no more than 3 battalions and a few tanks. Hitler, oblivious of reality, began to talk about Army Detachment Steiner, an inflation which was grandiose even by his own standards. He argued that it could in any case be reinforced with all the units from CI Corps which had retreated north of Berlin. He even thought of Göring's Luftwaffe bodyguard at Karenhal, but they had already departed. Every soldier, sailor and airman who could be scraped together would be thrown into battle, and any commander who held back his men faced execution within 5 hours. Hitler had always taken as gospel the remark of Frederick the Great, "Whoever throws his last battalion into the struggle will be the winner." It bolstered his fantasy that reckless gambling with the lives of others was the mark of greatness. Steiner, when he received the telephone call from the Führer bunker, was dumbfounded by Hitler's order to attack. After collecting his thoughts, he rang Krebs back to remind him of the true situation. But Krebs was standing almost next to Hitler. By then it was too late. Steiner received an official order to launch a counterattack against the right flank of the First Belarusian Front. He and his officers were also threatened with execution if they failed to obey. When Heinrichi was informed a little later, he rang the Reich Chancellery to protest at this lunacy. Krebs told him that the decision had been made and that he could not speak to the Führer, who was too busy to talk to him. Hitler, during the course of that night of madness, also sacked General Rehmann as commander for the defense of Berlin. General Burgdorf had convinced Hitler that he was no good, and Goebbels had taken against him ever since he refused to move his headquarters into the Zoo bunker alongside his own, as Reich Commissioner for the defense of Berlin. Rehmann was made commandant of a weak division in Potsdam instead, which received the title Army Group Spree. 2 replacements were considered and rejected. Hitler then chose a Colonel Cather, whose main qualification for the task was that he happened to be the chief National Socialist Führungsoffizier, the Nazi copy of the Soviet military commissar. Cather was promoted to Major General and then Lieutenant General, but the appointment was cancelled the following day. Berlin was without a commander, just as the Red Army was entering the suburbs. For Zhukov, the pace of advance was still far too slow. Sunday, the 22nd of April, had been the target date for capturing Berlin, yet his leading divisions were still on the periphery. On that morning, he signalled to his army commanders, "The defence of Berlin is weakly organised, but the operation of our troops is progressing very slowly." He ordered a 24-hour-a-day advance. But the fact of its being Lenin's birthday still encouraged political departments to distribute more symbolic red banners to be raised over prominent buildings. The Russians were unimpressed by the spray. One officer described it as a dirty, swampy little river. But just as Zhukov had underestimated the defensive strength of the Seelow Heights, he had also overlooked the networks of rivers, canals and lakes in this forested area of Brandenburg. It was thanks only to the great experience of reconnaissance companies in swimming attacks across rivers during the 2-year advance and the bridging skills and bravery of Soviet sappers that the advance did not take longer. The 1st Guards Tank Army prepared to build a pontoon bridge across the Spree near Köpenick, even though still some way off. The 8th Guards Army, working with the tanks, was forcing Weidling's LVI Corps back into the city without realizing it. On their right, the 5th Shock Army pushed into the eastern suburbs, and further round, the 3rd Shock Army was ordered to advance into the central northern suburbs and then down towards the center. On its right, the 2nd Guards Tank Army was to enter the city via Simonstadt and head for Charlottenburg. Finally, the 47th Army, after astonishing French prisoners of war in Oranienburg with their carts and Bowsers towed by camels, moved further westwards to finish the encirclement of the northern half of the city. Early that Sunday morning, General Weidling summoned his divisional commanders to discuss the situation with them. They all, with one exception, wanted to fight their way through southwards to join up with General Busse and the other two corps of the Ninth Army. The exception was Brigadeführer Ziegler of the SS Nordland Division, who, to Weidling's fury, made no secret of wanting to rejoin Steiner. Nobody knows whether this was prompted entirely by SS tribalism, or was also a way of pulling his Scandinavian volunteers back into an SS stronghold near the Danish border. The Nordland continued to defend Mahlsdorf and the entrance to Berlin along Reichsstrasse 1. In Friedrichsfelde, one of its detachments rounded up French prisoners of war and forced them to dig trenches at gunpoint. After heavy attacks in the middle of the day, the division pulled back into Karlshorst. One of its detachments dug in beside the track for trotting races, setting up mortar positions. But it was not long before they themselves came under heavy fire, with Soviet shells exploding in the stands and stable blocks. It was by now almost a week since soldiers had seen the last of their iron rations, which often consisted of no more than a tin of processed cheese, a Dauerbrot or long-life bread, and a water bottle full of coffee or tea. Now the best they could hope for was a tin of pork, left on the shelf of an abandoned house which they stabbed open with their bayonet. They were filthy, bearded, and had bloodshot eyes. Conditions for the bulk of the Ninth Army to their southeast were even worse. Hitler's orders to hold on to the line of the Oder were senseless. The remnants of the XSS Panzer Corps, the VSS Mountain Corps, and the Frankfurt garrison began to pull back into the Spreewald from different directions. Men moved singly or in groups. There were few formed units left, and hardly any capable of taking orders from Buss's headquarters. Vehicles were abandoned as they ran out of fuel along the way. Odd detachments were left behind as a covering force, but their resistance did not last long. Reinhard Appel, one of the Hitler youth trained at the Olympic Stadium, formed part of a group detailed to replace SS troops from the 30. Faneuil Division, not far from Mulrose. His life was saved by an old sergeant, highly decorated from the Eastern Front. As the Soviet soldiers advanced, Appel, in a desperate attempt to sell his life dearly, raised himself ready to throw a grenade. The sergeant grabbed his arm and prized the grenade from his grasp. He yelled at the boy that it was mad to try to be brave in a hopeless position. The Russians would just wipe out everyone in the bunker. He had a white handkerchief attached to a stick and raised his arms in surrender as the Soviet soldiers appeared with their submachine guns. With cries of "Wojna kaputt," the wars had it, and "Hitler kaputt," the Russians rushed forward to strip the young soldiers of weapons, which they threw to one side, then grabbed their watches. The boys and the old sergeant were ordered to march eastwards towards the Oder. 80 kilometers to their rear, reconnaissance detachments of the Third Guards Tank Army had reached Königs Wusterhausen the evening before. It represented an advance from the Neisse of 174 kilometers in less than 6 days. They were separated from Chukov's 8th Guards Army on the north bank of the Mughal Sea by a network of lakes and waterways in between. The two Soviet armies and this barrier effectively meant that Buss's remaining portion of the Ninth Army was now encircled. Marshal Konev, warned by air reconnaissance of the mass of enemy troops in the Spreewald on his right, speeded up. The 28th Army's move forward in trucks. These divisions were intended to seal the gap between Gordov's Third Guards Army, finishing off the German forces round Cottbus, and the Third Guards Tank Army, pushing on to Berlin. Konev decided to reinforce Rybalko's tank army with an artillery breakthrough corps, a powerful hammer, and an anti-aircraft division. By the evening of the 22nd of April, all three of Rybalko's corps had reached the Teltow Canal, the southern rim of Berlin's perimeter defense line. The German defenders were completely surprised to find themselves face to face with Russian tanks. A Third Guards Tank Army report, in an unusually poetic phrase, described their arrival as unexpected as snow in the middle of summer. German communications were so bad that even Army Group Vistula headquarters knew nothing of this advance, and no steps were taken to remove the supplies from a large Wehrmacht ration store on the south side of the canal. On the contrary, even when the first Russian tank was only a few hundred meters away, the administrator refused to let rations be distributed to the Volkssturm troops on the north bank of the canal because a regulation issue certificate had not been filled out. He set fire to the provisions instead. The 9th Mechanized Corps had charged through Lichtenrad. The 6th Guards Tank Corps had captured Teltow, and just to its left, the 7th Guards Tank Corps had taken Stahnsdorf. Further to the west, part of Lelushenko's 4th Guards Tank Army was 10 kilometers short of Potsdam. Further out, 2 more of his corps were snaking round the western end of Berlin and were less than 40 kilometers away from Zhukov's 47th Army coming from the north. French prisoners in Stalag 3, close to the Teltow Canal, were enjoying a moment of spring warmth when there was a rush to the barbed wire perimeter. At about 5 in the afternoon, one of them recorded, the first Russian soldier appeared. He was walking jauntily, quite erect, submachine gun at his waist, ready to fire. He was walking along the ditch beside the road. He did not even bother to look at our camp. A little later, however, Soviet officers entered the camp. The Russian prisoners there were ordered to fall in. They were handed a rifle or submachine gun and expected to go straight into action. Another French prisoner of war on the southeastern side of the city happened to see a Hitler youth aged 13 or 14 with the face of a child in spite of his helmet in a foxhole, awkwardly gripping a Panzerfaust. The boy seemed to have no doubt that the hole in the ground would become his grave the next day. In their rapid progress north, Konev's tank brigades had overtaken carts loaded with civilians, some of whom, on closer inspection, turned out to be German soldiers who had concealed their uniforms. Those soldiers, who managed to slip westwards through the rear of Lelushenko's 4th Guards Tank Army, spread word of its advance. In addition to the 3 corps encircling Berlin from the west, the 5th Guards Mechanized Corps was moving towards the Elbe, ready to block any attempt by Wenck's 12th Army to join up with Busse's 9th Army. At the improvised hospital complex in the barracks near Bielitz-Heilstatten, Sister Ruth Schwarz, who had helped evacuate the sick children from Potsdam, was horrified to hear on the 21st of April that the Russians were already at Jüterbog. That was less than 40 kilometers away. Emergency rations of chocolate, dry sausage and crisp bread were distributed to the different wards. Nurses slept at least 4 to a room, hoping that that might protect them when the Russian soldiers came. Their hearts raced in fear on news of the Soviet advance. On the 22nd of April, they heard that the Red Army had reached Schönefeld, just 10 kilometers away. Mother Superior Elizabeth von Cleve, who had arrived with part of the staff and adult patients from Potsdam, set up an altar with candles and had hundreds of patients wheeled in for an impromptu service to provide consolation. When they sang Ein Festeburg ist unser Gott, tears ran down faces. Their only hope seemed to lie in rumours that Bielitz-Heilstatten had been declared an international zone under Swiss supervision. But this evaporated the next morning when they heard that Soviet troops had reached Bielitz and were plundering, torching and raping. I immediately took out my small nail scissors for the direst emergency, recorded Sister Ruth Schwarz, and the nurses carried on with their work. Soviet military authorities had their own problems in the rear areas. Groups of German officers and soldiers bypassed on the Seelow Heights were trying to slip back westwards. Desperate for food, they were ambushing the horse-drawn supply carts and even individual Red Army soldiers to get their bread bags. Now approaching the climax of the war, NKVD rifle regiments continued to react with their usual suspicion, a lack of proportion. On the 22nd of April, one regiment reported, a Red Army cook, Maria Mazurkovich, met officers of a division in which she had worked previously and went with them by car. This means that she deserted. We are taking every step to find her. This was at a time when virtually no steps were taken to stop rape or looting or even murder. Vasily Grossman, who was returning to the First Belarusian Front from Moscow, came via Zhukov's rear headquarters at Landsberg. Children are playing soldiers on a flat roof, he wrote in his notebook. This is at the very moment when German imperialism is being finished in Berlin, and here the boys with wooden swords and clubs and long legs and blonde fringes in their hair cut short at the back of the head are shouting, jumping, leaping and stabbing at one another. It's eternal. It can never be eliminated from mankind. But this pessimistic mood did not last long. He found Brandenburg bathed in sunshine and was struck by the dachas closer to Berlin. Everything, he noted, is covered with flowers, tulips, lilac, apple trees, plum trees. The birds are singing. Nature feels no pity for the last days of fascism. He watched a column of ex-prisoners of war moving in carts, on foot, limping with the aid of sticks, pushing prams and wheelbarrows. They too displayed improvised national flags. French poilus have managed to keep their pipes, he observed. One of the signs of the fall of fascism was the accelerating breakdown of German propaganda services. On the 21st of April, the Transocean News Agency fell silent, and so did the Reichssender Berlin. The following day, the pro-Nazi Irish nationalists at Irland Redaktion blamed the British and Americans for reducing Europe to a Soviet zone of influence. It was their penultimate broadcast. The transmitter at Nauen was captured 2 days later. More and more Berliners had been taking the risk of listening to the BBC on the wireless and even dared to discuss its news. But power cuts were now creating a more effective censorship of foreign broadcasts than the police state had ever achieved. London had little idea of the great Soviet offensive, but its announcement that Sachsenhausen-Oranienburg concentration camp had been liberated just north of Berlin gave a good idea of Red Army progress and its intention to encircle the city. The indication of the horrors found there was also another reminder of the vengeance which Berlin faced. This did not stop most Berliners from convincing themselves that the concentration camp stories must be enemy propaganda. Apart from broadcasts heard on battery-operated radios and a few announcements on posters about rations, most news now came by word of mouth. Rumour and fact became even more difficult to disentangle. A sense of nightmare unreality pervaded the city as it awaited its doom on that day of bright spring sunshine and heavy showers. Comparisons with its recent status as the imperial capital of occupied Europe were inescapable. Once grandiose buildings were reduced to mere facades, with the sky visible through the upper windows, and the decline from mechanized military power was underlined by the sight of German soldiers driving hay wagons drawn by small Polish horses. The constant background of Kazakov's artillery bombardment set nerves on edge. People found that the phrase "the thunder of guns" was not one of those bombastic clichés of war, but an entirely accurate description. The sound rolled and echoed, especially in courtyards behind buildings, just like a storm. Everyone was afraid, but women had most to fear. An anonymous diarist recorded that although women in ration queues discussed every advance of the enemy, there was an unspoken agreement. Not a single woman talked about it. "These are strange times," she added in the large sales ledger, which she used as her diary. One experiences history in the making, things which one day will fill the history books. But while living through it, everything dissolves into petty worries and fears. History is very tiresome. Tomorrow I'm going to look for nettles and try to find some coal. Hitler, on the other hand, had by now realized that history was all that was left to him, except that his notion of history was fatally dominated by an obsessive desire for immortality. Unlike Himmler, he did not try to change his image with concessions. If anything, his addiction to bloodshed and destruction intensified. One of the main reasons for his decision to stay on in Berlin was quite simple. The fall of Berchtesgaden did not have quite the same ring as the fall of Berlin. Nor did it offer the same spectacular images of smashed monuments and blazing buildings. During the night of the 21st of April, Hitler had almost collapsed after ordering the Steiner counterattack. His doctor, Morel, found him in such low spirits that he suggested an injection to revive him. Hitler went into a frenzy. He was convinced that the generals wanted to drug him with morphine and put him on a plane to Salzburg. It appears that he spent most of his days and nights in the bunker, when not in situation conferences, sitting in his room, lost in thought, often gazing at the portrait of Frederick the Great. It had become his icon. For most of the morning of the 22nd of April, Hitler feverishly demanded news of Steiner's attack from the north. He told General Koller, the Luftwaffe chief of staff, to send up aircraft to see if Steiner's troops had yet started to move. He contacted Himmler to ask him. The Reichsführer SS had not the slightest idea of what was going on. He and his chameleon eminence, Gruppenführer Walter Schellenberg, was still preoccupied with the idea of secret overtures to the Western Allies through Count Bernadotte. Himmler just made a guardedly optimistic reply, which Hitler seized upon as fact. At the midday situation conference, however, Hitler heard for certain that Steiner had not moved. Soviet forces had also broken the perimeter defense ring in the north of the city. He began to scream and yell. The SS was betraying him now, as well as the army. This rage was far worse than any of his rows with Guderian. Eventually he collapsed into an armchair, drained and weeping. He said quite openly for the first time that the war was lost. Keitel, Jodl, Krebs and Bergdorf were shaken. Hitler went on to say that because he could not die fighting, because he was too weak, he would simply shoot himself to avoid falling into the hands of the enemy. They tried to persuade him to leave for Berchtesgaden, but he had clearly made up his mind. He ordered Keitel, Jodl and Bormann to leave for the south, but they refused. Anyone else who wanted to go could go, he told them, but he was staying in Berlin to the end. He wanted an announcement made to that effect. Goebbels was summoned to the Reich Chancellery to help persuade him to leave, but he was the worst choice, since he was already determined to stay himself. He spoke alone with Hitler in his room for some time, trying to calm him down. When Goebbels came out, he told those waiting outside that the Führer had asked him to bring his family into the bunker. It would appear that Goebbels had told Hitler during this conversation that he and his wife Magda had already decided to kill their 6 children and then themselves. Hitler, to the surprise of his distraught entourage, re-emerged in calmer mood. Jodl had suggested that General Wenck's 12th Army could be turned around from facing the Americans on the Elbe and ordered to relieve Berlin. Hitler seized on this idea. General Field Marshal Keitel, wrote Jodl, was ordered to coordinate the actions of the 12th Army and the 9th Army, which was breaking out of its encirclement. Keitel offered to leave immediately, but Hitler insisted that he first sat down, while servants brought him a meal, as well as sandwiches for his journey, and half a bottle of cognac and chocolate as iron rations. Keitel then left for Wenck's headquarters, and Jodl for the new OKW base at Krampnitz, north of Potsdam. The debate over Hitler's degree of sanity or madness can never be resolved. But Colonel de Maizière, who was there on that evening of Sunday, the 22nd of April, and who had observed him closely during numerous situation conferences, was convinced that his mental sickness consisted of a hypertrophic self-identification with the German people. This may well explain why he felt that the population of Berlin should share his suicide. But he also seemed to experience real pleasure in casualties among his own men, as well as those of the enemy. "Losses can never be too high," he had exclaimed to Field Marshal von Reichenau in 1942, when informed of heavy casualties in the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. They sow the seeds of future glory. Operation Seraglio, the evacuation to Berchtesgaden, was accelerated. A party prepared to leave early the next day. Admiral von Puttkamer, Hitler's naval aide, had been given the task of destroying all Hitler's public papers at the Berghof. Julius Schaub, Hitler's personal adjutant, who had dealt with all the papers in the Reich Chancellery and bunker, was to destroy all his private correspondence. 2 of the 4 secretaries had already been sent southwards. Dr. Morel, who was apparently trembling with fear, managed to attach himself to the party. He took with him a German army footlocker full of Hitler's medical records. Allied intelligence services heard far more extravagant rumors of escape from Berlin. The State Department in Washington, D.C. was warned by its embassy in Madrid that the chiefs planned to get to Japan by way of Norway. Heinkel 177S will take them to Norway, and there, already waiting, are planes, probably Vikings, for the non-stop flight to Japan. This was no doubt the wishful thinking of Nazis in Spain, who also talked of U-boats being provisioned to take food to Germany, and perhaps to bring out Nazi leaders. There exist in Switzerland several hospitals where, under cover of wounds or illness, Germans are hospitalized. In reality, these are important personalities to be saved. The claim that camouflaged German planes continue to bring in notables to Spain was, however, much closer to the truth. Pierre Laval, the former Prime Minister of Vichy France, was among those flown out of Germany to Barcelona in unmarked Junkers transports. Franco felt obliged to return Laval to France, but a number of Nazis obtained sanctuary. The exodus meant that rooms in the bunker and Reich Chancellery were liberated. Major Freytag von Loringhoven, who had moved into the bunker with General Krebs, found that the ventilation system worked well. But in the tiny conference room, with 15 to 20 people in there, the air became almost unbreathable. Hitler was the only one to sit. The others were almost asleep on their feet. The bombing and shelling began to create cracks in the walls, and dust seeped out into the air. Since smoking was strictly forbidden in the lower Führer bunker, those desperate for a cigarette had to creep up a floor to the upper bunker. Despite these inconveniences, the bunker and the Reich Chancellery cellars were superbly stocked with food and alcohol. The generous supplies of drink did not contribute to clear thinking. In the bunker, Colonel de Maizière noted, an atmosphere of disintegration reigned. One saw drunkenness and dejection, yet also men of all ranks acting in a frantic manner. Discipline had ceased to exist. This dissipation appeared to provide a striking contrast with the Nazi notion of family values when Frau Goebbels arrived, leading her 6 children, and yet both contained exactly the same currents of sentimentality, self-pity, and brutality. Freytag von Loringhoven was at the bottom of the stairs when he suddenly saw Magda Goebbels descend the concrete stairs, followed by her 6 children. She looked sehr damenhaft, very ladylike. The 6 children behind ranged from 12 years old down to 5. Helga, Hilda, Helmut, Holder, Hedda, and Haida. Their first names, all beginning with the same letter, had not been chosen like a class of warships, but to honor the place in the alphabet marked by the Führer's name. They descended the stairs like a school crocodile. Their pale faces stood out against their dark coats. Helga, the oldest, looked very sad, but she did not cry. Hitler knew and approved of the decision by Josef and Magda Goebbels to kill their children before they killed themselves. This proof of total loyalty prompted him to present her with his own gold Nazi Party badge, which he always wore on his tunic. The arrival of the children in the bunker had a momentarily sobering effect. Everyone who saw them enter knew that they would be murdered by their parents as part of a Führerdämmerung. After his terrible emotional storm in the early afternoon, Hitler rested in his small bunker sitting room with Eva Braun. He summoned his two remaining secretaries, Gerda Christian and Traudl Junge, his Austrian dietitian, Constanze Manziali, and Bormann's secretary, Elsa Kruger. Hitler told the women that they must prepare to leave for the Berghof like the others. Eva Braun smiled and went to him. "You know that I am never going to leave you," she said. "I will stay by your side." He pulled her head down to him and in front of everybody kissed her full on the lips. This act astonished all who knew him. Traudl Junge and Gerda Christian said that they would stay too. Hitler looked at them fondly. "If only my generals had been as brave as you," he said. He dispensed cyanide pills to them as a farewell present. It was presumably soon after this that Eva Braun went to type a last letter to her best friend, Hertha Ostermeier. This was to accompany all her jewels. One of the men about to fly south was waiting to take the package for her. She told Hertha in the letter that the jewels were to be distributed according to her will. Their value would help friends and family keep their heads above water in the days to come. "Forgive me if this is a bit confused," she wrote, "but I am surrounded by the 6 children of Goebbels, and they are not being quiet. What should I say to you? I cannot understand how it should have all come to this, but it is impossible to believe any more in a God." 19. The bombarded city. On the 23rd of April, the Nazi-controlled radio station in Prague claimed that the Führer's decision to stay in the capital of the Reich gave the battle a European significance. The same morning, the headline of the newspaper of the Third Shock Army read, "Motherland rejoice, we are on the streets of Berlin." National Socialism had laid claim to an international cause, while international communism had become unashamedly patriotic. For the civilians of Berlin, ideological causes made little difference anymore. Survival was what counted under the bombardment. Worse was to come. General Kazakov was bringing in 600 siege guns on specially widened tracks along the line leading to the Schlesische Bahnhof in the east of the city. Each shell weighed half a ton. Apart from the 3 flak towers, one of the largest refuges in Berlin was the Anhalter Bahnhof bunker, next to the main station. Built in ferro-concrete, with 3 stories above ground and 2 below, its walls were up to 4.5 meters thick. Pine seats and tables had been provided by the authorities, as well as emergency supplies of tinned sardines, but neither lasted long when both fuel and food were in such short supply. The Anhalter bunker's great advantage was its direct link to the U-Bahn tunnels. Even though the trains were not running, people could walk the 5 kilometers to the Nordbahnhof without ever being exposed. The conditions in the bunker became appalling, with up to 12,000 people crammed into 3,600 square meters. The crush was so great that nobody could have reached the lavatory, even if it had been open. One woman described how she spent 6 days on the same step. For hygienic Germans, it was a great ordeal, but with water supplies cut, drinking water was a far higher priority. There was a pump which still worked outside the station, and young women near the entrance took the risk of running with a pail to fetch water. Many were killed because the station was a prime target for Soviet artillery. But those who made it back alive earned eternal gratitude from those too weak to fetch it for themselves. Or they bartered sips for food from those who lacked the courage to run the gauntlet themselves. At the anti-tank barriers set up at major intersections, the Feldgendarmerie checked papers, ready to arrest and execute any deserters. In cellars, a growing trickle of German officers and soldiers began to appear in civilian clothes. Desertion suddenly seems quite natural, almost creditable, a woman diarist noted on that morning of Monday, the 23rd of April. She thought of Leonidas's 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, about whom they had heard so much at school. Maybe here and there 300 German soldiers would behave in the same way, 3 million would not. The greater the crowd, the less the chance for schoolbook heroism. By nature, we women don't appreciate it much either. We're sensible, practical, opportunistic. We prefer men alive. When she went in search of coal later that morning along the S-Bahn tracks, she found that the tunnel to the south was already blocked against the Russians on the southern rim of the city. She heard from bystanders that a man accused of desertion had been hanged at the other end of the tunnel. Apparently he had been hanged with his feet not very far off the ground, and some boys had been amusing themselves by twisting the corpse round and making it spin back. On her way home she was horrified by the sight of soft-faced children under huge steel helmets, so tiny and thin in uniforms far too large for them. She wondered why she was so outraged by this abuse of children, when if they had been just a few years older, she would have been far less upset. She concluded that some rule of nature, which protected the survival of the species, was being broken by throwing immature humans into battle. To take that step was a symptom of madness. Perhaps as a side effect of this law linking death with sexual maturity, the arrival of the enemy at the edge of the city made young soldiers desperate to lose their virginity. Girls, well aware of the high risk of rape, preferred to give themselves to almost any German boy first than to a drunken and probably violent Soviet soldier. In the broadcasting centre of the Großdeutscher Rundfunk on the Masserenallee, 2/3 of the 500-strong staff were young women, many little more than 18. There, in the last week of April, a real feeling of disintegration spread, with heavy drinking and indiscriminate copulation amid the stacks of the sound archive. There was also a good deal of sexual activity between people of various ages in unlit cellars and bunkers. The aphrodisiac effect of mortal danger is hardly an unknown historical phenomenon. A Norwegian journalist describing the atmosphere in the city claimed that boys and girls in uniform simply gave in to their impulses in a hectic search for pleasure. But this showed a lack of understanding, especially for the girls facing the prospect of rape. In any case, apart from those coupling round the zoo bunker, and in the Tiergarten's rhododendron bushes, which were just coming into flower amid the wreckage, many others simply cuddled each other in a desperate need for reassurance. The other instinct of the moment was to hoard like a squirrel. Gerda Peterson, a 19-year-old secretary with Lufthansa, was at home in Neukölln, not far from an S-Bahn station, when word spread in the neighbourhood that a Luftwaffe rations wagon was stranded on the track. Women rushed down to loot it. They plunged into boxes and crates to grab at anything. Gerda saw a woman nearby with her arms full of lavatory paper just as Russian planes attacked, strafing with machine gun fire and dropping small bombs. Gerda rolled under a wagon. The woman with lavatory paper in her arms was killed. What a thing to die for, Gerda thought. The last thing she grabbed before running back to their apartment building was a packet of pilot's emergency rations containing Coca-Cola and small malt tablets. These tablets were to prove very useful in an unexpected way. There has been a dramatic account of the looting of the Karstadt department store in the Hermannplatz, where queuing shoppers had been blown to pieces during the first artillery bombardment on the 21st of April. According to this story, SS troops allowed civilians to take what they wanted before they blew the place up. The explosion was said to have killed many over-eager looters, but in fact when the SS Nordland Division took over the store several days later, they did not want to blow it up. They needed Karstadt's twin towers as observation posts, to watch the Soviet advance on Neukölln and the Tempelhof aerodrome. Once the electricity supply failed and wirelesses ceased working, the rumour mill became the only news available. More false stories than true ran around Berlin. One claimed that Field Marshal Model had not committed suicide. He had been secretly arrested by the Gestapo. The regime's own smokescreen of lies made almost anything believable, however inaccurate. The 7th Department of the First Belarusian Front launched a propaganda blitz on Berlin with airdropped leaflets telling German soldiers that it was hopeless to fight on. A Soviet prison was the only way to save their lives, which were not worth losing for the fascist government. Others were safe conduct passes to be shown to Red Army soldiers when surrendering. The department claimed success because almost 50% of Germans who surrendered in Berlin had one of the leaflets and showed it to their Soviet captors. Altogether, 95 different leaflets, almost 50 million copies in all, were dropped. Others, around 1.66 million, were distributed by German civilians and soldiers who were sent back across the lines. During the Berlin operation, 2,365 civilians were sent back to infiltrate the city. Also, 2,130 German prisoners of war were sent back, of whom 1,845 returned, bringing a further 8,340 prisoners. This tactic was deemed to be such a success that the commander of the Third Shock Army ordered the mass release of German prisoners of war under the supervision of political officers. Indoctrinated former prisoners of war, Seidlitztruppen, as the German authorities termed them, were sent through the lines to Berlin with letters written to families by recently captured prisoners. Corporal Max S., for example, wrote to his parents, "My beloved relatives, yesterday I became a prisoner of the Russians. We had been told that Russians shoot their prisoners, but this isn't true. The Russians are treating their prisoners very well. They fed me and warmed me up. I am feeling well. The war will end soon, and I'll see you again soon, my dear ones. Don't worry about me. I am alive and healthy." The phrasing and formulae in the letter suggest that it was dictated by a Russian officer, but even so, the word-of-mouth effect of such missives was worth far more than tens of thousands of leaflets. One leaflet, dropped over the capital itself, was addressed to the women of Berlin. Because the fascist clique is afraid of punishment, it is hoping to prolong the war, but you women have nothing to be afraid of. No one will touch you. It then urged them to persuade German officers and soldiers to capitulate. Since the political officers must have known the trail of mass violation in the wake of the advance through German territory, this was a breathtaking reassurance, even by most standards of wartime propaganda. Soviet propagandists also organized radio broadcasts by women, actors, priests, and professors to reassure their listeners that they would not be harmed in any way. A more effective message came in a letter from the inhabitants of Friedrichshafen to the Berlin garrison. The day after the arrival of the Red Army, life returned to normal, it read. Food supplies recommenced. The inhabitants of Friedrichshafen tell you not to believe the false propaganda of Goebbels about the Red Army. The fear of starvation, above all the starvation of children, seems to have represented a greater fear for many women than the danger of rape. Field Marshal Keitel, who had left the Führer bunker the evening before with the sandwiches, chocolate and cognac provided by a solicitous Hitler, had driven southwestwards from the capital. He was fortunate not to encounter any of Lelyushenko's tanks. Keitel headed first to the headquarters of Tieck's Corps at Wiesenburg, only 30 kilometers short of the American bridgehead at Zerbst. General Kohler's corps consisted mainly of so-called young divisions, largely those called up for pre-military training in the Reich Labor Service. They were far from fully trained, but they certainly did not lack spirit, as General Wenck had soon found. In the early hours of the 23rd of April, Keitel moved to the nearby headquarters of the 12th Army in a forestry station. He was met by General Wenck and his Chief of Staff, Colonel Reichhelm. There could not have been a greater contrast between the Field Marshal and the General. Keitel was pompous, vain, stupid, brutal, and obsequious to his Führer. Wenck, who looked young, despite his silver hair, was extremely intelligent and greatly liked by both colleagues and his soldiers. Colonel Reichhelm, his Chief of Staff, said of their visitor that he was an outstanding sergeant, but no field marshal. This was a mild criticism. Keitel, of all the generals who sided unconditionally with Hitler, was hated as the chief gravedigger of the army. Keitel began lecturing Wenck and Reichhelm on the need for the 12th Army to save the Führer in Berlin. He ranted as if addressing a Nazi Party rally and waved his field marshal's baton. "We let him talk and we let him leave," Reichhelm said later. But Wenck already had another idea. He would indeed attack towards Berlin as ordered, but not to save Hitler. He wanted to force open a corridor from the Elbe to allow soldiers and civilians to escape both the senseless fighting and the Red Army. It was to be a Rettungsaktion, a rescue operation. Hitler, not trusting any general, insisted that his Führer order to the 12th Army should be broadcast over the radio, addressed to the Soldaten der Armee Wenck. It was probably the only time in history that military orders were deliberately made public in the middle of a battle. This was immediately followed by the Werwolf-Sender radio station, which announced that the Führer has issued orders from Berlin that units fighting the Americans rapidly be transferred east to defend Berlin. 16 divisions are already moving and can be expected to arrive in Berlin at any hour. The whole purpose was to deceive the population of Berlin into believing that the Americans were now supporting the Germans against the Red Army. By chance, that day, American air activity over the central Elbe suddenly halted. It was a huge relief for 12th Army soldiers. Wenck and his staff knew that Keitel was as much of a fantasist as Hitler. Any suggestion of tackling two Soviet tank armies when they lacked battle-worthy tanks was grotesque. "So we made up our own orders," said Colonel Humboldt, the chief operations officer. Wenck planned to drive on Potsdam with one force, while the bulk of the army would advance eastwards, south of Berlin, to join up with Busse and help his 9th Army escape. We were in radio contact with Busse and knew where he was. Only a light screen of troops would be left facing the Americans. Detailed orders were issued rapidly, and later that day, General Wenck drove in a Kubelwagen to address the young soldiers, both those who were to attack northeastwards towards Potsdam and those who were to attack towards Treuenbrietzen and Balitz, where the hospital complex was threatened. "Boys, you've got to go in once more," Wenck told them. "It's not about Berlin anymore. It's not about the Reich anymore." Their task was to save people from the fighting and the Russians. Hans-Dietrich Genscher, a young sapper with the 12th Army, described their emotions as a feeling of loyalty, a sense of responsibility, and comradeship. Wenck's leadership struck a powerful chord, even if reactions varied between those who believed in a humanitarian operation and those keener to take on the Russians instead of the Western Allies. "So, about turn," wrote Peter Rettich, the battalion commander of the Scharnhorst division, which had taken such a hammering from the Americans. "And now it's quick march to the east against the Ivans." The other key German general in the battle for Berlin to emerge at this time was General Helmuth Weidling, the commander of the LVI Panzer Corps. Weidling looked rather like a professorial version of Erich von Stroheim, only with hair. On the morning of the 23rd of April, Weidling rang the Führer bunker to report. General Krebs replied with conspicuous coldness and informed him that he had been condemned to death. Demonstrating a remarkable moral and physical courage, he turned up at the Führer bunker that afternoon. Hitler was clearly impressed, so much so that he decided that the man he had wanted to execute for cowardice was the man to command the defense of the Reich capital. It was, as Colonel Raffier observed, a tragi-comedy typical of the regime. Weidling's LVI Panzer Corps was considerably reduced. Only fragments remained of the 9th Parachute Division. The Müncherberg Panzer Division was reduced to remnants, and although the 20th Panzergrenadier Division was in better shape, its commander, Major General Scholz, had committed suicide shortly after entering Berlin. Only the Nordland and the 18th Panzergrenadier Division remained in a relatively battle-worthy condition. Weidling decided to hold back the 18th Panzergrenadier Division in reserve for counterattack. The other formations were distributed around the different defence sectors to act as Korsettstangen, corset stiffeners. The defence of the city had been organised into 8 sectors, designated by the letters A to H. Each was commanded by a general or colonel, but few of them had any front experience. Inside the perimeter defence line, an inner defence ring followed the circular track of the S-Bahn city railway. The innermost area was bound by the Landwehr Canal on the south and the River Spree on the north side. The only real strong points were the 3 concrete flak towers, the Zoobunker, the Humboldthain, and the Friedrichshain. They had plenty of ammunition for their 128 mm and 20 mm guns, as well as good communications with underground telephone cables. Their greatest problem was to be overfilled with wounded and civilians in their thousands. Weidling found that he was supposed to defend Berlin from 1.5 million Soviet troops, with around 45,000 Wehrmacht and SS troops, including his own corps, and just over 40,000 Volkssturm. Almost all the 60 tanks in the city came from his own formations. There was also supposed to be a Panzerjagd battalion equipped with Volkswagens, each of which was fitted with a rack for 6 anti-tank rockets, but nobody could find any trace of it. In the central government district, Brigadeführer Munke commanded over 2,000 men from his base in the Reich Chancellery. The most immediate threat which Weidling faced on the afternoon of the 23rd of April was the assault on the east and southeast of the city from the 5th Shock Army, the 8th Guards Army, and the 1st Guards Tank Army. That night, armoured vehicles, which were still battle-worthy, were ordered back to Tempelhof Aerodrome to refuel. There, amid an expanse of wrecked Luftwaffe fighter planes, mainly Focke-Wulfs, the armoured vehicles filled up at a depot by the huge administration building. They received an order to prepare to counterattack southeastwards towards Brits. They were reinforced with a few King Tiger tanks and some Nebelwerfer rocket launchers, but the main anti-tank weapon of this force was the Stuka on foot, a joke name for the Panzerfaust. After his visit to the 12th Army, Keitel returned to the Reich Chancellery at 3 p.m. He and Jodl went to see Hitler for the last time. On their return to the temporary OKW headquarters at Krampnitz, they heard that Russian forces were approaching from the north. This was the 47th Army, and the camp was abandoned in the early hours of the morning. It continued to be a busy afternoon in the Führer bunker after Weidling's departure. Hitler, seizing on Keitel's report on his visit to the 12th Army, gave himself another injection of optimistic fantasy. A hopeless addict, he felt a renewed conviction that the Red Army could be defeated. Then Albert Speer, to everyone's surprise, and to a certain degree his own, returned to Berlin to see Hitler for the very last time. The leave-taking on Hitler's birthday had been unsatisfactory for him when surrounded by so many others. Despite changing feelings about his Führer and patron, he evidently still experienced an egotistical charge from this extraordinary friendship, which some have termed homoerotic. Speer had driven from Hamburg, trying to avoid roads clogged with refugees, then found that his way was blocked. The Red Army had reached Nauen. He went back to a Luftwaffe airfield, where he commandeered a 2-seater Focke-Wulf trainer, and then flew to Gatow airfield on the western edge of Berlin. From there, a Fieseler Storch spotter plane had brought him into the centre, landing at dusk short of the Brandenburg Gate on the east-west axis. Eva Braun, who had always adored Speer, was overjoyed to see him, partly because she had predicted that he would return. Even Bormann, who loathed Speer out of jealousy, seemed pleased to see him and greeted him at the bottom of the stairs. Speer was probably the only person capable of persuading Hitler at this late hour to leave Berlin. For Bormann, who did not share the fascination with suicide of those around him, especially Goebbels, this was the only hope of saving his own neck. Hitler, Speer found, was calm, like an old man resigned to death. He asked questions about Grand Admiral Dönitz, and Speer sensed immediately that Hitler intended to nominate him as his successor. Hitler also asked his opinion about flying to Berchtesgaden or staying in Berlin. Speer said that he thought it would be better to end it all in Berlin rather than at his country retreat, where the legends would be hard to create. Hitler seemed reassured that Speer agreed with his decision. He then discussed suicide and Eva Braun's determination to die with him. Speer was still in the bunker on that evening of the 23rd of April, when Bormann rushed in with a signal from Göring in Bavaria. Göring had received from General Kohler a third-hand account of Hitler's breakdown the day before and his pronouncement that he would stay in Berlin and shoot himself. Göring was still the legal successor, and he must have feared that Bormann, Goebbels, or Himmler would stake a rival claim. He clearly did not know that Dönitz had been chosen as the unanointed heir. Göring spent over half a day discussing the situation with advisers and with General Kohler, who had flown down from Berlin that morning with the inaccurate version of what had been said in the Führer bunker. He then drafted the text which was transmitted to Berlin that night. My Führer, in view of your decision to remain at your post in the fortress of Berlin, do you agree that I take over at once the total leadership of the Reich, with full freedom of action at home and abroad, as your deputy, in accordance with your decree of the 29th of June, 1941? If no reply is received by 10 o'clock tonight, I shall take it for granted that you have lost your freedom of action, and shall consider the conditions of your decree as fulfilled, and shall act for the best interests of our country and our people. You know what I feel for you in this gravest hour of my life. Words fail me to express myself. May God protect you and speed you quickly here in spite of all. Your loyal Hermann Göring. It cannot have been hard for Bormann to have roused Hitler's suspicions. A second telegram from Göring to Ribbentrop, summoning him for discussions, helped convince Hitler that this was outright treason. Bormann immediately offered to draft a reply. A stinging rebuke stripped Göring of all his responsibilities, titles, and powers of command. He was, however, offered the option of retirement from all his posts on health grounds. This would save him from far graver charges. Göring had little option but to agree. Even so, on Bormann's orders, an SS guard surrounded the Berghof, and Göring effectively became a prisoner. As a further humiliation, the kitchens were locked, supposedly to prevent the disgraced Reichsmarschall from poisoning himself. After this drama, Speer visited Magda Goebbels. He found her pale from an angina attack, lying on a bed in a tiny concrete room. Goebbels would not leave them alone together for a moment. Later, when Hitler had retired about midnight, an orderly arrived with a message from Eva Braun asking Speer to visit her. She ordered champagne and cakes for the two of them, and they chatted about the past. Munich, skiing holidays together, and life at the Berghof. Speer had always liked Eva Braun, a simple Munich girl, a nobody whom he now admired for her dignity and almost a kind of gay serenity. The orderly returned at 3 a.m. to say that Hitler had risen again. Speer left her to make his final farewell to the man who had made him famous. It lasted only a few moments. Hitler was both brusque and distant. Speer, his former favourite, had ceased to exist in his mind. At some time during the course of that evening, Eva Braun wrote her last letter to Gretel Fegelein, her sister. "Hermann is not with us," she wrote of Gretel's husband. "He left for Nauen to gather a battalion or something of the sort." She did not know that Fegelein's journey to reach Nauen was in fact an aborted secret meeting with Himmler, which was part of the plot to make peace with the Western Allies. He wants to fight his way out in order to continue the resistance in Bavaria anyway for a time. She was clearly mistaken. Her brother-in-law had risen too far to want to be reduced to a mere partisan. Eva Braun, practical within her unworldliness, then proceeded to concentrate on business matters. She wanted Gretel to destroy all her private correspondence. On no account must Heise's bills be found. Heise was her dressmaker, and she did not want the public to know how extravagant she had been at the Führer's expense. Once again, she was concerned with the disposal of her jewellery. "My diamond watch is unfortunately being repaired," she wrote. Gretel was to track down SS Unterscharführer Stegemann, who had apparently arranged to have it repaired by a watchmaker, almost certainly Jewish, evacuated from Oranienburg concentration camp in one of the last death marches. 20 false hopes. Frightened Berliners could not resist believing Goebbels when he promised that Wenck's army was coming to save them. They were also encouraged to believe in the rumour that the Americans were joining in the battle against the Russians. Many heard aircraft fly over the city during the night of the 23rd of April without dropping bombs. These planes, they told each other, must have been American, and perhaps they were dropping paratroops, but the 2 US airborne divisions had never emplaned. Just about the only troops coming to Berlin at this time were neither American nor German, but French. At 4 a.m. on Tuesday the 24th of April, Brigadeführer Krukenberg was woken in the SS training camp near Neustrelitz, where remnants of the Charlemagne division had been based since the Pomeranian disaster. The telephone call was from Army Group Vistula headquarters. Evidently, General Weidling had informed Heinrici that he insisted on removing Brigadeführer Ziegler from command of the Nordland. Krukenberg was told that he was to move to Berlin immediately. No reason was given. He was simply told to report to Gruppenführer Fegelein in the Reich Chancellery. The staff officer also advised him to take an escort, as he might have trouble getting through to Berlin. Henri Fene, the surviving battalion commander, was woken immediately, and he roused his men. Krukenberg was dressed in the long grey leather greatcoat of a Waffen-SS general when he addressed the assembled officers and men. He asked for volunteers to accompany him to Berlin. Apparently, the vast majority wanted to go. Krukenberg and Fene chose 90, because that was all that the vehicles available could carry. Many were officers, including the divisional chaplain, Monsignor Count Mayol de Lupe. After the war, Krukenberg claimed that none of them were National Socialists. This may well have been true in the strict sense of the term, but French fascism was probably closer to Nazism than to the Italian or Spanish varieties. In any case, these volunteers ready to die in the ruins of the Third Reich were all fanatical anti-Bolsheviks, whether they believed in New Europe or Vieille France. The volunteers selected filled their pockets and haversacks with ammunition and took the battalion's remaining Panzerfausts. At 8:30 a.m., as they formed up by the road to climb into their vehicles, they suddenly saw the Reichsführer SS driving himself in an open Mercedes. Himmler passed right through them without even acknowledging his troops. He had no guards and no escort. Only several years later did Krukenberg realize that Himmler must have been returning to his retreat at Hohenlichen from Lübeck. He had met Count Bernadotte, the Swedish Red Cross representative, the night before. the column of 2 armoured personnel carriers and 3 heavily laden trucks set off for Berlin. They had heard that Soviet tanks had already reached Oranienburg, so Krukenberg decided to take a more westerly route. It was not going to be easy to reach Berlin. Everyone was going in the other direction, whether formed detachments, stragglers, refugees, or foreign workers. Many Wehrmacht soldiers jeered at the Charlemagne volunteers, telling them that they were headed in the wrong direction. Some tapped their temples to indicate that they were crazy. Others shouted that the war was as good as over. They even encountered the signals detachment of the Nordland division. Its commander claimed that he had received orders to move to Schleswig-Holstein. Krukenberg, having been out of touch, had no way of verifying this. Also, he knew nothing of the row between Ziegler and Weidling. After a strafing attack by a Soviet fighter, which killed 1 man, and on hearing artillery fire in the middle distance, Krukenberg directed the vehicles along small roads, which he had known as an officer in Berlin before the war. Taking advantage of the pine forests, which hid them from enemy aviation, they came closer to the city. The route, however, became increasingly difficult, with barricades and blown bridges, so Krukenberg ordered the trucks to return to Neustrelitz. He retained the 2 armoured personnel carriers, but the vast majority of the French volunteers had to continue on foot for another 20 kilometres. They reached the area of the Reichssportfeld next to the Olympic Stadium. At 10 p.m., the exhausted men discovered a Luftwaffe supply store, but most of them drank a special pilot's cocoa laced with benzodrine. Few managed to sleep. Krukenberg, accompanied by his adjutant, Captain Pachur, then set out across an apparently deserted Berlin to report to Fegelein in the Reich Chancellery. A rumour spread among the French volunteers that Hitler himself was coming out to review them there. Their more direct chief, Himmler, who had driven past that morning, had finally crossed his Rubicon. The faithful Heinrich, as Himmler had been known with amusement at the Führer's court, was doomed as a conspirator. He had little talent for plotting and lacked conviction for his cause. His only advantage was that Hitler never imagined that the Reichsführer, who had proudly invented the SS motto, "My honor is loyalty," would turn out a traitor. According to Speer, Himmler was still furious over Hitler's order to strip the Waffen-SS divisions in Hungary of their armband titles. Yet if Hitler had summoned him to his side, or given some indication that he appreciated him above Martin Bormann, then his eyes would have filled with tears, and he would have renewed his pledge of devotion to the Führer on the spot. As a result, he was paralyzed by indecision. Yet Himmler's greatest miscalculation, in his attempt to open negotiations with the enemy, was his belief that he was vital to the Western Allies, since he alone could maintain order. At the first 2 meetings with Count Bernadotte, Himmler had not dared take the conversation beyond the release of concentration camp prisoners. The Reichsführer is no longer in touch with reality, Bernadotte had told Schellenberg after the meeting which followed Hitler's birthday. Himmler refused to follow the advice of Schellenberg, who urged him to depose or even murder the man to whom he had been so faithful. Schellenberg managed to persuade Himmler not to return to the bunker to see Hitler on the 22nd of April, after they had heard from Fegelein of the Führer's frenzy that afternoon. Schellenberg was afraid that the moment his chief saw the Führer again, his resolve would weaken. Himmler offered his SS Guard battalion for the defense of Berlin through an intermediary. Hitler accepted immediately and showed on the map where the battalion should be deployed, in the Tiergarten close to the Reich Chancellery. He also gave orders for the important prisoners, the Prominenten, to be moved, so that they could be slaughtered at the moment of defeat. On the night of the 23rd of April, Himmler and Schellenberg met Bernadotte at Lübeck. Himmler, aware now of Hitler's determination to kill himself in Berlin, was finally resolved to take his place and start negotiations in earnest. He now formally requested Bernadotte to approach the Western Allies on his behalf to arrange a ceasefire on the Western Front. He promised that all Scandinavian prisoners would be sent to Sweden. It was typical of Himmler's strange relationship with reality that his immediate preoccupation was whether he should bow to General Eisenhower or shake hands when meeting him. For the last Jews left in captivity in Berlin, the coming of the Red Army signified either the end to a dozen years of nightmare or execution at the last moment. Hans Oskar Lowenstein, who had been arrested in Potsdam, was taken to the Schulstrasse transit camp based on Berlin's Jewish hospital in the northern district of Wedding. Around 600 of them, packed into 2 floors, were fed on potato peelings and raw beetroot with a little Wassersuppe or water soup. Among them were many half-Jews like Lowenstein himself, termed Mischling by the Nazis. There were also members of the privileged category of Jews protected by the Nazis, the Schutzjuden, who included, for example, those who had organized the Berlin Olympic Games. Foreign Jews of neutral nationality still held there, particularly South Americans, had been kept alive by relatives at home sending coffee beans to the SS administration. The camp commander, SS Obersturmbannführer Doberke, had received the order to shoot all his prisoners, but he was clearly nervous. A spokesman from the prisoners approached him with a simple deal. "The war is over," he told Doberke. "If you save our lives, we will save yours." The prisoners then prepared a huge form, signed by them all, saying that Obersturmbannführer Doberke had saved their lives. 2 hours after the form had been taken from them, they saw that the gates were open and the SS guards had disappeared. But liberation did not prove such a joyous occasion. Soviet soldiers raped the Jewish girls and women in the camp, not knowing that they had been persecuted by the Nazis. While Soviet armies were advancing into Berlin, they were cheered by a real international of Soviet, French, British, American, and Norwegian prisoners of war, together with women and girls who had been taken to Germany as slave labourers, all coming in the other direction. Marshal Konev, reaching Berlin from the south, was impressed to see that they walked in the ruts made by tank tracks, knowing that these at least would be clear of mines. Grossman, arriving from the east, also saw hundreds of bearded Russian peasants with women and children. He noted an expression of grim despair on these faces of bearded uncles and devout village elders. These are Starosti village leaders appointed by the Germans, and police villains who had run all the way to Berlin, and now have no choice but to be liberated. "An old woman is walking away from Berlin," Grossman jotted in his notebook. "She's wearing a little shawl over her head, looking exactly as if she were on a pilgrimage, a pilgrim in the vast spaces of Russia. She's holding an umbrella on her shoulder, with a huge aluminium saucepan hanging from its handle." Although Hitler still could not fully accept the idea of transferring troops from the Western Front to face the Red Army, Keitel and Jodl acknowledged that there was now no alternative. The Wehrmacht operations staff issued orders accordingly. Stalin's suspicions, combined with the Soviet policy of revenge, had become something of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Stalin was also preoccupied with his bête noire of Poland. He had absolutely no intention of backing down over the composition of the provisional government. As far as he was concerned, the matter was self-evident, and the wishes of the Polish people counted for nothing. "The Soviet Union," he wrote to President Truman on the 24th of April, "has a right to make efforts that there should exist in Poland a government friendly towards the Soviet Union. This, of course, meant completely under Soviet control. It is also necessary to take into account the fact that Poland borders with the Soviet Union, which cannot be said of Great Britain and the United States. With Berlin now virtually surrounded and the Western Allies boxed out, Stalin saw no reason to be emollient. Despite all the earlier Soviet accusations against the US Air Force, there was no hint of apology when 2 American aircraft were attacked, and one of them destroyed that afternoon by 6 Soviet fighters. Stalin was still keeping the pressure on his 2 marshals by stimulating their rivalry. From dawn on the 23rd of April, the boundary between Zhukov's First Belarusian Front and Konev's East Ukrainian Front was extended from Lublin, but now it turned northwards to the center of Berlin. Konev's right-hand boundary ran all the way up to the Anhalter Bahnhof. Rybalko's tank corps at Mariendorf, on the Teltow Canal, was exactly 5 kilometers south of it. Zhukov had no idea that Rybalko's army had reached Berlin until late on the 23rd of April, when a liaison officer from Katukov's East Guards tank army, approaching from the east, made contact. Zhukov was appalled. Since reaching the Teltow Canal on the evening of the 22nd of April, Rybalko's 3 corps had been given a day to prepare for an all-out assault across it. The concrete banks of the canal and the defended warehouses on the northern side appeared a formidable barrier, and although the Volkssturm detachments opposite were hardly worthy opponents for the Third Guards tank army, they had been corset-stiffened with the 18th and 20th Panzer Grenadier divisions. The breakthrough artillery formations had been ordered forward 2 days before, but there was such a jam of vehicles on the Zossen road, including horse-drawn supply carts, that progress was slow. If the Luftwaffe had still had any serviceable aircraft, the route would have presented a perfect target. Luchinsky's 48th Guards Rifle Division arrived in time to prepare to seize bridgeheads across the canal, and the artillery was hurried into place. This was no easy matter. Nearly 3,000 guns and heavy mortars needed to be positioned on the evening of the 23rd of April. This was a concentration of 650 pieces per kilometre of front, including 152 mm and 203 mm howitzers. At 6:20 a.m. on the 24th of April, the bombardment started on the Teltow Canal. It was an even more massive concentration of fire than on the Neisse or the Vistula crossings. Konev arrived at Rybalko's command post when it had almost finished. From the flat roof of an 8-story office block, a clutch of East Ukrainian front commanders watched the heavy artillery demolishing the buildings across the canal and wave after wave of bombers from their supporting aviation army. The infantry began to cross in collapsible assault craft and wooden rowing boats. By 7 a.m. the 1st Rifle Battalions were across, establishing a bridgehead. Soon after midday, the first pontoon bridges were in place and tanks began to go over. The pressure on the southeastern corner of Berlin's defences was already great before the Teltow Canal crossing. By dawn on the 23rd of April, some of Chuikov's rifle units managed south of Köpenick to cross both the Spree and the Dahme to Falkenberg. They had discovered a variety of craft, from rowing sculls to pleasure launches. During the day and the following night, Chuikov's Guards rifle divisions and Katukov's leading tank brigades advanced up towards Britz and Neukölln. The 28th Guards Rifle Corps claimed that civilians were so frightened and subservient they were licking our boots. And in the early hours of the 24th of April, a corps of the 5th Shock Army, assisted by gunboats of the Dnieper flotilla, crossed the Spree further north to Treptow Park. At first light on the 24th of April, almost all the rest of Weidling's corps, which had refueled the night before at Tempelhof Aerodrome, put in counterattacks against this double threat. Even though the remaining King Tigers of the Nordland Hermann von Salza heavy panzer battalion knocked out several Stalin tanks, the enemy forces were overwhelming. In the course of 3 hours, wrote the divisional commander of the 5th Shock Army, the SS made 6 attacks but were forced to retreat each time, leaving the ground littered with corpses in black uniforms. Panthers and Ferdinands were burning. By midday, our division was able to advance again. They secured the whole of Treptow Park, and in the dusk we reached the S-Bahn Ring Railroad. It was, wrote a participant on the German side, a bloody, bitter fight without mercy. It was also a conflict without scruples, Soviet troops were told by political officers that Vlasov and his men are taking part in the battle for Berlin. This was totally untrue. They were almost all down in the area of Prague by then. While Konev's tank armies were forcing the line of the Teltow Canal, his rear flanks came under threat. From the west, Wenck's troops were advancing towards Treuenbrietzen and Bielitz, while on his right, the Ninth Army was trying to break out of its encirclement in the forests southeast of Berlin. General Luchinsky had already started to turn part of his 28th Army eastwards to face the Ninth Army, roughly along the line of the Berlin-Cottbus Autobahn, and the Stavka, having done little to deal with the isolated Ninth Army, now at last reacted quickly. Marshal Novikov, the head of Red Army Aviation, was ordered to oversee the concentration of the 2nd, 16th and 18th Air Armies against these 80,000 German troops moving through the forests. What the Soviet commanders did not yet know was whether they would try to fight their way back into Berlin or attempt to break out westwards to join up with General Wenck's 12th Army. The worst fears of the nurses in the hospital complex at Bielitz-Heilstatten were realized on the morning of the 24th of April. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate as the noise of tank engines and tracks grew. One of Lelyushenko's tank columns, having apparently forced the Swiss Red Cross representatives aside, rolled right into the compound. Tank crews armed with submachine guns stormed the first block. For the moment they were interested only in watches and shouted, "Uri, Uri!" But then news arrived of rape, looting and random killing in Bielitz itself. The nurses and adult patients steeled themselves for the worst. The children from the Potsdam hospital had little idea of what was going on. The nurses did not know that they were about to be rescued by Wenck's young soldiers. Hitler, on the other hand, was now convinced that he and Berlin would be saved by Wenck's army. Steiner's so-called army detachment was hardly mentioned anymore in the Führer bunker. The loyal Grand Admiral Dönitz signalled that in answer to Hitler's appeal, he was sending all available sailors to help in the fight for Germany's fate in Berlin. The plan to deliver them by crash-landing Junkers 52S in the centre of the city showed as little regard for reality as it did for the lives of his sailors. Clearly few people in the bunker expected anyone to get through, to judge by the surprise caused by Brigadeführer Krukenberg's arrival at midnight. When he was eventually taken to see General Krebs, whom he had known in 1943 with Army Group Center, Krebs admitted his amazement openly. He told him that over the last 48 hours, large numbers of officers and units had been ordered to Berlin. "You're the only one who has made it." The Führer bunker, for all the efforts and expense that had gone into its construction, lacked proper signalling facilities. As a result, Major Freytag von Loringhoven and Captain Bolt had only one method of establishing the extent of the Red Army's advance, ready for the Führer's situation conferences. They rang civilian apartments around the periphery of the city, whose numbers they found in the Berlin directory. If the inhabitants answered, they asked if they had seen any sign of advancing troops, and if a Russian voice replied, usually with a string of exuberant swear words, then the conclusion was self-evident. For the European situation, they secretly obtained the latest Reuters reports from Heinz Lorenz, Hitler's chief press secretary. Freytag von Loringhoven suddenly found that everyone who had ignored them in the bunker on their arrival now became pleasant in order to have access to the only source of reasonably reliable information. Most of the occupants of the bunker did not have anything to do. They sat around drinking and loitered in the corridors, discussing whether suicide was better by gun or by cyanide. It seemed generally assumed that hardly anybody was going to leave the bunker alive. Although cool and damp, conditions in the bunker were still infinitely better than in any other cellar or air raid shelter in Berlin. The occupants had water and electric light from generators, and there was no shortage of food and drink. The kitchens up in the Reich Chancellery were still serviceable, and constant meals of stew were served. Berliners now referred to their city as the Reichsscheiterhaufen, the Reich's funeral pyre. Civilians were already suffering casualties in the street fighting and house clearing. Captain Ratenko, an officer from Tula in Bogdanov's 2nd Guards Tank Army, knocked at a cellar door in Reinickendorf, a district in the northwest. Nobody opened it, so he kicked it in. There was a burst of submachine gun fire, and he was killed. The soldiers from the 2nd Guards Tank Army, who were with him, started firing through the door and the windows. They killed the gunman, apparently a young Wehrmacht officer in civilian clothes, but also a woman and a child. The building was then surrounded by our men and burned down, the report stated. Smersh took an immediate interest in the question of concealed Wehrmacht officers. It set up a special hunting group with a bloodhound who had been a Nazi Party member since 1927. He promised to find officers for them, no doubt in exchange for his own life. Altogether they took 20, including a colonel. Another officer killed his wife, then committed suicide when Smersh knocked at his door, the report stated. Red Army soldiers decided to use the telephone network, but for amusement rather than information. While searching apartments, they would often stop to ring numbers in Berlin at random. Whenever a German voice answered, they would announce their presence in unmistakable Russian tones. This surprised the Berliners immensely, a political officer wrote. It was also not long before the political department of the 5th Shock Army began to report on abnormal phenomena, which covered everything from looting to injuries from drunken driving and immoral phenomena. Many of the true Frontowiki behaved well. When a detachment of sappers from the 3rd Shock Army entered an apartment, a small babushka told them that her daughter was ill in bed. She was almost certainly trying to protect her from rape, but the sappers did not seem to realize this. They just gave them some food and moved on. Other Frontowiki, however, could be pitiless. This has been described as the effect of the impersonal violence of war itself and a compulsion to treat women as substitutes for the defeat of an enemy. One historian noted that Soviet troops unleashed a wave of violence which then passed fairly rapidly, but the process often began again as soon as a new unit moved in. On the 24th of April, the 3rd Shock Army used its 5th Artillery Breakthrough Division on one narrow sector where the Germans had resisted bitterly. The heavy guns destroyed 17 houses, killing 120 defenders. The Soviet attackers claimed that in 4 of these houses, Germans had put out white flags of surrender and then fired again later. This became a frequent event in the fighting. Some soldiers, especially the Volkssturm, wanted to surrender and surreptitiously waved a white handkerchief, but more fanatical elements still fought on. The Germans mounted a counterattack with 3 assault guns, but this was apparently thwarted by the heroism of reconnaissance soldier Schulzenok. Schulzenok, having retrieved 3 Panzerfausts, took up position in a ruined house. A German shell exploded close to him, deafening him and covering him with debris. This did not stop him from engaging the assault guns as they approached. He set the first one on fire and damaged the second. The third withdrew hurriedly. He was made a hero of the Soviet Union for this action, but on the following day he was killed by a terrorist in civilian clothes. In the conditions of the time, this could mean an ill-equipped member of the Volkssturm, but the Soviet view of terrorists was little different from the Wehrmacht definition during Operation Barbarossa. Not far behind these events, the writer Wassily Grossman stopped his jeep in the Weissensee district of northeast Berlin on the axis of the 3rd Shock Army. In a moment, the jeep was surrounded by boys asking for sweets and staring curiously at the map open on his knees. Grossman was surprised by their daring. He really wanted to look around. What contradicts our idea of Berlin as a military barracks are the masses of gardens and allotments in blossom, he noted. A great thunder of artillery in the sky. In the moments of silence one can hear birds. The dawn of the 25th of April, as Krukenberg left the battered Reich Chancellery, was cold with a clear sky. West Berlin was still strangely quiet and empty. At Weidling's headquarters on the Hohenzollern-Damm, security was lax. Only pay books were required as identity by the sentries. Weidling told him how his badly mauled Panzer Corps was split up to stiffen Hitler Youth detachments and badly armed Volkssturm units, none of which could be expected to fight fiercely. Krukenberg was to take over Defense Sector C in the southeast of Berlin, including the 11th SS Panzergrenadier Nordland Division. He received the impression that Ziegler, who was being relieved of command of the Nordland, was accused of not holding his men together. Accounts of Ziegler's dismissal vary considerably. Weidling's chief of staff, Colonel Refior, believed that Ziegler had secret orders from Himmler ordering him to pull back to Schleswig-Holstein, and this was why he was arrested. Ziegler certainly seemed to be one of the few SS commanders who saw the pointlessness of fighting on. Shortly before his removal, Ziegler had given Hauptsturmführer Persson leave to go to the Swedish embassy to find out whether its officials would refuse to offer help to the remaining Swedes to return home. One eyewitness claims that Ziegler was arrested late that morning at his headquarters on the Hasenheidestrasse just north of Tempelhof Aerodrome by an unknown SS Brigadeführer. He was backed by an escort with machine pistols who sealed the approaches to divisional headquarters. Ziegler was escorted out to the vehicle. He saluted his astonished officers standing at the entrance and presented his compliments to them. Meine Herren, alias Goethe. He was driven away under arrest to the Reich Chancellery. "What the hell's going on?" one of the officers, Sturmbannführer Vollmer, exclaimed. "Are we now without a commander?" Krukenberg, in his account, depicts an entirely normal handover of command, with Ziegler driving off on his own to the Reich Chancellery. In any case, the interregnum did not last long. Shortly after midday, Krukenberg arrived, followed a little later by Fenne's men from the Charlemagne Battalion. Krukenberg was shaken to learn that the Norge and Denmark Panzergrenadier regiments now amounted between them to little more than a battalion. The wounded, taken to the dressing station in a storage cellar on the Hermannplatz, were unlikely to feel in safe hands. They were laid on a blood-smeared table as if it were a butcher's block. The last remaining German bridgehead south of the Teltow Canal at Britz was being abandoned in a panic, just as Krukenberg reached his new command. The remnants of his Norge and Denmark regiments were waiting impatiently by the canal for motor transport, which was having difficulty getting to them through the rubble-blocked streets. Just as the trucks finally arrived, a cry of alarm was heard. "Panzer durchgebrochen!" This cry prompted a surge of tank fright even among hardened veterans and a chaotic rush for the vehicles, which presented an easy target for the two T-34S that had broken through. The trucks that got away even had men clinging on to the outsides. As they escaped north up the Hermannstrasse, they saw scrawled on a house wall, "SS traitors extending the war." There was no doubt in their minds as to the culprits. German communists at work. Were we going to have to fight against the enemy within as well? Soon Soviet tanks were also attacking the remains of the Müncheberg Panzer Division on Tempelhof Aerodrome amid the wrecked fuselages of Focke-Wulf fighters. The aircraft's Red Army nickname of a frame at last seemed entirely accurate. The boom and crack of artillery and tank fire, punctuated by screaming salvos of Katyushas, extended right up to the Nordland command post. Krukenberg was lightly wounded in the face by a shell splinter. With Neukölln heavily penetrated by Soviet combat groups, Krukenberg prepared a fallback position round the Hermannplatz. The twin towers of the Karstadt department store provided excellent observation posts for watching the advance of 4 Soviet armies, the 5th Shock Army from Treptow Park, the 8th Guards Army and the Istguards Tank Army from Neukölln, and Konev's 3rd Guards Tank Army from Mariendorf. Krukenberg positioned half of the French under Fenne on the other side of the Hermannplatz with their Panzerfausts to prepare for a Soviet tank attack. Fenner had over 100 Hitler Youth attached to his group. They were instructed to fire their Panzerfausts only at close range and only at the turret. The Waffen-SS believed that it was better to aim for the turret, as a direct hit that would disable the crew. During that evening and night, the French under Fenner accounted for 14 Soviet tanks. A determined show of resistance could take the Soviets by surprise and hold them back. By the Halensee Bridge at the western end of the Kurfürstendamm, 3 young men from a Reich Labour Service battalion, armed with a single machine gun, managed to beat back all attacks for 48 hours. The battle for Tempelhof Aerodrome was to continue for another day, with Soviet artillery and Katyusha rocket launchers blasting the administrative buildings. Inside, the corridors echoed with the screams of the wounded and were filled with smoke and the smell of burning chemicals. The silence which followed the end of a bombardment was a prelude to the roar of engines and rattle of tracks, which announced a new tank attack. As Weidling's battered corps retreated towards the centre on that afternoon of the 25th of April, Hitler insisted to their commander, who had been summoned to the Führer bunker, that things would change for the better. The situation must improve, he told Weidling. From the southwest, the 12th Army of General Wenck will come to Berlin and, together with the 9th Army, will deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. The troops commanded by Schörner will come from the south. These blows should change the situation to our advantage. To underline the disaster along the whole Eastern Front, General von Manteuffel had just reported that Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front had shattered his defense lines south of Stettin. Major General Dethlefsen of the OKW command staff also had to visit the Führer bunker that day and found a self-deception bordering on hypnosis. That evening, Krukenberg was warned by General Krebs that the Nordland would be pulled back the next day to Defence Sector Z, for Zentrum. This was directed from the Air Ministry on the Wilhelmstrasse, a block north of Gestapo headquarters. Krukenberg, when he went back to make contact, found the cellars full of unsupervised Luftwaffe personnel doing nothing. He went up to the State Opera House on the Unter den Linden, a few hundred meters down from the abandoned Soviet embassy. It was where Dekhanozov had returned just after dawn on the 22nd of June 1941, after hearing from Ribbentrop of the Wehrmacht's invasion of the Soviet Union. Now, the Unter den Linden was empty as far as the eye could see. Krukenberg set up his own headquarters in the cellars of the Opera House. A huge throne-like armchair from the former royal box provided him with the opportunity to snatch a couple of hours' sleep in comfort. They were left in comparative peace by the enemy. No U-2 biplanes dropping small bombs appeared over their sector that night. With the fall of Berlin imminent, Schaeff headquarters at Reims forwarded a request to the Stavka in Moscow that day. General Eisenhower desires to send a minimum of 23 Allied accredited war correspondents to Berlin following the capture of the city by the Red Army. He wishes to send more than that number, if at all possible, since, as he states, the fall of Berlin will be one of the world's greatest news events. There was no reply from the Kremlin. Stalin clearly did not want any journalists in Berlin, particularly the uncontrollable Western variety. He was, however, to be troubled by them from a totally unexpected direction. During that day, the main Nazi broadcasting station, Deutsch Landsender, fell silent, but the date of the 25th of April became known for an event which was soon flashed around the world. At Torgau on the Elbe, leading elements of Major General Vladimir Rusakov's 58th Guards Rifle Division met up with US soldiers from the 69th Division. Nazi Germany was cut in half. Signals flashed up both chains of command to Bradley, then Eisenhower at Schaeff, and to Konev, then General Antonov at the Stavka. Heads of state were immediately informed, and then Stalin and Truman exchanged telegrams, agreeing on the announcement of the event. Eisenhower's first reaction was to send in the journalists, a decision he soon had cause to regret. General Gleb Vladimirovich Baklanov, the commander of the 34th Corps, ordered the preparation of a typical Soviet banquet. The political department provided huge lengths of red material to decorate tables and podiums. Large portraits of Stalin were erected, and rather smaller ones of Truman improvised, along with some interesting variations on the stars and stripes. Plenty of alcohol was laid on, and all the most attractive women soldiers in the 5th Guards Army were sent forward to Torgau in fresh uniforms. General Baklanov was prepared for the usual round of Soviet toasts to victory, to peace and friendship between nations, and the eternal destruction of the fascist beast. He was unprepared, however, for a group of boisterous American journalists keen to put a real swing into the celebrations. Red Army soldiers also obtained a good ration of vodka, so security was not quite as effective as usual. Halfway through the proceedings, when Russian officers were dancing with the pretty Russian women soldiers, Andrew Tully of the Boston Traveler remarked jokingly to Virginia Irwin of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, "Let's keep going to Berlin." "Okay," she said. They slipped away from the party and drove their jeep to the Elbe, where they showed the Russian soldiers operating the ferry their SHAEF identification cards. They shouted, "Jeep!" and made swimming motions. Rather bewildered sentries who had received no instructions on the subject let them drive onto the ferry and sent it across the river. The two journalists had a map which reached as far as Luckenwald. Fearing that they might be summarily treated as spies on such a fluid front, they stole one of the improvised American flags which the Russians had erected at Torgau and tied it to the side of the jeep. Whenever they were flagged down by a suspicious sentry or a traffic controller, they yelled "Amerikansky" with an amiable grin. "Keep smiling," Tully told Virginia Irwin. They reached Berlin before nightfall, and there they met Major Kowaleski, a young man with snow-white hair. They communicated through halting French. Kowaleski was at first suspicious, but was then convinced when they said, "Nous sommes correspondants de guerre. Nous voulons aller à Berlin." The unfortunate Kowaleski, having no idea that their trip was unauthorized and that he might be held accountable later, took them to his command post in a half-ruined house. With typical Russian hospitality, he told his orderly, a fierce Mongolian with a great scar on his left cheek, to provide hot water for their guests. A quarter-full bottle of eau de cologne, a cracked mirror and some face powder were also brought for Virginia Irwin. He then gave orders for a banquet. The table was lit by candles on upturned milk bottles. Spring flowers were placed in a jar, and the celebration began with smoked salmon, black Russian bread, mutton cooked over charcoal, huge masses of mashed potato with meat fat poured over them, cheese and platterfuls of Russian pastries. At each toast, the Russian officers stood up, clicked their heels, bowed deeply, and drained tumblers of vodka. Besides vodka, there was cognac and a drink of dynamite strength the Major described simply as spirits. After each course, there were toasts to the late and great President Roosevelt, to Stalin, to President Truman, to Churchill, to the Red Army, and to the American Jeep. The two journalists, exhilarated by their exploit, returned to Torgau the next day. Tully described it as the craziest thing I have ever done. Clearly, he had never imagined the wider consequences. The US military authorities were furious, but not as angry as the Soviet authorities. This was demonstrated by the signals which flashed between Reims, Washington, D.C., and Moscow. An exasperated Eisenhower decided that because they had entered Berlin illegally, their stories could not be published unless submitted to Moscow for censorship. When events were moving so fast, this, of course, meant that they would be well out of date by the time they could appear. Eisenhower was especially irritated because he believed that their jaunt to Berlin had wrecked the proposal to get other journalists there for the surrender. But the people who probably suffered the most were the trusting Russians who had helped and entertained Tully and Irwin. Apparently, even officers involved in the celebrations at Torgau became objects of suspicion to the NKVD in the post-war purges because they had been in contact with capitalist foreigners. Stalin wanted Berlin surrounded as rapidly as possible with a cordon sanitaire. This meant the urgent occupation of all the territory up to the Elbe, which had been allocated as part of the future Soviet zone. Konev's armies not involved in the attack on Berlin or the fight against the 9th and 12th Armies were pushed westwards. The Elbe was reached during the course of 24 and the 25th of April at numerous points other than Torgau. Units of the 5th Guards Army, the 32nd Guards Rifle Corps commanded by General Rodimtsev of Stalingrad fame, and the 4th Guards Tank Corps also reached the river. General Baranov's Ist Guards Cavalry Corps went one further. At the special request of Stalin's cavalry chum, Marshal Semyon Budeny, Konev had given him a specific task. Soviet intelligence had heard that the stallions of the Soviet Union's most important stud farm in the northern Caucasus, shipped back to Germany in 1942, were held west of the Elbe near Riesa. The Guards' cavalry crossed the river, located them and drove them back. It could have been a border raid across the Rio Grande. To satisfy Stalin's impatience for details on Berlin, General Serov, the NKVD representative with the First Belarusian Front, provided an immensely detailed report of conditions in the city. Beria had it on Stalin's desk on the 25th of April. Serov observed that the destruction was far worse towards the center of the city, where many buildings were still blazing from Soviet artillery fire. On the walls of many buildings, one frequently sees the word psst, i.e. silence, written in big letters. Berliners apparently explained that it was an attempt by the Nazi government to suppress criticism of its military efforts at a time of crisis. Berliners were already asking questions about the new form of government to be established in the city. Yet, out of 10 Germans asked if they could act as local Bürgermeister, not a single one agreed, producing different insignificant excuses, he wrote. They seem to be afraid of the consequences and fear to take on the job. It is therefore necessary to select Bürgermeisters from among the prisoners of war who come from Berlin held in our camps. These, no doubt, were selected anti-fascists who had received the relevant political training. Interrogation of captured Volkssturm members revealed an interesting fact. When they were asked why there are no regular soldiers and officers among them, they said that they were afraid of their responsibility for what they had done in Russia. They will therefore surrender to the Americans, while the Volkssturm can surrender to the Bolsheviks because they are guilty of nothing. Serov wasted no time putting in place cordons in and around Berlin, using the 105th, 157th, and 333rd NKVD Frontier Guards regiments. Serov was perhaps most surprised by the state of Berlin's defences. No serious permanent defences have been found inside the 10 to 15-kilometre zone around Berlin. There are fire trenches and gun pits, and the motorways are mined in certain sections. There are some trenches just as one comes to the city, but less in fact than any other city taken by the Red Army. Interrogations of Volkssturm men revealed how few regular troops there were in the city, how little ammunition there was, and how reluctant the Volkssturm was to fight. Serov discovered also that German anti-aircraft defense had almost ceased to function, thus allowing Red Army aviation a clear sweep over the city. All of these observations were naturally kept secret. Soviet propaganda accounts had to emphasize what a formidable foe they faced in Berlin. Serov indicated, while avoiding any politically controversial remarks, the reason for continued German resistance. It became clear from interrogating prisoners and civilians that there is still a great fear of the Bolsheviks. Beria, with interesting logic, used the need to change the attitude of Red Army troops towards German prisoners and the civilian population as the basis for an overhaul of the military administration of civilian affairs. He recommended that, in order to create a normal atmosphere in the rear of the operational Red Army on German territory, a new deputy front commander should be appointed for civilian affairs. Needless to say, the deputy front commander in each case was the resident NKVD Chief Serov for the 1st Belarusian Front, General Meshik for the East Ukrainian Front, and Tsanova for the 2nd Belarusian Front. It should be a guiding principle that the deputy front commander is at the same time a representative of the NKVD of the USSR and is responsible to the NKVD of the USSR for the work on removing enemy elements. He did not need to add the key point. They owed no responsibility to the military chain of command, at a time when both Stalin and Beria were afraid of triumphant generals. The need for action was justified by the fact that the Americans were already prepared to administer their zone of occupation, while the Soviet Union had done nothing. For your information, on the territory of West Germany, the Allies have established the position of Special Deputy of Commander of Allied Troops in charge of civilian affairs, Major General Lucius Clay, who, until appointed to this position, was Deputy Chief of the Bureau of Mobilizing Military Resources of the USA. Beria was evidently impressed to hear that he would have 3,000 specially trained officers serving under him, with economic and administrative experience. Their Soviet counterparts, with the emphasis on NKVD control, clearly were to have very different qualifications. The report ended in the usual style. I request a decision, Beria. 21. Fighting in the city. The civilians to be administered by Beria's deputies had little idea of the realities of Soviet rule. They also had more urgent preoccupations, as the battle was fought out on their streets, in their apartments, and even through the cellars in which they sheltered. The only benefit in the early hours of Thursday, the 26th of April, was a thunderstorm, with such heavy rain that it put out some of the fires. Strangely enough, that seemed to increase the smell of burning, not diminish it. Civilian casualties had been heavy already. Like Napoleonic infantry, the women standing in line for food simply closed ranks after a shell burst decimated a queue. Nobody dared lose their place. Some claimed that women just wiped the blood from their ration cards and stuck it out. "There they stand like walls," noted a woman diarist, "those who not so long ago dashed into bunkers the moment 3 fighter planes were announced over central Germany." Women queued for a handout of butter and dry sausage, while men emerged only to line up for an issue of schnapps. It seemed to be symbolic. Women were concerned with the immediacy of survival, while men needed escape from the consequences of their war. The failure of mains water meant more dangerous queues. Women waited in line with pails and enamel jugs at their nearest street pump, listening to the constant metallic squeaking from the rusty joint of its handle. They found that they had changed under fire. Swear words and callous remarks which they would never have uttered before now slipped out quite naturally. Over and over again during these days, the same diarist wrote, "I've been noticing that not only my feelings but those of almost all women towards men have changed. We are sorry for them. They seem so pathetic and lacking in strength. The weakly sex, a kind of collective disappointment among women, seems to be growing under the surface. The male-dominant Nazi world glorifying the strong man is tottering, and with it the myth, man. The Nazi regime, which had never wanted women to be sullied by war, or indeed anything which interfered with child-rearing, now claimed in its desperation that young women were fighting alongside men. On one of the very few radio stations still on the air, there was an appeal to women and girls. Take up the weapons of wounded and fallen soldiers and take part in the fight. Defend your freedom, your honor, and your life. Germans who heard this appeal far from Berlin were shocked at this most extreme consequence of total war. Yet only a very few young women took up weapons. Most were auxiliaries attached to the SS. A handful, however, found themselves caught up in the fighting through either extraordinary circumstances or an ill-judged rush of romanticism. In order to stay with her lover, Ewald von Demandowski, the actress Hildegard Knef put on uniform and joined him at Schmargendorf, defending the freight yards with his scratch company. In the cellars of apartment blocks, the different couples from upstairs ate their food, avoiding each other's eyes. It was rather like families in railway compartments on a long journey, consuming picnics in front of each other with a pretense of privacy. Yet when news came through that a barracks nearby had been abandoned, any semblance of civility disappeared. Law-abiding citizens became frenzied looters of the storerooms. It was every man, woman, and child for themselves and anything they could grab. Once outside with their boxes, spontaneous bartering began as they eyed each other's unlawful gains. There was no fixed black market rate at that time. It depended on caprice or particular need: a loaf of bread for a bottle of schnapps, a torch battery for a block of cheese. Abandoned shops were also plundered. Folk and personal memories from Berlin in the winter of 1918 were strong. This was another generation of hamsters, storing food for an oncoming catastrophe. Starvation, however, was not the main danger. Many were simply not prepared for the shock of Russian revenge, however much propaganda they had heard. We had no idea what was going to happen, the Lufthansa secretary Gerda Peterson remembered. Relatives serving as soldiers on the Eastern Front had never mentioned what had been done to the Soviet population. And even when relentless propaganda made Berlin women aware of the danger of rape, many reassured themselves that although it must be a risk out in the countryside, here in the city it could hardly happen on an extensive scale in front of everybody. Gerda, the 19-year-old who had brought back the Luftwaffe malt tablets from the looted railway wagon in Neukölln, saw a certain amount of another girl of her age who lived in the same building. She was called Carmen and had been a member of the Bund Deutscher Madel, the female equivalent of the Hitler Youth. Carmen had pin-up posters of Luftwaffe fighter aces on her bedroom wall and had wept copiously when Mulders, the most famous of them all, had been killed. On the night of the 25th of April, as the Red Army advanced into Neukölln, it was unusually quiet. The inhabitants of the building were sheltering in the cellar. They then felt the vibration from a tank coming down their street. Soon afterwards, a draught of fresh air which made the candles flicker told them that the door had been opened. The first Russian word they heard was "Stoi." A soldier from Central Asia armed with a submachine gun came in and took their rings, watches, and jewellery. Gerda's mother had hidden Gerda under a pile of laundry. Another young soldier came in later and indicated to Gerda's sister that he wanted her to come with him, but she put her child on her lap and looked down. The soldier told a man in the cellar to tell her to do as she was told, but the man pretended not to understand. The soldier wanted to take her into a little room adjacent to the cellar. He kept pointing, but she kept the baby on her lap and did not move. The baffled young soldier lost his nerve and left abruptly. When the morning of the 26th of April came, they emerged to find that they had got off very lightly. They heard terrible stories of what had happened during the night. A butcher's daughter, aged 14, had been shot when she resisted. Gerda's sister-in-law, who lived a short distance away, had been gang-raped by soldiers, and the whole family had decided to hang themselves. The parents died, but Gerda's sister-in-law was cut down by a neighbour and brought to the Peterson apartment. They all saw the rope marks round her neck. The young woman was beside herself when she recognized her surroundings and realized that her parents had died and she had been saved. The next night, the families in the house decided to avoid the cellar. They would all pack into one sitting room to find safety in numbers. Over 20 women and children assembled there. Frau Petersen grabbed the chance to hide Gerda, her other daughter and her daughter-in-law, under a table with a long cloth reaching almost to the floor. It was not long before Gerda heard Russian voices and then saw Red Army boots so close to the table that she could have reached out to touch them. The soldiers dragged 3 young women from the room. One of them was Carmen. Gerda heard her screams. She felt so strange because Carmen was screaming her name, and she did not know why. The screams eventually dissolved into sobbing. While the soldiers were still occupied with their victims, Frau Petersen made up her mind. "They'll be back," she murmured to the 3 of them under the table. She told them to follow her and led them rapidly upstairs to the bomb-damaged top floor, where an old woman still lived. Gerda spent the night huddled on the balcony, determined to jump to her death if the Russians came for them. But their immediate worry was how to keep her sister's baby from crying. Gerda suddenly remembered the Luftwaffe malt tablets. Whenever the baby became restless, they slipped a malt tablet in her mouth. When dawn came, they saw that the baby's face was smeared with brown, but the tactic had worked. Mornings were safe, with Soviet soldiers either sleeping off their debauches or returned to the fighting, so they crept back down to their own apartment. There, in a grotesque version of Goldilocks, they found that their beds had been used by the soldiers for their activities. The sisters also discovered their brother's Wehrmacht uniform, laid out carefully on the floor and defecated upon. Gerda sought out Carmen to try to offer some sort of sympathy, but also in the hope of discovering why she had screamed out her name again and again. The moment Carmen set eyes on her, Gerda saw a bitter hostility. Carmen's attitude immediately became clear. Why me and why not you? That was why she had yelled her name. The 2 never spoke to each other again. Although there appears to have been a fairly general pattern, the course of events when Soviet troops arrived was never predictable. In another district, frightened civilians heard a bang on the door of their bunker after the sound of fighting died away. Then a Red Army soldier armed with a submachine gun entered. "Tag, Ruski," he greeted them cheerily and went away without even taking their watches. Another lot of soldiers 2 hours later were more aggressive. They grabbed Klaus Bösler, a 14-year-old boy who was just over 6'1" and had blonde hair. "Du SS," one of them shouted. It was more of a statement than a question. They seemed so determined to execute him that he was terrified. But the others in the cellar eventually managed to persuade the soldiers by sign language that he was in fact a schoolboy. As a very tall boy, Bösler was hungry the whole time. He had no compunction about slicing up a horse killed by a shell to take the meat home for his mother to preserve in vinegar. Soviet soldiers were amazed and impressed by the speed with which city-bred Berliners, who were not kulaks and landowners, managed to strip a dead horse to the bone. Sensing the Russian fondness for children, Bösler took his 3-year-old sister to visit a bivouac of Soviet soldiers nearby. The soldiers gave them a loaf, then added a slab of butter. The next day, they were given soup. But then he heard of cases of gang rape in the neighborhood, so Bösler hid his mother and a neighbor in the coal cellar for 3 days. German standards of cleanliness suffered badly. Their clothes and skin felt impregnated with the dust from plaster and pulverized masonry, and there was no water to waste on washing. In fact, prudent Berliners had been boiling water to put in preserving jars, knowing that reliable drinking water would be the greatest need in the days ahead. The few unevacuated hospitals which had remained in Berlin were so inundated with casualties that most newcomers were turned away. The situation was made even worse by the fact that wards were limited to the cellars. In the days of bombing, staff had been able to get the patients downstairs when the sirens went, But with constant artillery fire, there was no warning. One woman who went to offer her services saw chaos and wax-like faces wreathed in blood-stained bandages. A French surgeon operating on fellow prisoners of war described how they had to work in a cellar on a wooden table, almost without antiseptic and with the instruments scarcely boiled. There was no water to wash their surgical clothes, and lighting depended on 2 bicycles with dynamos. Because of the virtual impossibility of obtaining official help, many wounded soldiers and civilians were tended in the cellars of houses by mothers and girls. This was dangerous, however, because the Russians reacted to the presence of any soldier in a cellar, as if the whole place were a defensive position. To avoid this, the women usually stripped the wounded of their uniforms, which they burned, and gave them spare clothes from upstairs. Another danger arose when members of the Volkssturm, on deciding to slip away home just before the Russians arrived, left behind the vast majority of their weapons and ammunition. Women who found any guns wasted no time in disposing of them. Word had got round that the Red Army was liable to execute all the inhabitants in a building where weapons were found. The parish pump was once again the main place for exchanging information. Official news was unreliable. The Panzerbar, a news sheet called the Armoured Bear, after the symbol of Berlin, claimed that towns such as Oranienburg had been retaken. Goebbels's propaganda ministry, or the Promi as Berliners called it, was reduced to distributing handbills now that the radio transmitters were in enemy hands. "Berliner, hold on. Wenck's army is marching to our relief. Just a few more days, and Berlin will be free again." With several Soviet armies approaching the center of the city, fewer and fewer people were convinced by the notion of Berlin being freed by a single German army. Many, however, still clung to the idea of the Americans riding to their rescue, even though Stalin's encirclement of the city had put paid to any hope of that. Colonel Sabelev, an engineer attached to the 2nd Guards Tank Army in Siemensstadt, in the northwest of the city, took a moment to write to his family. "At the moment I am sitting with my officers on the 5th floor of a building, writing orders to units. Signalers and runners come and go constantly. We are moving towards the center of Berlin. Gunfire, fires and smoke everywhere. Soldiers run from one building to another and creep through the courtyards carefully. Germans were shooting at our tanks from windows and doors, but General Bogdanov's tankists adopted a clever tactic. They are moving not in the middle of the streets but on the pavements, and some of them are shooting with cannons and machine guns at the right side of the street, and others at the left side, and Germans are running away from windows and doors. In the courtyards of the houses, the soldiers from the support services are handing out food from vehicles to the city's population, which is starving. The Germans have a starved and long-suffering look. Berlin is not a beautiful city, narrow streets, barricades everywhere, broken trams and vehicles. The houses are empty because everybody is in the basements. We all are happy here to know that you are already sowing grain. How happy I would be if I could sow potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins, and so forth. Goodbye, kisses and hugs, your Pyotr." Sebelev did not mention that tactics had not been clever to begin with, and losses were heavy. Zhukov's desperation for speed, which prompted him to send the 2 tank armies straight into the city, led to tanks driving in a line straight up the middle of a street. Even Chuikov's 8th Guards Army, proud of their street-fighting inheritance at Stalingrad, made many mistakes at first. The roles, of course, were completely reversed this time, with the Red Army as the attacker enjoying a huge superiority in armour and air power, and the Wehrmacht as the defender and ambusher. The Waffen-SS did not believe in standing behind the makeshift barricades erected close to street corners. They knew that these not very effective obstacles would be the first thing to be blasted by gunfire. It was all right to put riflemen at windows of the upper floors or on roofs, because tanks could not elevate their guns enough. But with the Panzerfaust, They made their ambushes from basements and cellar windows. This was because the Panzerfaust was very hard to fire accurately from above. The Hitler Youth copied the SS enthusiastically, and soon the Volkssturm, the ones who had seen service in the First World War and stayed at their posts, followed the same tactics. Red Army soldiers referred to the Hitler Youth and the Volkssturm as totals because they were the product of total mobilization. Wehrmacht officers called them the casserole because they were a mixture of old meat and green vegetables. Tank losses, especially in the 1st Guards Tank Army, prompted a rapid rethink of tactics. The first new tactic was to cover each tank with submachine gunners who sprayed every window and aperture ahead as the vehicles advanced. But there were so many soldiers clinging to the tank that it could hardly traverse its turret. Then they went in again for festooning their vehicles with bed springs and other metal to make the Panzerfausts explode prematurely. But more and more they relied on heavy guns, especially 152 mm and 203 mm howitzers, to blast barricades and buildings over open sites. The 3rd Shock Army also used its anti-aircraft guns constantly against rooftops. Infantry tactics were based largely on Chuykov's notes, evolved since Stalingrad and hurriedly updated after the storming of Poznan. He started from the precept that offensive operations carried out by major formations as if in normal battle conditions stand no chance of success. This was exactly how the 2 tank armies began. He rightly emphasized the need for careful reconnaissance, both the approach and the enemy's likely escape routes. Smoke or darkness should be used to cover the approach of infantry until they were within 30 meters of their objective, otherwise losses would be prohibitively high. The assault groups of 6 to 8 men should be backed by reinforcement groups and then by reserve groups ready to deal with a counterattack. The assault groups, as in Stalingrad days, were to be armed with grenades, submachine guns, daggers, and sharpened spades to be used as axes in hand-to-hand fighting. The reinforcement groups needed to be heavily armed with machine guns and anti-tank weapons. They had to have sappers equipped with explosives and pickaxes, ready to blast through walls from house to house. The danger was that as soon as they opened a hole in the wall, a German soldier the other side would throw a grenade through first. But most Red Army men soon found that the Panzerfausts abandoned by the Volkssturm offered the best means of flank progress. The blast was enough to flatten anyone in the room beyond. While some of the assault groups made their way from house to house on the ground, others progressed along the rooftops, and others made their way from cellar to cellar to take the Panzerfaust ambushes in the side. Flamethrowers were used to terrible effect. Sappers also prepared sections of railway line with dynamite attached to it to act as shrapnel for the final attack. The presence of civilians made no difference. The Red Army troops simply forced them out of the cellars at gunpoint and into the street, whatever the crossfire or shelling. Many Soviet officers, frustrated by the confusion, wanted to evacuate all German civilians by force, which was just what the German 6th Army had attempted when fighting in Stalingrad. "We didn't have time to distinguish who was who," said one. "Sometimes we just threw grenades into the cellars and passed on." This was usually justified on the grounds that German officers were putting on civilian clothes and hiding with women and children. Yet civilian accounts show that any officer or soldier who wanted to hide in a cellar or shelter was forced to get rid of his weapon as well as his uniform. There were very few genuine cases of German troops hiding among civilians to strike the Red Army in the rear. Chuyov urged a ruthless panache when house clearing. "Throw your grenade and follow up. You need speed, a sense of direction, great initiative and stamina, because the unexpected will certainly happen. You will find yourself in a labyrinth of rooms and corridors, all full of danger. Too bad. Chuck a grenade at every corner. Go forward. Fire bursts of machine gun fire at any piece of ceiling which still remains. And when you get to the next room, chuck in another grenade.
Then clean it up with your submachine gun. Never waste a moment. This was all very well for experienced troops, but so many of the young officers who had graduated after short courses had no idea of how to train or to control their men in unfamiliar surroundings. And after the Oder battle and the relentless 24-hour advance ordered by Zhukov, most of the Soviet frontline troops were exhausted. Tiredness slowed their reactions dangerously. Mortar fuses were sometimes set incorrectly, and the bomb exploded in the tube, while soldiers who tried to use German grenades often ended up disabling themselves and their comrades. Self-inflicted casualties occurred on an even greater scale at army level. Despite the U-2 biplanes spotting for gun batteries, the artillery and Katyusha batteries supporting one army often shelled another as they converged on approaching the centre. There were frequent cases of mutual firing at our own troops, wrote General Luchinsky, the commander of the 28th Army, supporting Rybalko's 3rd Guards tank army. And with all the smoke over the urban battlefield, the 3 different aviation armies attached to Zhukov and Konev's fronts were frequently bombing other Red Army troops. The situation became particularly bad in the south of the city. The aviation regiments supporting the 1st Ukrainian Front frequently attacked the 8th Guards Army. Chuikov made representations to Zhukov, demanding the withdrawal of the neighbours. The battle for Tempelhof Aerodrome against the 8th Guards Army and the 1st Guards Tank Army continued through most of the 26th of April. When the Müncheberg Panzer Division counterattacked, so few tanks were left that they had to operate singly, supported by small groups of infantry and Hitler Youth armed with Panzerfausts. The survivors extricated themselves towards evening. Sturmbannführer Saalbach pulled back the remaining vehicles of the Nordland Reconnaissance Battalion to the Anhalter Bahnhof. The division's remaining armour, 8 Tigers of the Hermann von Salza Battalion and several assault guns, was ordered to the Tiergarten. The morning began with an intensive bombardment. Poor inner city, wrote a woman diarist in Prenzlauer Berg, as the artillery thundered away. The shelling of the Klein Tiergarten was particularly heavy. Churned up by explosions, the park was hard to imagine as a favourite playground for children. Chuikov and Katukov ordered their forces on towards the Belle Alliance Platz, named after the Battle of Waterloo, and ironically defended by French SS and the Anhalter Bahnhof, the marker separating the advance of the 2 fronts. The rivalry with Konev's troops had become intense, though masked by jokes. Now we should be scared not of the enemy, but of our neighbours, one of Chuikov's corps commanders said to Vasily Grossman. I've ordered that the burnt-out tanks should be used to block our neighbours from getting to the Reichstag. There's nothing more depressing in Berlin than learning about the successes of your neighbour. Chuikov did not take the matter so lightly. Over the next 2 days, he pushed his left flank across the front of the 3rd Guards Tank Army to head it off the axis which led to the Reichstag. He did not even warn Rybalko, so this almost certainly led to the slaughter of many of his own men under the artillery shells and rockets of the 1st Ukrainian Front. Katyusha rockets, thunderbolts from the sky, continued to be used as a psychological weapon, as well as for area targets. Early on the morning of the 26th of April, Colonel Refier, the Chief of Staff of the Defence of Berlin, was brusquely awoken from a snatched sleep in their headquarters on the Hohenzollern-Damm by a rapid sequence of ranging shells. The Russians called it framing. Old frontline hares, Refier noted, knew this to be the greeting before a salvo of Katyushas. And if their headquarters were now in Katyusha range, it was time to move. General Weidling had already chosen the Bendler Block, the old army headquarters on the Bendlerstrasse, where Colonel Count von Stauffenberg had been executed after the failure of the July plot. It possessed well-equipped air raid shelters and was close to the Reich Chancellery, where Weidling was constantly summoned. In the depths of the Bendler Block, Weidling's staff had no idea whether it was day or night. They kept awake on coffee and cigarettes. Thanks to the generators, they had lighting the whole time, but the air was clammy and heavy. There they continued to deal with increasingly urgent calls for help from sector commanders, but there were no reserves. That evening, Weidling presented to Hitler his recommendations for a mass breakout from Berlin to avoid further destruction and loss of life. His plan was for the garrison, acting as Hitler's escort, to break out westwards and join up with the remains of Army Group Vistula. There would be a spearhead consisting of the remaining battle-worthy tanks, nearly 40 of them, and the bulk of the combat divisions. This would be followed by the Führergruppe, with Hitler and his Reich Chancellery staff, along with other Prominente. The rearguard would consist of a single reinforced division. The breakout should take place on the night of the 28th of April. When Weidling came to an end, Hitler shook his head. "Your proposal is perfectly all right, but what is the point of it all? I have no intention of wandering around in the woods. I am staying here, and I will fall at the head of my troops. You, for your part, will carry on with the defence." The futility of it all was summed up in the slogan painted on walls, "Berlin stays German." One of these had been crossed out, and underneath was scrawled in Cyrillic, "But I'm already here in Berlin," signed Sidorov. The Red Army was not merely in Berlin, it was already setting up a provisional administration to get essential services going again. Zhukov, still unaware of Beria's plan to have the NKVD running civilian affairs, had just appointed Colonel General Berzarin, the commander of the 5th Shock Army, as commandant of Berlin. Marshal Suvorov in the 18th century had insisted that the commander of the First Army to enter a city became its commandant, and the Red Army maintained the tradition. Chuikov's jealousy of his rival must have been intense. Grossman visited Berzarin in his headquarters on the 26th of April. "The commandant of Berlin," he wrote in his notebook, "is fat, with sly brown eyes and prematurely white hair. He is very clever, very balanced and crafty. It was the creation of the world that day. Burgermeisters, directors of Berlin electricity, Berlin water, sewers, the U-Bahn, trams, gas supply, factory owners and public figures had been summoned. They all received their appointments here in this office. Vice-directors become directors, chiefs of regional enterprises become magnates of national importance." Grossman was fascinated by signs other than words, the shuffling of feet, greetings, whisperings. Old German communists from before the Nazis' rise to power appeared, hoping for an appointment. An old house painter shows his German Communist Party card. He has been a party member since 1920. Berzarin's officers show little reaction. They tell him, "Take a seat." Like the other Russians present, Grossman was taken aback when a burgomaster, on being told to provide working parties to clear streets, asked, "How much will the people be paid?" After the way Soviet citizens had been treated as slave labourers in Germany, the answer was obvious. "Everyone here certainly seems to have a very strong idea of their rights," observed Grossman. But German civilians received a shock the next day, the 27th of April, when Soviet troops rounded up 2,000 German women in the southern suburbs and marched them to Tempelhof Aerodrome to clear the runways of shot-up machines. Red Army Aviation wanted to be able to use it as a base within 24 hours. During the withdrawal towards the centre, Sector Z, the battle intensified. Whenever Germans managed to knock out a Soviet tank with a Panzerfaust, the local Soviet commander always tried to retaliate with a Katyusha strike. But revenge with such an area weapon was akin to shooting hostages in response to a partisan attack. A small Panzerfaust group of the French SS were captured by Soviet troops. The French NCO claimed that they were forced labourers who had been press-ganged into uniform by the Germans when the Red Army launched its attack on the Oder.
they were lucky to be believed. At that stage, Soviet troops did not know about SS tattoos. That evening, one of the grotesque melodramas which so characterized the fall of the Third Reich took place. General Ritter von Greim, whom Hitler had summoned from Munich to take over command of the Luftwaffe from Göring, was carried into the bunker anteroom on a stretcher. He had been wounded in the leg by Soviet anti-aircraft fire. He was accompanied by his mistress, Hanna Reich, a test pilot and devotee of the Führer. Flying in a Fieseler-Storch for the last leg of their extremely hazardous journey, they had been hit over the Grunewald. Hanna Reich, reaching around the wounded Grime's shoulders, had managed to land the small aircraft near the Brandenburg Gate. It was a feat requiring considerable bravery and skill, yet that does not alter the fact that Hitler, by insisting on this symbolic handover, had nearly managed to kill the very man he wanted to promote to the supreme command of an organization which had effectively ceased to exist. On the following day, the 27th of April, General Krebs followed the Nazi leaders who were deceiving the troops under his command. Although evasive on the question of negotiations, he claimed that the Americans could cross the 90 kilometers from the Elbe to Berlin in the shortest space of time, and then everything would change for the better. Everyone there was obsessed with reinforcements, whatever their number or effectiveness. Munker was ecstatic when he told Krukenberg that a company of sailors had been flown in and had taken up position in the gardens of the Foreign Office on the Wilhelmstrasse. Krukenberg was more encouraged to hear that 8 assault guns from the 503rd SS Heavy Panzer Battalion had been assigned to support the Nordland. Other reinforcements included a group of Latvian SS. This prompted Krukenberg to claim that soon the whole of Europe would be represented in their sector. Considering the fact that by 1945 half of the Waffen-SS was not German, this was not such a remarkable fact. And when you force an international civil war upon the world, as the communists and fascists had done between them by the unscrupulous manipulation of alternatives, then the downfall of Berlin was an unsurprising pyre for the remnants of the European extreme right. Krukenberg's divisional headquarters were reduced to a subway carriage in the U-Bahn station Stadtmitte, without any electric light and without a telephone. His men kept going only because they had stripped the grocery shops in the nearby Gendarmenmarkt. Their fighting strength now rested on the large quantities of Panzerfausts from the improvised arsenal in the Reich Chancellery cellars. Short of other weapons and ammunition, the French, like many other troops, were using them in close quarter-house combat, as well as in their official anti-tank role. Hauptsturmführer Persson arrived with 4 armoured personnel carriers taken from the Red Army, and 2 of the original half-tracks belonging to the Nordland to guard the Reich Chancellery. The others had been blown up as they ran out of fuel or broke down in the withdrawal from Neukölln. In Sector Z, wounded soldiers were sent back to the dressing station set up in the cellars of the Adlon Hotel. SS soldiers were taken to another one in the Reich Chancellery cellars, run by SS doctors and surgeons. There were nearly 500 wounded packed in there by the end of the battle. A bigger one, the Thomas Keller Lazarette, resembled a slaughterhouse. Like the civilian hospitals, the military field hospitals lacked food and water, as well as anesthetic. The Soviet advance into Berlin was extremely uneven. In the northwest, the 47th Army, which had completed the encirclement of the city by meeting up with Konev's 4th Guards Tank Army, was now approaching Spandau. Its officers had no idea that the huge citadel there housed German research into the nerve gases, tabun and sarin. It was also involved in fierce fighting on Gatow airfield, where Volkssturm and Luftwaffe cadets used the 88 mm anti-aircraft guns and shot back from behind wrecked aircraft. In the north, the Guards tank army had hardly advanced out of Siemensstadt, while the Third Shock Army had reached the northern barrier to the Tiergarten and Prenzlauer Berg. The Third Shock Army had bypassed the immensely powerful Humboldtine flak bunker, which was left as a target for their heavy artillery and the bombers. Continuing in a clockwise direction, the Fifth Shock Army, driving into the eastern districts, similarly bypassed the Friedrichshain bunker. The bulk of its strength was between the Frankfurter Allee and the south bank of the Spree after its 9th Corps crossed into Treptow. From the south, the 8th Guards Army and the 1st Guards Tank Army had reached and breached the Landwehr Canal on the 27th of April. This was the last major obstacle to the government district, and less than 2 kilometers from the Reich Chancellery, even though all of Zhukov's armies were obsessed with Stalin's target of the Reichstag. In the southwest, the Third Guards Tank Army had just entered Charlottenburg, with a left flanking hook through the Grunewald against the remains of the 18th Panzergrenadier Division. Red Army troops reached Dahlem on the 24th of April and the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics the next day. The fighting, with Katyushas firing and tanks advancing amid the spacious villas and neat tree-lined streets, produced strange contrasts. The front-line troops were followed by the ubiquitous Panju wagons, pulled by shaggy little ponies and even pack camels. There is nothing to show that any commanders in Rybalko's army, or even Rybalko himself, had been warned of the Institute's significance, yet they must have been aware of the large force of NKVD troops and specialists who secured the complex off the Boltzmannstrasse within 2 days. Since the one thing holding up Soviet attempts to replicate the Manhattan Project's research was the shortage of uranium, the importance which Stalin and Beria attached to securing research laboratories and their supplies was considerable. They also wanted German scientists capable of processing uranium. Beria's preparations for the Berlin operation had clearly been enormous. Colonel General Makhnev was in charge of the Special Commission. The large numbers of NKVD troops to secure the laboratories and uranium stores were directly supervised by no less a personage than General Krylev, the chief of rear area operations for the whole of the Red Army. The chief NKVD metallurgist, General Avrami Zavinyagin, had set up a base on the edge of Berlin, and scientists from the main team of researchers oversaw the movement of materials and the dismantling of laboratories. The NKVD Commission made its report. As well as all the equipment at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, they found 250 kgs of metallic uranium, 3 tons of uranium oxide, 20 litres of heavy water. The 3 tons of uranium oxide misdirected to Dahlem was a real windfall. There was a particular reason for speed. Beria and Malenkov reminded Stalin rather unnecessarily in a retrospective confirmation of action already carried out. The Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was situated in the territory of the future Allied zone. Taking into account the extreme importance for the Soviet Union of all the above-mentioned equipment and materials, they wrote, "We request your decision on disassembling and evacuating equipment and other items from these enterprises and institutes back to the USSR." The State Committee for Defense accordingly authorized the NKVD Commission, headed by Comrade Makhnev, to evacuate to the Soviet Union to Laboratory No. 2 of the Academy of Sciences and Special Metal Department of the NKVD, all the equipment and materials and archive of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin. Makhnev's men also rounded up Professor Peter Thiessen and Dr. Ludwig Bevilogwa, who were flown to Moscow. But the major figures of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, Werner Heisenberg, Max von Laue, Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker and Otto Hahn, who had won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry only a few months before, were beyond their grasp. They were earmarked by the British,
and taken back to be lodged at Farm Hall, their debriefing centre for German scientists in East Anglia. Other, less important laboratories and institutes were also stripped out, and many more scientists were arrested and sent to a special holding pen in the concentration camp of Sachsenhausen. Professor Baron von Arden volunteered. He was persuaded by General Savignac to write an application addressed to the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR that he wished to work with Russian physicists and place the institute and himself at the disposal of the Soviet government. Beria and Kurchatov's scientists at last had some uranium to start work in earnest, and experts to process it, but the need for further supplies was desperate in their eyes. General Serov, the NKVD chief in Berlin, was ordered to concentrate on securing the uranium deposits in Czechoslovakia, and above all, in Saxony, south of Dresden. The presence of the uncompromising General George Patton's Third Army in the region must have caused the Soviet authorities considerable concern. It may also explain why they were so nervous about whether US forces would withdraw to the previously agreed occupation zones. In Dahlem, some of Rybalko's officers visited Sister Kunigunde, the Mother Superior of Haus Dahlem, a maternity clinic and orphanage. She informed them that they had not hidden any German soldiers. The officers and their men behaved impeccably. In fact, the officers even warned Sister Kunigunde about the second-line troops following on behind. Their prediction proved entirely accurate, but there was no chance of escape. Nuns, young girls, old women, pregnant women and mothers who had just given birth were all raped without pity. One woman compared events in Dahlem to the horrors of the Middle Ages. Others thought of the 30 Years' War. The pattern, with soldiers flashing torches in the faces of women huddled in the bunkers to select their victims, appears to have been common to all the Soviet armies involved in the Berlin operation. This process of selection, as opposed to the immediate violence shown in East Prussia, indicates a definite change. By this stage, Soviet soldiers treated German women much more as sexual spoils of war than as substitutes for the Wehrmacht on which to vent their rage. Rape has often been defined by writers on the subject as an act of violence which has little to do with sex. But that is a definition from the victim's perspective. To understand the crime, however, one needs to see things from the perpetrator's point of view, especially in this second stage when unaggravated rape had succeeded the extreme onslaught of January and February. The soldiers concerned appear to have felt that they were satisfying a sexual need after all their time at the front. In this, most soldier rapists did not demonstrate gratuitous violence, provided the woman did not resist. A third stage in the process, and even a fourth, developed in the weeks to come, as will be seen. But the basic point is that, in war, undisciplined soldiers without fear of retribution can rapidly revert to a primitive male sexuality. The difference between the incoherent violence in East Prussia and the notion of carnal booty in Berlin underlines the fact that there can be no all-embracing definition of the crime. On the other hand, it tends to suggest that there is a dark area of male sexuality which can emerge all too easily, especially in war, when there are no social and disciplinary restraints. Much also depends on the military culture of a particular national army. As the Red Army example shows, the practice of collective rape can even become a form of bonding process. Soviet political officers still talked of violence under the pretext of revenge. When we broke into Berlin, the political department of the First Belarusian Front reported, some of the troops indulged in looting and violence towards civilians. Political officers tried to control this. They organized meetings devoted to such topics as the honor and dignity of the Red Army warrior, a looter is the worst enemy of the Red Army, and how to understand correctly the problem of taking revenge. But the idea of controlling their troops through political exhortation, particularly when the party line had suddenly changed,
was doomed to failure. Germans were deeply shocked by the lack of discipline within the Red Army and the inability of officers to control their men, except in extreme cases by shooting them on the spot. All too often, women encountered total indifference or amusement that they should attempt to complain about rape. That? Well, it certainly hasn't done you any harm, said one district commandant in Berlin to a group of women who had come to request protection from repeated attacks. Our men are all healthy. Unfortunately, many of them were not free from disease, as women soon found to their even greater cost. 22 fighting in the forest. Who would ever have thought, noted a battalion commander of the Scharnhorst division as they advanced to Beelitz, that it would be just a day's march from the Western Front to the Eastern Front. It says everything about our situation. General Wenck's Chalk's Corps had started its attack eastwards on the 24th of April to break through to meet the 9th Army, encircled in the forests beyond Konev's supply lines. That evening, the Theodor Körner division of Reich Labour Service youths attacked General Yermakov's 5th Guards Mechanized Corps near Treuenbrietzen. On the next day, the Scharnhorst division approached Beelitz. They had no idea of what lay ahead as they moved through a mixture of thick young plantations and mature, well-spaced pine forest. The operation, observed the battalion commander, had the character of an armed reconnaissance. A few kilometers before Beelitz, they came upon the hospital complex at Heilstatten. The nurses and patients, who had been looted very thoroughly the day before by Soviet troops and liberated slave laborers, heard artillery. Nobody knew where this battle was coming from. A shell hit one of the blocks. The children were taken down into the cellars. The nurses asked each other whether this could be the Americans arriving. Later they suddenly saw German troops arriving from the west, in skirmishing formation, dashing forwards from tree to tree. Two of the nurses ran outside towards them, screaming, "Blast the Russians away!" As the battle intensified, the director of the hospital, Dr. Pochka, decided to make contact with the Americans on the Elbe. The Swiss clearly could not help them. The battle for Beelitz continued for several days. In the course of the fighting and the earlier outrages, 76 civilians were killed, including 15 children. It was fought with great bitterness, the battalion commander of the Scharnhorst wrote, and no prisoners were taken. He and his men were appalled when the Soviets captured a house in which all their wounded comrades were lying in the cellar. The young soldiers, some of them were so young that civilians in Beelitz referred to them as Kindersoldaten, suffered tank fright on first encountering T-34 and Stalin tanks. But within a couple of days, confidence returned when 4 Stalin tanks were knocked out with Panzerfausts. Peter Rettich, the battalion commander, hailed his young soldiers' fantastic acts of bravery and their dedication, and then added that it was a crying shame and a crime to throw such boys into this all-destructive hell. On the 28th of April, the 3,000 wounded and sick children were loaded by men of the Ulrich von Hutten division onto a shuttle of goods trains, which took them slowly off towards Barbie. There, the Kinderklinik was re-established, and the Americans accepted the wounded as prisoners of war. Wenck, however, had set the 12th Army more important missions. One was the drive up towards Potsdam with the bulk of the Hutten division to open up an escape corridor. The other was to help the 9th Army save itself. The German troops in the huge Spree forest southeast of Berlin represented an unwieldy mixture of mangled divisions and terrified civilians fleeing the Red Army. The 80,000 men had come together from different directions and different armies. The bulk were from General Büsse's 9th Army 12 SS Panzer Corps on the Oderbruch and VSS Mountain Corps south of Frankfurt. The Frankfurt garrison, as Busse had been hoping, also managed to escape to join them. They were joined from the south by V Corps, which had formed the northern flank of the 4th Panzer Army, until cut off and forced back by Konev's drive on Berlin. Busse, having consulted with General Wenck, was determined to break out due westwards through the tall pine forests south of Berlin. He would join up with the 12th Army, and both would withdraw to the Elbe. Busse's main problem was that his rearguard was tied down in constant battles with Zhukov's forces, and he warned Wenck that his army was pushing to the west like a caterpillar. Neither he nor Wenck intended to waste any more lives by following Hitler's increasingly hysterical orders to attack up towards Berlin. Busse, shortly after midnight on the 25th of April, had been given authority to decide for himself on the best direction of attack. From then on, he adopted a Nelsonian tactic of refusing to acknowledge most signals, although in many cases radio communications genuinely broke down. His men and the civilians who had sought refuge with them had virtually no food left. Vehicles were kept moving until they ran out of fuel or broke down, and then they were destroyed or cannibalized for spare parts. He did, however, have 31 tanks left half a dozen Panthers from the Kurmark, the remains of General Hans von Luck's 21st Panzer Division, and around 10 King Tigers from the 502nd SS Heavy Panzer Battalion. These he hoped to use as his spearhead to break through the rear of Konev's armies attacking Berlin. Their fuel tanks were topped up by siphoning from trucks abandoned by the side of the road. His remaining artillery would fire an opening barrage with their last shells, then blow up their guns. Busse's men were encircled in the pattern of lakes and forest southwest of Fürstenwalde by troops from both the 1st Belarusian Front and Konev's 1st Ukrainian Front. On the afternoon of the 25th of April, Zhukov sent his forces into the attack from the north and east. They included the 3rd Army, the 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps, which was well adapted to forest fighting, the 33rd Army, and the 69th Army. Konev had realized, after studying the map, that the Germans had little choice for their breakout. They would have to cross the Berlin-Dresden Autobahn south of the series of lakes starting at Teupitz. Konev reacted rapidly, albeit rather late in the day. On the 25th of April, Gordov's 3rd Guards Army was rushed into positions close to the Berlin-Dresden Autobahn to block all the forest roads leading from east to west. They chopped down tall pine trees to form tank barriers. But Gordov did not manage to occupy the southern part of his sector. And although the 28th Army reinforced the area east of Baruth as ordered, a slight gap remained between the two armies. On the morning of the 26th of April, Busse's vanguard, advancing through Halbe, happened to find the weak point between the two armies. They crossed the Autobahn and reached the Baruth-Zossen road, which was the supply line to Rybalko in Berlin. General Luczynski, to avert the danger, even had to send the 50th and 96th Guards Rifle Divisions into a counterattack without information about the situation. The fighting was chaotic, but heavy bombing and strafing from the 2nd Air Army and relentless counterattacks on the ground forced many of the Germans back across the Autobahn into the Halbe forest. The panzer crews had found that their tracks did not grip on the sandy soil of the pine forest, and they were forced to avoid the forest roads because of the constant air attacks. The group that managed to cross both the Autobahn and the Baruth-Zossen road was spotted by a Luftwaffe aircraft. This was reported to Army Group Vistula and to General Jodl. Hitler was furious when he heard that they were heading westwards, but he still could not believe that Busse would dare to disobey him. A signal was sent that night via Jodl. The Führer has ordered that concentric attacks of 9th and 12th Armies must not only serve to save the 9th Army, but principally to save Berlin. Further signals were more explicit. The Führer in Berlin expects that the armies will do their duty. History and the German people will despise every man who in these circumstances does not give his utmost to save the situation and the Führer. Hitler's one-way concept of loyalty was perfectly revealed. The signal was repeated several times that night and the following day. There was no reply from the forest. During that night and the next day, the 27th of April, the Germans renewed their attack along two axes, in the south from Elbe through towards Bayreuth, and in the north from Teupitz. In the north, several thousand Germans supported by tanks drove a wedge into the 54th Guards Rifle Division, captured Zech am See, and surrounded part of the 160th Rifle Regiment. In the south, the thrust towards Bayreuth encircled the 291st Guards Rifle Regiment under Lieutenant Colonel Andriushchenko in Raiderland, where they seized attics and basements and fought until rescued by the 150th Guards Rifle Regiment from Bayreuth. Once again, the Germans suffered very heavy losses. This is the tidy version of events, the staff officer's summary, trying to produce order out of chaos. But within the forest, in and around Elbe especially, the reality of the battle was appalling, mainly due to Soviet artillery and air bombardment. If the first attempts to break out through the encirclement succeeded, they were immediately destroyed by Russian aircraft and artillery. Major Diehl, the commander of the 90th Regiment in the 35th SS Police Grenadier Division, told his interrogators when captured. The losses were huge. One literally could not raise one's head, and I was absolutely unable to conduct the battle. All I could do was lie under a tank with my adjutant and look at the map. Men with chest and stomach wounds lay bleeding to death. Most of the injuries came from wood splinters, as in an 18th century battle at sea. The Soviet tank crews and artillery deliberately aimed to explode their shells high in the trees. For those below, there was little protection. Digging trenches in the sandy soil filled with tree roots was an impossible task, even for those who still had spades. Some men, in their desperation for shelter, tried to dig frantically with their helmets or rifle butts, but they could achieve little more than a shallow shell scrape, which was no protection from the splinters. Air and artillery bombardments in such conditions produced a panic, even among experienced soldiers. When Soviet reconnaissance or ground attack aircraft appeared overhead, those German soldiers riding on the vehicle began firing at them wildly with submachine guns and rifles. Any wounded or exhausted men on foot who collapsed in the path of armored vehicles or trucks were simply run over by wheels or crushed by tank tracks. As the battle continued in that last week of April, there were few front lines in the expanse of forest. Skirmishes were deadly, with a tank suddenly surprising an enemy in enfilade down a firebreak or ride. A tiger and a panther, followed by half-tracks, all covered with exhausted soldiers clinging onto the outside, were fired at by a Soviet tank. Everyone tried to fire back at once in the confusion. The infantrymen on the outsides of the tanks had to jump as the turret traversed. But the Soviet tank was faster. Its next shell hit one of the half-tracks, which happened to be loaded with cans of spare fuel. It exploded in a ball of flame, setting light to the forest around. Constant smoke from burning pine trees drifted through the forest. Although Soviet commanders denied it, their artillery and aviation regiments certainly seemed to be using phosphorus or other incendiary projectiles. Horses towing supply carts or limbers and guns were terrified and bolted easily. The smoke also greatly reduced visibility in the already gloomy light amid the tall, straight trunks like cathedral columns. There was a constant noise of men calling to each other, hoping to make contact with their group. Despite all the attempts to issue orders to recognizable formations, the different army corps had mingled into an incoherent mass, with Wehrmacht and SS trudging uneasily alongside each other. Mutual suspicion had greatly increased. The SS claimed that army officers refused to pick up their wounded, but there was little sign of SS officers doing anything for Wehrmacht soldiers, except crush them under their tracks if they were in the way. The army's resentment of the SS as an alien organization rose very close to the surface. There were apparently also SS women, armed and in black uniforms, riding on the Tiger tanks. After the first breakout failed, groups tried to slip through in different directions. One detachment came across a Soviet artillery position which had been stormed by half-tracks the day before. They crossed the Autobahn and found dead Soviet soldiers still in their foxholes. Like the other groups, they continued on through the forests towards the rendezvous round Kummersdorf, which the first breakthrough group had almost reached. After the Autobahn, the most dangerous part was crossing the Baruth-Zossen road, defended by another line of Soviet rifle divisions and artillery. On the night of the 28th of April, another determined attempt at a mass breakout from the Halbe area was made. In desperate fighting, the Germans managed to smash the line held by the 50th Guards Rifle Division. For this they paid in heavy losses, wrote General Luchinsky.
Konev, determined that the rest should be crushed, reinforced the flanks. Trees were felled across tracks leading westwards. Each rifle division set up lines of anti-tank guns hidden behind fire breaks or tracks, as if they were engaged in a gigantic boar shoot. Rifle regiments, supported by small tank detachments, attacked into the forest east of the Autobahn. Busse's men were spread over a wide area, with large groups around Halbe, and others stretching most of the way back to Storkow, where the rear guard still held out against Zhukov's forces. The Soviet attacks were designed to break up Busse's forces into different pockets. During almost all hours of daylight, Soviet U-2 biplanes flew low over the treetops, trying to spot fugitive groups for the artillery and aviation to attack. Altogether, the air divisions supporting the First Ukrainian Front flew 2,459 attack missions and 1,683 bombing sorties. For the Germans in the forest, without maps or compasses, it was almost impossible to find their way. The smoke and the trees made it hard even to see the sun to estimate where west might lie. Most of the exhausted soldiers simply trudged along the sandy paths, leaderless and lost. There was great resentment against the gentlemen of the staff in their clean uniforms, driven in their Kubelwagen vehicles, and apparently not picking up any of the wounded or those who had collapsed. All around crossing points of roads there was a patchwork quilt of corpses, grey-green corpses. 6 soldiers from the 36th SS Grenadier Division, commanded by Major General Oskar Dirlewanger, infamous for his role in the suppression of both risings in Warsaw, surrendered despite the risk of execution. "It's already been 5 days since we've seen an officer," one of them said. "We feel that the war will end very soon, and the stronger this feeling becomes, the more we don't want to die." It was rare for the SS to surrender. As far as most of them were concerned, capture meant a shot in the back of the neck or a Siberian camp. A terrible one-sided battle developed round the large village of Halbe during 28 and the 29th of April, as Soviet forces attacked from the south with Katyushas and artillery. Many of the young Wehrmacht soldiers were shaking with fear and literally shitting themselves, according to Hardy Bull, a villager. The local inhabitants were sheltering in their cellars, and when these terrified boy soldiers sought safety there too, they gave them clothes. But SS soldiers, on realizing what was happening, tried to stop it with reprisals. Hardy Bull was with his family in their cellar, which was packed with other families and soldiers, some 40 people in all, when an SS man appeared with a Panzerfaust, which he aimed at the cowering inmates. The explosion in such a confined space would have killed them all. But before he fired, a Wehrmacht soldier in the corner nearest the stairs, who had been hard to see in the gloom, shot him in the back of the neck. There were other reports of shooting between SS and Wehrmacht around Halbe, but they are hard to verify. Another attempt to break out westwards was made from Halbe by the Central Group. Siegfried Jürgs, a young officer cadet with Funen Junker Regiment 1239, described in his diary what he saw from his position on the leading tank. Wounded, whom nobody helped, were left screaming by the side of the track. "I never suspected that 3 hours later I would be one of them."
As they attacked a Soviet blocking detachment, he had jumped down from the tank with the other infantry to take up position in the ditch. But then a mortar bomb exploded and he was pierced through the back by a large fragment of shrapnel. Another explosion left him with shrapnel in his shoulder, chest, and again in his back. Jurgs was luckier than the wounded he had seen earlier. He was picked up by a truck a number of hours later, but these vehicles were overloaded with wounded, and there were screams of pain from the back as they lurched and bumped in and out of potholes on the forest tracks. Those too badly wounded to be moved were left to suffer where they lay. Few had any strength left to bury the dead. At best, bodies were rolled into a ditch or shell crater and some sandy soil thrown over them. On forest tracks and roads, vehicles burned and horses lay dead in their traces, while others still twitched and thrashed in pain. The ground was littered with abandoned weapons and helmets, prams, handcarts and suitcases. Elbe itself was described by eyewitnesses as a vision of hell through war. Tanks rolled down the Lindenstrasse, the 17-year-old Erika Menze recorded. They were covered with wounded soldiers. One of the wounded soldiers fell off the back of one. The following tank crushed him completely, and the next tank after that drove over the large pool of blood. Of the soldier himself, there remained no trace. Outside the bakery, the pavement was literally covered with corpses. There was no space between them. The heads were a yellowish grey, squashed flat, the hands a grey-black. Only wedding rings glimmered gold and silver. Fewer and fewer vehicles were left each day, several tanks, 8-wheeler armoured reconnaissance vehicles, and some half-tracks. The vast majority of the soldiers were on their feet. On the 29th of April, after dawn, the rain stopped and the sun came out a little. It was enough to get a rough idea of direction. Survivors remember moments which seemed so unreal that they wondered afterwards if they had dreamed them in their exhaustion. Near Muckendorf, an officer cadet threw himself to the ground, like the other soldiers with him, when a hidden submachine gunner to their flank opened fire on them. They began firing back into the underbrush, unable to distinguish a target. Suddenly, 2 young SS women in black uniforms and armed with pistols appeared. "Get up!" they screamed at them. "Attack, you cowards!" At the end of what proved a very confused skirmish, there was absolutely no sign of the 2 fanatics. The writer Konstantin Simonov happened to be on his way to Berlin in a jeep coming up the Autobahn just after the main battle. On the stretch south of Teupitz, he saw a sight that he said he would never forget. In that place there was rather thick forest on both sides of the Autobahn, half coniferous, half deciduous, already becoming green. A cross-cutting, not wide, led through the forest on both sides of the motorway, and one wasn't able to see its ends. It was packed with something incredible, a terrible jam of cars, trucks, tanks, armoured cars, vehicles, ambulances, all of them not only pushed closely against one another, but literally jammed over one another, overturned, standing on end, upset, breaking the surrounding trees. In this mess of metal, wood, and something unidentifiable was a dreadful mash of tortured human bodies, and all this went on along the cutting into infinity. In the surrounding forest, corpses, 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 mixed with, I suddenly noted, ones who were still alive. There were wounded people lying on greatcoats and blankets, sitting leaning against trees, some in bandages, others still without any. There were so many of them that apparently nobody had yet managed to do anything about them. Some even lay on the edge of the Autobahn, which was half blocked by debris and covered in oil, petrol and blood. One of the officers with him explained that this group had been caught by the massed fire of several regiments of heavy artillery and Katyushas. Soviet political departments were working hard all this time to persuade survivors to surrender. 250,000 leaflets were dropped over the forest. Loudspeakers boomed messages pre-recorded by anti-fascist German prisoners. and Soviet soldiers shouted through the trees, "Wojna kaput, domoi, wojna kaput." The war's over. Time to go home. The war's over. Meanwhile, the political department of the First Ukrainian Front stiffened its men's determination with the message, "The remains of the destroyed German hordes are wandering in the forests like wild beasts and will try to reach Berlin at any cost. But they won't pass." Most of them did not. Close to 30,000 men lie buried in the cemetery at Elbe, and every year scores more bodies are discovered out in the forest. In June 1999, the Ninth Army's Enigma machine was also found in a shallow grave beside the Autobahn. Nobody knows for sure how many refugees died with the soldiers, but it could have been as many as 10,000. At least 20,000 Red Army soldiers died too. Most are buried in a cemetery on the Baruth-Zossen road, but scores of their bodies too are still being found deep in the woods. The most astonishing part of the story is not the numbers who died or were forced to surrender, but the 25,000 soldiers and several thousand civilians who succeeded in getting through 3 lines of Soviet troops to reach Venk's army round Belitz. Marshal Konev refused to accept that more than 4,000 eluded his forces. There, between the forest and the Elbe, where safety lay with the Americans on the far bank, they were to face many more swings between hope and despair in the last days of the war. At the time of the main battle round Elbe, Army Group Vistula headquarters decided that it must have lost all contact with General Buss. A Fieseler Storchlight aircraft was sent with an officer to make contact, but this attempt failed utterly. The Ninth Army was on its own, thus confirming the collapse of Army Group Vistula as a coherent entity. General Hasso von Manteuffel's Third Panzer Army was already doomed once Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front broke through across the lower Oder. General Heinrichi gave Manteufel permission to withdraw westwards into Mecklenburg, but deliberately avoided informing Field Marshal Keitel or General Krebs in the Führer bunker, because this was in direct defiance of Hitler's order. Rokossovsky's advance westwards between Berlin and the Baltic forced Heinrichi and his staff to abandon their headquarters at Hasselben, near Prenzlau. On their withdrawal, they passed close to Himmler's retreat of Hohenleichen. There they saw a Hitler Youth Battalion with an average age of 14. The boys, staggering under the weight of their weapons and packs, were trying to put a brave face on it. One staff officer spoke to their commander, saying it was a crime to send these children against a battle-hardened enemy. But this did no good. The Third Reich, in its death throes, revealed its frenzied rage against both common sense and common humanity. Heinrichi, having given Manteuffel permission to withdraw, knew that it would not be long before he heard from the 2 chief gravediggers of the German army. Field Marshal Keitel, on discovering what had happened, telephoned Heinrichi on the 29th of April, accusing him of disobedience and unsoldierly weakness. He told him that he was relieved of his command forthwith. Keitel tried to appoint General von Manteuffel as Heinrichi's successor, but he refused. General Jodl rang not long afterwards. In his coldest manner, he also accused Heinrichi of cowardice and weak, incompetent leadership. Heinrichi was ordered to report to OKW's new headquarters. His aides, fearing that he would be executed or forced to commit suicide like Rommel, begged him to spin out his journey. He followed their advice, and the end of the war saved him. 23. The betrayal of the will. During the withdrawal into the centre of Berlin, the SS execution squads went about their hangman's work with an increased urgency and cold fanaticism. Around the Kurfürstendamm, SS squads entered houses where white flags had appeared and shot down any men they found. Goebbels, terrified of the momentum of collapse, described these signs of surrender as a plague bacillus. Yet General Mummert, the commander of the Münkeberg Panzer Division, ordered the SS and Feldgendarmerie squads out of his sector round the Anhalter Bahnhof and Potsdamer Platz. He threatened to shoot executioners on the spot. The conditions for those involved in the fighting became progressively worse. German troops could seldom get near a water pump. They had to quench their thirst, exacerbated by the smoke and dust, with water from canals. There were also more and more cases of nervous breakdowns from the combination of exhaustion and constant artillery fire. The number of wounded in the Anhalter bunker had grown so much that young women had made a Red Cross flag using sheets and lipsticks. This was a wasted effort. Even if the Soviet artillery observers had seen the Red Cross symbol through the smoke and masonry dust, they would not have diverted their battery fire. A bunker was a bunker. The fact that it contained civilians was irrelevant. Numbers inside were diminishing rapidly, however, as women and children escaped along the U-Bahn and S-Bahn tunnels during the night of the 27th of April. Troops from the 5th Shock Army and the 8th Guards Army were literally at the door.
The 5th Shock Army, advancing from the east on the north side of the Landwehr Canal, had fought back the remnants of the Nordland and the Müncherberg from Belle Allianzplatz and carried on to the Anhalter Bahnhof. The 61st Rifle Division of the 28th Army also arrived there from a different direction. The 5th Shock Army then found the 8th Guards Army attacking from the south across the canal into their left rear flank. The commander of the 301st Rifle Division, Colonel Antonov, immediately called in his corps commander, General Rossley. They at once set off in a jeep. Rossley, who is usually very calm, looked worried, wrote Antonov. He thought the situation over and said, "How on earth can we get them back over the Landwehr Canal? Don't let your order of battle get mixed up with the guards. Continue advancing along the Wilhelmstrasse and the Saarlandstrasse. Storm Gestapo headquarters, the Aviation Ministry, and the Reich Chancellery." Antonov did not waste time, but it took Zhukov's headquarters nearly 30 hours to sort out the muddle and establish new boundaries between the different armies. Soon, the majority of Konev's troops were pulled out of Berlin like a nail, they said, to emphasize their resentment at being denied the prize and diverted towards Prague. Also by the 28th of April, troops of the 3rd Shock Army, advancing from the northern districts, were in sight of the Siegersäule column in the Tiergarten. Red Army soldiers nicknamed it the Tall Woman because of the statue of winged victory on the top. The German defenders were now reduced to a strip less than 5 kilometers in width and 15 in length. It ran from Alexanderplatz in the east to Charlottenburg and the Reichssportsfeld in the west, from where Arthur Axmann's Hitler Youth detachments desperately defended the bridges over the Havel. Weidling's artillery commander, Colonel Wöhlemann, gazed around in horror from the gun platform at the top of the vast concrete zoo flak tower. One had a panoramic view of the burning, smouldering and smoking great city, a scene which again and again shook one to the core. Yet General Krebs still pandered to Hitler's belief that Wenck's army was about to arrive from the southwest. To keep resistance alive, Bormann, like Goebbels and Ribbentrop, spread the false rumor of a deal with the Western Allies. "Stand fast, fight fanatically," he had ordered Gauleiters early in the morning of the 26th of April. "We are not giving up. We are not surrendering. We sense some developments in policy abroad. Heil Hitler, Reichsleiter Bormann." The lie was soon underlined by the reaction of Hitler and Goebbels to Himmler's attempts to seek a genuine ceasefire with the Western powers. Truman and Churchill had immediately informed the Kremlin of the approach through Count Bernadotte. "I consider your proposed reply to Himmler absolutely correct," Stalin replied to Truman on the 26th of April. Nobody in the bunker had any inkling of what was afoot, and yet a general suspicion of betrayal had certainly gripped Bormann. On the night of Friday the 27th of April, he wrote in his diary, "Himmler and Jodl stopped the divisions that we are throwing in. We will fight,
and we will die with our Führer, to whom we will remain devoted until the grave. Many are going to act on the basis of higher motives. They are sacrificing their Führer. Pfui, what swine! They have lost any honor. Our Reich Chancellery is turning into ruins. The world is now hanging by a thread. The Allies are demanding unconditional surrender. This would mean a betrayal of the fatherland. Fegelein has degraded himself. He tried to run away from Berlin in civilian clothes. Bormann rapidly distanced himself from his close companion. Hitler had suddenly noticed Hermann Fegelein's absence early in the afternoon at the Situation Conference. Bormann, probably from their mutual bragging in the sauna, knew of the apartment in Charlottenburg which he used for his affairs. A group of Hitler's Gestapo bodyguards were sent to bring him back. They found Fegelein, apparently drunk, with a mistress. His bags, containing money, jewels, and false passports, were packed ready for departure. He insisted on ringing the bunker and demanded to speak to his sister-in-law, but Eva Braun, shocked that he too had tried to desert her beloved Führer, refused to intervene.
She did not believe him when he claimed that he was only trying to leave to be with Gretel, who was about to give birth. Fegelein was brought back under close arrest. He was held in a locked room in the Reich Chancellery cellar. On the 28th of April, in the middle of the afternoon, Hitler was told of a report on Stockholm radio that Himmler had been in touch with the Allies. The idea that Der Treue Heinrich could be attempting to make a deal seemed ludicrous, yet Hitler had begun to suspect the SS after Steiner's failure to relieve Berlin. He rang Dönitz, who spoke to Himmler. The Reichsführer SS denied it completely. But that evening, Lorenz, Hitler's press attaché, arrived with a copy of confirmation of the story from Reuters. All Hitler's resentments and suspicions exploded. He was white with anger and shock. Fegelein was interrogated, apparently by Gruppenführer Müller, the chief of the Gestapo. He admitted that he had known of Himmler's approach to Bernadotte. Freytag von Loringhoven saw Fegelein being marched upstairs under heavy SS escort. All badges of rank, his Knight's Cross and other insignia, had been torn from his uniform. Fegelein's swagger had disappeared. He was executed in the Reich Chancellery garden. Hitler was now convinced that the SS had been seething with plots against him, just like the army the year before. Hitler went straight to the bunker room, where the newly promoted Marshal Ritter von Greim lay nursing his wounded leg. He ordered him to fly out of Berlin to organize Luftwaffe attacks on the Soviet tanks which had reached the Potsdamer Platz, and to ensure that Himmler did not go unpunished. "A traitor must never succeed me as Führer," he shouted at Greim. "You must go out to ensure that he does not." No time was wasted. Hannah Reich was summoned to help Greim up the concrete staircase on his crutches. An armoured vehicle was waiting to take them to an Arado 96 trainer, specially ordered from outside and now ready for takeoff near the Brandenburg Gate. Soviet soldiers from the Third Shock Army, who had just fought their way into the Tiergarten, stared in amazement as the aircraft took off before their eyes. Their immediate fear, on recovering their military reactions, was that Hitler had escaped them. But the rather tardy explosion of anti-aircraft and machine gun fire failed to find the target. Ritter von Greim and Hannah Reich escaped. This Movementer night in the Führer bunker was not over. It held an even greater surprise. Adolf Hitler proceeded to marry the sister-in-law of the man he had just had executed. Goebbels had brought to Hitler's private sitting room a Herr Walter Wagner, an official of the Gau of Berlin, who had the authority to perform a civil wedding ceremony. Wagner, bemused and overawed by his responsibilities, had come from guard duty in his brown Nazi Party uniform and Volkssturm armband. Hitler was in his usual tunic. Eva Braun wore a long black silk taffeta dress, one which he had often complimented her upon. Its colour was rather suitable in the circumstances. A very nervous Wagner then had to ask both the Führer and Fräulein Braun whether they were of pure Aryan descent.
and free from hereditary diseases. The proceedings took no more than a couple of minutes under the wartime formula of simple declarations. Then came the signing of the register, with Goebbels and Bormann as witnesses. Eva Braun began to write her usual name, but stopped, scratched out the B, and corrected the entry to Eva Hitler, Geberin, Braun. Hitler's signature was totally illegible. His hand was shaking so much. The married couple emerged into the anteroom corridor, which served as the bunker conference room. Generals and secretaries congratulated them. They then retired to the little sitting room for a wedding breakfast with champagne for the new Frau Hitler, as she now insisted on being called by servants. She had finally been rewarded for her loyalty in a world of betrayal. They were later joined by Bormann, Goebbels, and his wife Magda, and the two remaining secretaries, Gerda Christian and Traudl Junge. Hitler took Traudl Junge away to another room, where he dictated his political and personal testaments. She sat there in nervous excitement, expecting to hear at last a profound explanation of the great sacrifice's true purpose. But instead a stream of political clichés, delusions and recriminations poured forth. He had never wanted war. It had been forced on him by international Jewish interests. The war, in spite of all setbacks, he claimed, will one day go down in history as the most glorious and heroic manifestation of a people's will to live. Grand Admiral Dönitz, the head of the Kriegsmarine, was appointed Reich President. The army, the Luftwaffe and the SS had either failed or betrayed him. The loyal Dönitz, Hitlerjunge Quecks, had emerged in front of schemers. Yet Goebbels was appointed Reich Chancellor, while my most faithful party comrade, Martin Bormann, became party chancellor as well as executor of his private will. Hitler clearly wanted to continue his policy of divide and rule from beyond the grave, even on the most spectral administration ever assembled. Perhaps the most bizarre appointment was for Gauleiter Karl Hanke to replace Himmler as Reichsführer SS. Hanke, a pre-war lover of Magda Goebbels, was still trapped in Breslau, directing his own provincial performance of enforced suicide on a city. Goebbels, meanwhile, wrote his own will. He believed it his duty, in the delirium of treachery which surrounds the Führer in these most critical days of the war, to refuse Hitler's order to leave Berlin and stay with him unconditionally until death. One of the copies of Hitler's testament was sent by a trusted officer to Field Marshal Schörner, the new commander-in-chief of the army. The covering letter from General Bergdorf confirmed that shattering news of Himmler's treachery was for Hitler the final blow. The rather sedate wedding party deep in the bunker was overtaken by much wilder behaviour closer to the surface. When Traudl Junge was finally released from her typing at around 4 a.m. on Sunday the 29th of April, and the Führer and Frau Hitler retired, she went upstairs to find some food for the Goebbels children. The scenes which she encountered, not far from where the wounded lay in the Reich Chancellery's underground field hospital, shocked her deeply. An erotic fever seemed to have taken possession of everybody. Everywhere, even on the dentist's chair, I saw bodies locked in lascivious embraces. The women had discarded all modesty and were freely exposing their private parts. SS officers who had been out searching cellars and streets for deserters to hang had also been tempting hungry and impressionable young women back to the Reich Chancellery, with promises of parties and inexhaustible supplies of food and champagne. It was the apocalypse of totalitarian corruption, with the concrete submarine of the Reich Chancellery underworld providing an existentialist theatre set for hell. The reality for ordinary Berliners was becoming more terrible by the hour. On the 28th of April, Soviet troops reached the street of an anonymous woman diarist. "I had a queasy sensation in my stomach," she wrote. "It reminded me of the feeling I used to have as a schoolgirl before taking a maths exam, discomfort and restlessness, and the longing for everything to be over." From an upstairs window they watched a Soviet supply column of horse-drawn carts, with foals nuzzling up against their mothers. The street already smelled of horse dung. A field kitchen was set up in the garage opposite. There were no German civilians to be seen at all. Ivans were learning to ride bicycles they had found. The sight reassured her. They seemed like big children. When she ventured out, one of the first questions she faced was, "Do you have a husband?"
She spoke some Russian and was able to parry their clumsy banter. But then she noticed them exchanging looks, and she began to feel afraid. One soldier, who smelled of alcohol, followed her when she retreated down into the cellar. There the other women sat frozen as he walked along unsteadily, flashing his torch into their faces. He persisted in his unsubtle approach, and the diarist, as if leading him on, managed to escape the cellar and fled up into the sunshine of the street. Other soldiers came and stripped the civilians in the cellar of their watches, but no violence was offered. In the evening, however, once the soldiers had eaten and drunk, they began their hunt. The diarist was ambushed in the dark by 3 of them, who began to rape her in turn. When the second one attacked her, he was interrupted by the arrival of 3 other soldiers, one of them a woman, but they all just laughed at the sight, including the woman. Finally, back in her own room, she piled all the furniture against the door and retired to bed. As was probably the case for all women in Berlin who were raped at this time, she found the lack of running water in which to wash herself afterwards made things far worse. She had hardly been in bed for long when her barricade was pushed aside. A group of soldiers came in and started eating and drinking in her kitchen. A giant named Petka picked her up when she tried to slip out of the apartment. She begged him not to allow the others to rape her as well, and he agreed. Early the next morning, he woke up when the company rooster crowed down in the street. He announced that he must go back on duty, then nearly crushed her fingers in a goodbye handshake, assuring her that he would be back at 7 that evening. Many other women also conceded to one soldier in the hope of protecting themselves from gang rape. Magda Wieland, a 24-year-old actress, found the arrival of Russian troops in Giesebrechtstrasse, just off the Kurfürstendamm, the most frightening moment of the whole war. She hid in a huge, ornately carved mahogany cupboard when they burst in. A very young soldier from Central Asia hauled her out. He was so excited at the prospect of a beautiful young blonde that he suffered from premature ejaculation. By sign language, she offered herself to him as a girlfriend if he would protect her from other Russian soldiers. He was clearly thrilled at the idea of having a blonde girlfriend and went out to boast to his friends. But another soldier arrived and raped her brutally. In the cellar, Ellen Goetz, a Jewish friend of Magda's who had sought shelter there when she escaped from the Lehrterstrasse prison after a heavy bombardment, was also dragged out and raped. When other Germans tried to explain to the Russians that she was Jewish and had been persecuted, they received the terse retort, "Frau ist Frau." Russian officers arrived later. They themselves behaved very correctly, but they did nothing to control their men. Giesebrechtstrasse housed a very mixed section of Berlin life. Hans Gensecker, a well-known journalist who had been punished for hiding Jews by being made to remove corpses from bombed cellars, also lived at number 10. So too, on the 3rd floor of the same block, did Kaltenbrunner's mistress, who entertained him in her apartment decorated with gilded doors and silk-upholstered furniture and tapestries, no doubt looted from occupied areas of Europe. Next door, Number 11, had been infamous for the presence of Salon Kitty, the Nazi brothel for prominent men. This establishment, with 16 young prostitutes, had been taken over earlier in the war by Heydrich and Schellenberg. It was run by the intelligence department of the SS to spy on senior officials, Wehrmacht officers and foreign ambassadors, and then blackmail them. All the rooms were bugged, and soon after the capture of Berlin, the NKVD apparently examined the technology used with great interest. Next door, on the far side,
Colonel General Paul von Hasse, the city commandant of Berlin, had lived until his arrest and execution following the July plot. With Hitler Youth and SS opening fire at any house which displayed a white flag, civilians found themselves crushed by the violent intransigence of both sides. The smell of decomposing corpses spread from the piles of rubble which had been buildings, and the smell of charred flesh from the blackened skeletons of burnt-out houses. But it was not these terrible scenes, as much as 3 years of propaganda, which shaped the attitude of Soviet troops. They saw Berlin as this grey, frightening, gloomy, misanthropic city, this bandit capital. Even German communists were not spared. In Wedding, a left-wing stronghold until 1933, activists from the Jülicher Strasse went out to congratulate the Soviet officers commanding the unit to occupy their district, showing their party cards, which they had kept hidden during 12 years of illegality. They volunteered their wives and daughters to help out with washing and cooking, but, according to a French prisoner of war, the unit's officers raped them that very evening. While the occupants of the Führer bunker were preoccupied with the T-34S and Stalin tanks advancing from the Potsdamer Platz and up the Wilhelmstrasse, Soviet eyes were fixed on the northern side of central Berlin. The Third Shock Army angled its advance through Moabit, just northeast of the Spree, to line itself up for an attack on the Reichstag. The commander of the 150th Rifle Division, General Shatilov, thought that Goebbels himself was directing the defense of Moabit prison, and that they might capture him alive. He described Moabit prison looking at us maliciously with its narrow windows. It is striking how Russians saw evil in the very buildings of Berlin, just as they had in German trees on crossing the frontier. Moabit prison did not appear an easy task to storm. The artillery brought forward a heavy gun, but it attracted frantic firing from within the prison. The very first gun layer was killed, and so was the second, but a breach was soon blasted in the walls. Storm groups dashed across the street and entered the courtyard. Once they were inside, the German garrison surrendered very quickly. The sappers who had found mines near the entrance went running in to check for explosives. Their commander remembered the heavy metallic echo as they ran up the iron stairways. Every German who came out with raised arms was closely examined, even those in private's uniform, in case they were Goebbels in disguise. Cell doors were thrown open, and the liberated prisoners came out squinting in the sunlight. Other objectives cost far heavier casualties in a city where the streets drifted with smoke from indiscriminate shell fire. "What a terrible price we are paying for each step to victory," observed the editor of the military newspaper Wojen-Rodiny on a visit to the fighting in Berlin. He was killed almost seconds later by a shell explosion. Deaths so close to the end of such a long and ferocious war seemed doubly poignant. Many were moved by the death of Mikhail Shmonin, a young and greatly admired platoon commander. "Follow me," he had cried to his sergeant, running towards a building. He had hardly fired 3 shots when a heavy shell, almost certainly a Soviet one, struck the wall in front of him. The side of the house collapsed, and the lieutenant, with pink cheeks, clear complexion, and large, clear eyes, was buried under the rubble. Even if the Red Army had soon learned what to expect in street and house fighting in Berlin, with Faustas near barricades and stone and concrete buildings turned into bunkers, it began to rely more and more on the 152 mm and 203 mm heavy howitzers fired at short range over open sights. Only then would the assault teams go in. But the one battleground that Soviet troops avoided, if at all possible, was subway tunnels and bunkers, of which there were over 1,000 in the Greater Berlin area. They were extremely cautious about entering civilian air raid shelters, convinced that German soldiers were hiding ready to ambush them or emerge to attack them in the rear. As a result, they virtually sealed off any shelters they overran. Civilians who came to the surface were likely to be shot. There are stories, mainly the product of German paranoia, that T-34s were driven into railway tunnels to emerge behind their lines. The only genuine case of an underground tanker, however, appears to be that of an unfortunate T-34 driver who failed to spot the entrance of the Alexanderplatz U-Bahn station and charged down the stairs. Stories of light artillery bumped down station stairs step by step and manhandled onto the tracks also owe more to folklore than to fact. From the Moabit prison, it was only 800 meters down Alt-Moabit to the Moltke Bridge over the Spree. Another 600 meters beyond that stood the Reichstag, which from time to time became visible when the smoke cleared. For the 150th and the 171st Rifle Divisions, it seemed so close now, and yet they had no illusions about the dangers ahead. They knew that many of them would die before they could raise their red banners over the building chosen by Stalin as the symbol of Berlin. Their commanders, to please Comrade Stalin, wanted the building captured in time for it to be announced at the May Day celebrations in Moscow. The advance down to the Moltke Bridge began on the afternoon of the 28th of April. The lead battalions from the two divisions left from the same start line, further emphasizing the race. The bridge ahead was barricaded on both sides. It was mined and protected with barbed wire and covered by machine gun and artillery fire from both flanks. Shortly before 6 p.m., there was a deafening detonation as the Germans blew the Moltke Bridge. When the smoke and dust settled, it became clear that the demolition had not been entirely successful. The bridge sagged, but was certainly passable by infantry. Captain Neustroeff, the battalion commander, ordered Sergeant Piatnitsky to take his platoon across in a probing attack. Piatnitsky and his men dashed over the open space which led to the bridge and managed to shelter behind the Germans' own barricade. Neustroeff then called in artillery support for the crossing. It seems to have taken rather a long time for the artillery observation officers to turn up and organize their batteries, but just as the last light was fading, artillery preparation began. The heavy bombardment at close range smashed the German fire positions, and the leading infantry platoons dashed across to fight their way into the large buildings on the Kronprinzenufer and Moltkestrasse. By midnight, just as Hitler was marrying Eva Braun, they established a firm bridgehead. During the rest of the night, the bulk of the 150th and 171st Rifle Divisions crossed the Spree. The 150th Rifle Division stormed the Ministry of the Interior on the southern side of the Moltkestrasse. This massive building immediately became known as Himmler's House. With doors and windows blocked to provide embrasures for the defenders, it proved a hard fortress to storm. Unable to bring forward gun and rocket batteries, sappers improvised individual Katyusha launchers on lengths of railway line. But the basic tools of this close-quarter fighting through the morning of the 29th of April were grenades and submachine guns. Soviet soldiers, even if afraid of dying in the last days of the battle, also wanted to impress everyone at home. As conquerors of Berlin, they saw themselves as an elite in the post-war Soviet Union. "Greetings from the front," wrote Vladimir Borisovich Pereverzev that day. "Hello, my nearest and dearest ones. So far I am alive and healthy, only I am slightly drunk the whole time. But this is necessary to keep up your courage. A reasonable ration of 3-star cognac will do no harm. Naturally, we ourselves punish those who don't know their capacity for drink. Now we're tightening the circle round the center of the city. I am just 500 meters from the Reichstag. We have already crossed the Spree, and within a few days the Fritzes and the Hanses will be kaput. They are still writing on the walls that Berlin bleibt Deutsch, but we say instead alles Deutsch kaput, and it will turn out the way we say it. I wanted to send you my photo, which was taken, but we have not had a chance to develop it. It's a pity because the photo would be very interesting. A submachine gun on my shoulder, a Mauser stuck into my belt, grenades at my side.
There's a lot to hit Germans with. To cut a long story short, we'll be in the Reichstag tomorrow. I can't send parcels, that is looted goods. There's no time for it. And we front units have other things to do. You're right, that part of the kitchen ceiling collapsed, but that's nothing. A 6-story building collapsed on us and we had to dig our boys out. This is how we live and beat the Germans. This briefly is my news. Perevertsev was badly wounded shortly after finishing the letter. He died on the day that victory was announced. Sunday, the 29th of April, wrote Martin Bormann in his diary. The second day which has started with a hurricane of fire. During the night of 28 to the 29th of April, the foreign press wrote about Himmler's offer of capitulation, the wedding of Hitler and Eva Braun. Führer dictates his political and private wills. Traitors yodel, Himmler and the generals abandon us to the Bolsheviks. Hurricane fire again. According to the information of the enemy, the Americans have broken into Munich. Hitler, even though his optimism and pessimism had been surging back and forth, finally realized that all was lost. His secure radio-telephone communications had collapsed, literally, when the last balloon raising the aerial above the Führer bunker was shot down. As a result, Red Army listening stations intercepted its ordinary signals traffic that day. Bormann and Krebs jointly signed a message to all commanders. Führer expects an unshakable loyalty from Schörner, Wenck and others. He also expects Schörner and Wenck to save him and Berlin. Field Marshal Schörner replied that the rear areas are completely disorganized. The civilian population makes it difficult to operate. Finally, Wenck made it clear that no miracles should be expected from the 12th Army. The troops of the army suffered great losses, and there is a severe shortage of weapons. Those in the Führer bunker, even the loyalists, finally saw that the longer Hitler delayed his suicide, the greater the number of people who would die. After the Himmler and Goering debacles, nobody could consider a ceasefire until the Führer had killed himself. The problem was that if he waited until the Russians were at the Reich Chancellery door, then none of them would get out alive. Freytag von Loringhoven did not want to die in such surroundings or in such company. After the 3 messengers left, bearing copies of Hitler's last testament, the idea occurred to him that, with communications down, he and Bolt could ask for permission to join up with troops outside the city. "Herr General," he said to General Krebs, "I do not want to die like a rat here. I would like to return to the fighting troops." Krebs was at first reluctant. Then he spoke to General Bergdorf. Bergdorf said that any of the remaining military aides should be allowed to leave. His assistant, Lieutenant Colonel Weiss, should go with Freytag von Loringhoven and Captain Bolt. Hitler was approached for his approval after the midday situation conference. "How are you going to get out of Berlin?" he asked. Freytag von Loringhoven explained their route out of the Reich Chancellery cellars and across Berlin to the Havel, where they would find a boat. Hitler became enthused. "You must get an electric motorboat, because that doesn't make any noise and you can get through the Russian lines." Freytag von Loringhoven, fearing his obsession with this one detail, agreed that it was the best method, but said that, if necessary, they might have to use another craft. Hitler, suddenly exhausted, shook hands limply with each one and dismissed them. The Russians, as the Nordland division knew only too well, were already very close to the Reich Chancellery. 3 T-34S had charged up the Wilhelmstrasse the day before, as far as the U-Bahn station, where they were ambushed by French SS Panzerfausters. Colonel Antonov's 301st Rifle Division began its assault in earnest at dawn on the 29th of April, not long after the newly married couple in the Führer bunker had retired. 2 of his rifle regiments attacked Gestapo headquarters on the Prince Albrechtstrasse, a building which had been heavily damaged in the 3rd of February air raid. In the now standard tactic, 203 mm heavy howitzers were brought forward to blast open a breach at close range. 2 battalions stormed in and hoisted a red banner, but the Soviet accounts failed to reveal the fact that after fierce fighting and heavy casualties, they were forced to withdraw that evening by a ferocious Waffen-SS counterattack. The Russians had no idea whether any prisoners of the Gestapo remained alive inside. In fact, there were 7 left who had been specially spared from the horrendous massacre which had taken place on the night of the 23rd of April. The Nordland, now under Mohnke's command from the Reich Chancellery, was fed from above with further encouraging messages about the progress of Wenck's army and negotiations with the Allies. The only reinforcements Krukenberg had received were 100 elderly police officials. His men were too exhausted to care about messages from the Reich Chancellery. They were too tired even to speak. Their faces were empty. No man would wake up unless shaken vigorously. Tank hunting, one of them wrote later, had become a descent into hell. The French tank destroyer squads had played a particularly effective role in the defence. They accounted for about half of the 108 tanks knocked out on the whole sector. Henri Fenet, their battalion commander, described a 17-year-old from Saint-Nazaire called Roger, who fought alone with his Panzerfausts like a single soldier with a rifle. Unterscharführer Eugene Vanlot, a 20-year-old plumber nicknamed Gegener, was the highest scorer with 8 tanks. He had knocked out 2 T-34S in Neukölln and then destroyed another 6 in less than 24 hours. On the afternoon of the 29th of April, Krukenberg summoned him to the subway car in the wrecked U-Bahn station, and there, by the light of spluttering candle stubs, he decorated him with one of the 2 last night's crosses to be awarded. The other recipient was Major Herzig, the commander of the 503rd SS Heavy Panzer Battalion. Mohnke presented him with his at about the same time. Fenet himself and Officer Cadet Apollot also received awards for destroying 5 tanks each. A Scandinavian Obersturmführer from the Nordland brought 3 bottles of looted French wine to toast the heroes. Fenet, who had been wounded in the foot, explained that they fought on because they had only one idea in their heads: the communists must be stopped. There was no time for philosophizing. Protopopov, a White Guard officer who had fought in the Russian Civil War and accompanied his French comrades to Berlin, also believed that the gesture was more important than the fact. Later, the few foreign SS volunteers who survived tried to rationalize their doomed battle as the need to provide an anti-Bolshevik example for the future. Even the sacrifice of boys was justified in those circumstances. Just to the west of the battle around the Wilhelmstrasse, Chuikov's 8th Guards army attacked northwards across the Landwehr Canal into the Tiergarten. Some troops swam the canal, others used improvised craft under the cover of an artillery barrage and smoke screens. One group used sewer entrances to get behind the defenders. At the Potsdamer Bridge, a clever ruse was adopted. Oil-soaked rags and smoke canisters were attached to the outside of a T-34 tank. As the tank approached the bridge, these were ignited. The anti-tank guns and a dug-in Tiger tank ceased fire because their crews thought they had scored a direct hit. But by the time they had realized what was happening, the tank was across, firing at close range. Other T-34S raced across in its wake. Another trick was used in the early afternoon. 3 German civilians emerged with a white flag from a complex of tunnels and an underground air raid bunker on 3 levels. They asked if civilians would be allowed out. A political officer, Guards Major Kukharev, accompanied by a soldier interpreter and 10 submachine gunners, went forward to negotiate with them. The 3 civilians led Major Kukharev to the tunnel entrance. 3 German officers appeared. They offered him a blindfold and said that they should discuss things inside, but Kukharev insisted on negotiating outside. It was eventually agreed that the 1,500 civilians sheltering inside would be allowed out.
After they had left, the German captain announced that the remaining members of the Wehrmacht must now fulfill the Führer's order to resist to the end. They turned to go back into the tunnel. But Comrade Kukarev was not so simple, the report continued. This enterprising political officer took out a small pistol which he had hidden in his sleeve and killed the captain and the other 2 officers. The submachine gunners from the 170th Guards Rifle Regiment then charged down into the bunker, and the Germans inside raised their hands in surrender. Many of them were young cadets. The right flank of Chuikov's 8th Guards Army on the Landwehr Canal was almost opposite General Weidling's headquarters in the Bendler block, but the Soviet divisional commander had no idea of its importance. Weidling, knowing that the end was close, summoned his divisional commanders. He told them that the last radio communication with General Reymann in Potsdam had taken place the day before. A part of General Wenck's 12th Army had broken through to Ferch, just south of Potsdam, but nobody knew whether an escape route was still open. He had summoned them to discuss a breakout westward straight down the Heerstrasse. E-hour was to be at 10 the next night. 24 Führerdämmerung, the assault on the Reichstag, was planned for dawn on the 30th of April. Soviet commanders were desperate to capture it in time for the May Day parade in Moscow. Yet the pressure for results came from those in the chain of command who assumed that nothing had changed, not from Stalin. It is noticeable that once the city had been completely surrounded, preventing any American access, Stalin had relaxed and made no attempt to interfere in decisions on the ground. The Reichstag, nevertheless, remained the chosen symbol for victory over the fascist beast, and so it was naturally the main focal point for Soviet propaganda. A war correspondent, summoned to the headquarters of the 150th Rifle Division just a few hours before, was told to hand over his pistol. He did so, horrified that he was being sent home for some misdemeanor. But the captain who had taken it from him put his mind at rest when he came back into the room with a fresh weapon. "The order has come through," he said, "that everyone going to the Reichstag must be armed with a submachine gun." Amid sporadic fire, the journalist was taken on a zigzag route to Himmler's house, the Ministry of the Interior. Fighting still continued on the upper floors, as the explosions of grenades and the rattle of submachine guns made clear. In the basement, however, battalion cooks, with almost as much noise, were preparing breakfast for the assault groups. On the first floor, Captain Neustroev, a battalion commander about to lead the assault on the Reichstag, was trying to orientate himself. He kept glancing down at his map and then up at the grey building ahead. His regimental commander, impatient at the delay, appeared. "There's a grey building in the way," explained Neustroev. The regimental commander grabbed the map from him and studied their position again. "Neustroev," he replied in exasperation, "that is the Reichstag." The young battalion commander had not been able to imagine that their final objective could be so close. The journalist also peered from a window. The Königsplatz outside was covered with flashes and fire and exploding shells and the interrupted lines of tracer bursts. The Reichstag lay less than 400 meters beyond. "If there had been no fighting," he wrote, "this distance could be crossed in a few minutes, but now it seemed impassable, covered with shell holes, railway sleepers, pieces of wire and trenches. The German defenders had dug a network of defences all round the Reichstag. Most daunting of all, a water obstacle ran right across the middle of the Königsplatz. This was a tunnel which had collapsed from bombing and filled with water seeping in from the Spree. It had been dug as part of exploratory work for Albert Speer's vast Volkshalle, the centrepiece of the new Nazi capital of Germania. In this devastated Hieronymus Bosch landscape, practical jokers had propped up on stones the heads of caryatids blasted by Allied bombs off the Reichstag's facade. Once breakfast was dished up, Everyone started checking their weapons and spare magazines. Then at 6 a.m., the first company charged out. They had hardly gone 50 meters when the hurricane of fire from the enemy made them lie down. Two rather reduced battalions made a dash forward soon afterwards, but many were killed. Heavy fire was also coming from the Kroll Opera House on the west side of the Königsplatz, as well as from the Reichstag itself. With the assault force trapped in the crossfire, another division was rapidly deployed to deal with the Kroll Opera House. But first, it had to clear the buildings behind on the embankment. More self-propelled guns and tanks were also brought over the Moltke Bridge during the course of the morning to support the infantry on the Königsplatz. The smoke and dust from the bombardment was so thick that the soldiers never saw the sky. With heavy artillery and tank fire supporting them, the 150th Rifle Division battalions reached the water-filled tunnel soon after 11 a.m. But when another huge effort was made 2 hours later, heavy fire came from their right rear. The German anti-aircraft guns on the top of the Zoo bunker, 2 kilometers away, had opened up on them. They were forced to take cover again and wait until nightfall. During the afternoon, the 171st Rifle Division continued clearing buildings of the diplomatic quarter on the north side of the Königsplatz, and more self-propelled guns and tanks moved up. Some 90 guns, including 152 mm and 203 mm howitzers, as well as Katyusha rocket launchers, fired continuously at the Reichstag. It says much for the solidity of its construction 50 years before, during the Second Reich, that it withstood such a pounding. Another prominent building heavily bombarded that morning was Göring's Air Ministry on the Wilhelmstrasse. Its ferroconcrete construction also resisted well. Because of its solidity and proximity to the Reich Chancellery, it had become an assembly point for uniformed Nazi Party members, pretending that they were part of the great battle. The mixture of uniforms was striking. Along with Luftwaffe and Waffen-SS, there was an elderly Volkssturm officer in his Wilhelmina uniform from the First World War who appeared to have escaped from a waxworks museum. The government district was now heavily garrisoned with all the troops which had retreated into it, in all, nearly 10,000 men, including a large proportion of foreign SS. But the escape route to the west was effectively cut off. The 8th Guards Army in the southern part of the Tiergarten and the 3rd Shock Army in the north were held back only by fire from the huge Zoo flak tower. Beyond them, the one remaining corps of Konev's tank troops coming from the south and Zhukov's 2nd Guards tank army coming from the north had occupied most of Charlottenburg. Yet even further to the west, Hitler Youth detachments still held parts of the Heerstrasse and the Pickelsdorf Bridge over the Havel. They also held on at the bridge to Spandau, just over 2 kilometers to the north. The French SS on the Wilhelmstrasse was so hungry on that cold and rainy morning that when somebody brought in a frightened enemy soldier, they immediately grabbed his little canvas ration bag. Their prisoner kept telling them that he was not Russian but Ukrainian, and that there would be a big attack on the next day. By then, the Charlemagne battalion was down to less than 30 men, and they had used up a large proportion of the Panzerfaust reserves from the Reich Chancellery. The last few Tigers of the SS Hermann von Salza battalion had, meanwhile, been withdrawn to the Tiergarten to take on the tanks supporting the 3rd Shock Army and the 8th Guards Army. In the Führer bunker, the morning of Hitler's death was like any other, with officers coming and going. Yet the atmosphere was tense and emotional. Hitler, terrified that the poison would not work, had insisted the day before that one of Dr. Stumpfegger's cyanide capsules should be tested. Blondie, Hitler's adored German shepherd bitch, was the obvious candidate. His passion for the breed dated back to 1921, when he had been given one in the depths of his poverty. He did not have enough space to keep it where he was living, and had to lodge the dog elsewhere, but the animal escaped to return to him. This incident appears to have contributed greatly
to Hitler's obsession with unconditional loyalty. But Blondie's absolute devotion was not enough to save her, nor her 4 puppies, which were taken up to the Reich Chancellery garden to be killed. The Goebbels children had been playing with the large-pawed puppies only a short time before. Apart from Himmler's betrayal, Hitler's other great preoccupation remained his fear of being taken alive by the Russians. News had come through of Mussolini's execution by partisans and how the bodies of the Duce and his mistress, Clara Petacci, had been hoisted upside down in Milan. A transcript of the radio report had been prepared in the special outsize Führer typeface, which saved Hitler from wearing spectacles. It was presumably Hitler who underlined in pencil the words "hanged upside down." Hitler was in any case determined that his own body should be burned to prevent its exhibition in Moscow, but the historical record also concerned him deeply. His bride was a willing companion in suicide, but if she had not been, he clearly would not have wanted her left alive for interrogation by his enemies. Death had been an inescapable clause in the contract. During the night, confirmation had been received from Field Marshal Keitel that no relief could be expected. And that morning, Brigadeführer Mohnke, following the intense artillery bombardment of the government quarter, warned that they had 2 days or less. General Weidling, who had arrived in the latter part of the morning, estimated that resistance would collapse that night due to lack of ammunition. He again asked for permission to break out of Berlin. Hitler would not give an immediate answer. At about the time Weidling was with Hitler, Eva Hitler took Traudl Junge to her room. She presented her with the silver fox fur cape, which she would clearly never wear again. Traudl Junge wondered what Hitler and his wife talked about when they were alone. They lacked the subjects of conversation of most newly married couples. She also wondered how she was to escape from the centre of Berlin in a silver fox fur cape. Hitler's presence to Eva had certainly improved in recent years. In 1937, his Christmas present to her had been a book on Egyptian tombs. General Weidling, meanwhile, returned to the Bendler block. These journeys through the shelling, dashing bent double from ruin to ruin, were exhausting for a man in his 50s. At 1 p.m., no more than an hour after his return, an SS Sturmführer, escorted by a small detachment, arrived from the Reich Chancellery. He handed over a letter. The large envelope had the eagle and swastika and Der Führer embossed in gold capitals. Hitler informed Weidling that there was to be absolutely no question of capitulation. A breakout was permitted only if it were to join other combat formations. If they cannot be found, then the fight is to be continued in small groups in the forests, the very forests which the Führer had refused to wander about in. Weidling was elated. One of the Nordland reconnaissance vehicles was sent round from position to position to warn commanders to prepare. They were going to break out westwards via Charlottenburg at 10 that night. Before lunch, Hitler summoned his personal adjutant, Sturmbannführer Otto Gunsche, and gave him careful instructions on the disposal of his corpse and that of his wife. The very detailed investigation by Smersch during the first few days of May concluded that Hitler's chauffeur, Erich Kempka, had received orders on the 29th of April, the previous day, to send over jerry cans of petrol from the Reich Chancellery garage. Hitler then had lunch with his dietitian, Constanze Menziali, and his 2 secretaries, Traudl Junge and Gerda Christian. Eva Hitler, who had presumably lost her appetite, did not join them. Although Hitler appeared quite calm, little conversation was attempted. After lunch, he joined his wife in her bedroom. A little later, they both appeared in the anteroom corridor, where Gunsch had assembled the inner circle. Goebbels, Bormann, General Krebs, General Bergdorf, and the 2 secretaries made their final farewells. Magda Goebbels, evidently in a disturbed state,
remained in the bunker room, which she had taken over from Dr. Morell. Hitler wore his usual attire of black trousers and a grey-green military jacket, with a white shirt and tie, which distinguished him from other Nazi party leaders. Eva Hitler wore a dark dress with pink flowers on the front. Hitler shook hands with his closest associates in a distant manner, then left them. The lower bunker was then cleared, but instead of sepulchral silence, a loud noise of partying came from upstairs in the Reich Chancellery canteen. Rokus Misch, the SS telephonist, was ordered to ring to stop this levity, but nobody answered. Another guard was sent up to stop the festivities. Gunsch and 2 other SS officers stood in the corridor with instructions to preserve the Führer's final privacy. But again it was broken, this time by Madge Goebbels begging to see him. She pushed past Gunsch as the door was opened, but Hitler sent her away. She returned to her room sobbing. Nobody seems to have heard the shot that Hitler fired into his own head. Not long after 3:15 p.m., his valet, Heinz Linger, followed by Gunscher, Goebbels, Bormann and the recently arrived Axmann, entered Hitler's sitting room. Others peered over their shoulders before the door was shut in their faces. Gunscher and Linger carried Hitler's corpse, wrapped in a Wehrmacht blanket, out into the corridor and then up the stairs to the Reich Chancellery garden. At some point, Linger managed to take his master's watch, although it did him little good because he had to get rid of it before Soviet troops took him prisoner. Eva Hitler's body, her lips were apparently puckered from the poison, was then carried up and laid next to Hitler's, not far from the bunker exit. The 2 corpses were then drenched in petrol from the jerry cans. Goebbels, Bormann, Krebs and Bergdorf followed to pay their last respects. They raised their arms in the Hitler salute as a burning torch of paper or rag was dropped onto the 2 corpses. One of the SS guards, who had been drinking with the party in the canteen, watched from a side door. He hurried down the steps to the bunker. "The chief's on fire," he called to Rotus Misch. "Do you want to come and have a look?" The 3rd Shock Army's Smersh detachment had received instructions the day before to start making its way towards the government district. They soon discovered that their eventual destination was Hitler's Reich Chancellery. The information which the intelligence people had was scarce and self-contradictory and unreliable, wrote Yelena Rzhevskaya, the Smersh group interpreter. A reconnaissance company had been allotted the task of taking Hitler alive, but they still did not know for certain whether he was in Berlin. The Smersh group interrogated a tongue, but he was just a 15-year-old Hitler youth with bloodshot eyes and cracked lips. He had been shooting at them, noted Rzhevskaya. Now he is sitting here looking around but not understanding anything. Just a boy. They had more luck on that evening of the 29th of April. A nurse was caught trying to get through the lines to her mother. She had pulled off her uniform cap. The day before, she had been with the wounded in the Reich Chancellery bunker. She had heard there that Hitler was in the basement. Rzhevskaya describes how their American jeep took them through barricades, which had been blasted open, and over tank ditches, partly filled with rubble and empty fuel barrels dropped by advancing tanks. The air thickened as we approached the centre. Anyone who was in Berlin in those days will remember that acrid, fume-laden air, dark with smoke and brick dust, and the constant feeling of grittiness on one's teeth. They soon had to abandon their vehicle because of the shelling and the streets blocked with rubble. Their map of the city proved of little help. Street signs had been destroyed in the shelling, so they had to ask Germans the way. Along their route, they encountered signallers crawling through holes in walls, unrolling landline cables, a hay cart bringing up forage, and wounded soldiers being taken to the rear. Above them, sheets and pillowcases hung from windows in a sign of surrender. During heavy shelling, they made their way underground, from cellar to cellar. "When will this nightmare end?" German women asked her. In the street she came across an elderly woman
hatless and with a prominent white armband, taking a little boy and girl across the road. Both of them, their hair neatly combed, were also wearing white armbands. As she passed us, the woman cried out regardless of whether or not she was understood.
"They are orphans. Our house has been bombed. I am taking them somewhere else. They are orphans." The 6 Goebbels children did not face the risk of becoming orphans. Their parents intended to take them with them, or more precisely, send them on ahead. The Goebbels children seemed to have quite enjoyed the novelty of life in the bunker. The boy, Helmut, used to pronounce on every explosion that shook the place, as if it were all a great game. Uncle Adolf had spoiled them with sandwiches and cakes, all served on a tea table with a starched, monogrammed cloth. They were even permitted to use his private bath, the only one in the bunker, but their parents had already decided on their future. On the evening of the 27th of April, Magda Goebbels had intercepted the recently arrived SS doctor, Helmut Kuntz, in the bunker corridor. She said that she needed to speak to me about something terribly important, Kuntz told his Soviet interrogators shortly after the event. She immediately added that the situation was such that it was most likely that she and I would have to kill her children. I agreed. The children were not told what had happened on that afternoon of the 30th of April, but they must have imagined afterwards from the overwrought state of their mother that something terrible had taken place. Amid the portentous events, nobody had thought to give them any lunch until Traudl Junge suddenly remembered them. While the bodies still smouldered in the ruined garden upstairs, the mood of most of those in the bunker had lightened. Many began to drink heavily. Bormann's mind, however, was preoccupied with the succession and the next Nazi government. He sent a signal to Grand Admiral Dönitz at his headquarters at Plön, near Kiel on the Baltic coast. This simply informed Dönitz of his appointment as the Führer's successor, instead of Reichsmarschall Göring. "Written authority is on its way. You will immediately take all such measures as the situation requires." He avoided telling Dönitz that the Führer was dead, presumably because he had no real power base without Hitler. Worst of all, Himmler was at Plön with Dönitz, and Dönitz had not arrested him for treason. If Bormann was to stand a chance of joining the new Nazi government and dealing with Himmler, then he needed to get out of Berlin, yet Goebbels, Krebs and Bergdorf all intended to stay and commit suicide. Among those determined not to die were the remnants of Busse's 9th Army trying to break through the forests south of Berlin. Some 25,000 soldiers and several thousand civilians had breached or slipped through Marshal Konev's stop lines. Like hunted animals, they forced themselves on, even though exhausted. Some groups had already made the rendezvous of Kummersdorf, while others still tried to reach it. The day before, another attempt, with a spearhead of several tanks and civilians lined up ready behind, was broken by a sudden Soviet artillery bombardment just as they were about to attack the barrier ahead. The Soviet 530th Anti-Tank Artillery Regiment, which had been given the task of holding a road junction near Kummersdorf without infantry support, found itself almost overwhelmed by German soldiers trying to break through. The gun crews often had to grab their submachine guns and hand grenades in order to fight off attacking infantry, the report stated. It then went on to make the exaggerated claim that the enemy left about 1,800 dead in front of their fire positions, 9 burnt-out tanks, and 7 half-tracks. A corporal from the Kurmark division watched 3 of the very last King Tiger tanks being abandoned and blown up because they had run out of fuel. Even the officers from 9th Army headquarters were now on their feet, because they too had been forced to leave behind their Kubelwagen vehicles. They looked strange and conspicuous in their trousers, with the broad red stripes of the general staff, yet wearing steel helmets and carrying carbines. According to the corporal, they glanced around nervously,
unused to the prospect of close-quarter fighting in the forest. But the real danger still came from air attack and Soviet gunners exploding their shells high in the trees. We reached a clearing where one tank remained. It was already completely covered with wounded. We turned away because the scene of other soldiers fighting each other for a place was so frightful, sad, and full of suffering. The victors clambered on top, forcing aside the badly wounded, many of whom had unbandaged stumps from limbs which had been shot off. Another sign of disintegration was the way that men strained to their limits could explode in suspicion. That evening an argument broke out about the direction they should be taking. One man grabbed another, who disagreed with him, and forced him back against a tree, screaming in his face, "You traitor! You want to lead us right into the arms of the Russians. You're from the Free Germany lot." And before the others could stop him, he drew his pistol and shot the man he had accused through the head. In the center of Berlin, the intensely claustrophobic life of those trapped in bomb shelters and cellars continued. With the total collapse of a structured existence, people tried to calm themselves by creating some sort of routine. In one cellar, quite close to the government district, a tailor's wife spread a napkin on her lap at precisely set times, then cut small pieces of bread and covered them with a little jam. She then distributed these to her husband, daughter, and disabled son. Many were on the edge of nervous breakdown. A young woman with a thin little son could not stop talking about her husband, a fireman who had been sent to the front. She had not seen him for 2 years. Her way of coping with the anxiety had been to make a list of jobs for him to do in the apartment, to replace a door handle, a window catch. But now their house had burned down in the shelling. The boy was making painful grimaces, the interpreter Rzhevskaya noted, while waiting for the Reich Chancellery to be captured. It was apparently difficult for him to put up with his mother's story for the 100th time. The fear of unjustified reprisal in the chaos of the fighting made everyone afraid. Women, when they had a chance to slip back upstairs to their apartment, tore up and burned photographs of Hitler or anything else which might indicate support for the regime. They even felt obliged to destroy their most recent photographs of husbands, brothers, or fiancés because they were taken in Wehrmacht uniform. Few people had any idea of what was really happening around them in Berlin, let alone in the outside world. The Ravensbrück concentration camp for women to the north of Berlin was liberated that day by Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front. The Western Allies also discovered that Rokossovsky's headlong advance across Mecklenburg had given the Kremlin the idea of seizing Denmark. The British reacted rapidly, advancing towards Hamburg and the Baltic coast at Kiel to forestall them. Also on the 30th of April, President Truman informed General Marshall of the British request that Patton's Third Army should be directed to liberate Prague before the Red Army arrived. Personally, Marshall told Eisenhower, and aside from all logistic, tactical, or strategical implications, I would be loath to hazard American lives for purely political purposes. The American leaders still failed to grasp the fact that the German army was desperate to surrender to them while resisting the Red Army at all costs. Franz von Papen, who had enabled Hitler to come to power in 1933, had told his American interrogators in the third week of April that Germans were afraid that all males would be taken into slavery in the Soviet Union. They suspected that a secret agreement was made at Yalta, whereby the Russians were promised sufficient manpower for what they considered their needs. The SS Sturmführer, who had brought Hitler's message that morning, returned at 6 p.m. to General Weidling's command post under the Bendler Block. Weidling and his staff were finalizing their plans for the breakout that night, which Hitler had authorized. The Sturmführer had brought a message ordering that all plans for a breakout were to be put aside. Weidling was to report at once to the Reich Chancellery. When Weidling reached the Führer bunker, he was met by Goebbels, Bormann, and Krebs. They took him to Hitler's room,
where the couple had committed suicide, and told him that their bodies had been burned and buried in a shell crater in the garden above. Weidling was forced to swear that he would not repeat this news to anybody. The only person in the outside world who was to be informed was Stalin. An attempt would be made that night to arrange an armistice, and General Krebs would inform the Soviet commander so that he could inform the Kremlin. A rather dazed Weidling rang Colonel Refior in the Bendler Block headquarters soon afterwards. He said that he could not tell him what had happened, but he needed various members of his staff to join him immediately, including Colonel von Duffing, his chief of staff. Heavy guns continued to thunder away at the Reichstag, less than a kilometre to the north of the Reich Chancellery. Captain Neustroev, the commander of one of the assault battalions, found himself being pestered by sergeants who wanted their platoons to have the honour of being the first into the objective. Each one dreamed of raising the Third Shock Army's red banner over it. Everlasting Soviet glory would be attached to the deed. One banner party was formed entirely from Komsomol members. The banner party selected by the political department for Neustroev's battalion included a Georgian, picked as a special present to Stalin. Certain nationalities such as Chechens, Kalmyks and Crimean Tatars were rigorously excluded because it was forbidden to recommend for hero of the Soviet Union any member of an ethnic group which had been condemned to exile. Their divisional commander, General Shatilov, who in a moment of misplaced optimism had encouraged front headquarters to think that the Reichstag had been taken already. The news had been flashed to Moscow, was now ordering his commanders to get a red banner onto the building at any cost. Darkness came early because of the thick smoke, and at around 6 p.m., the 3 rifle regiments of the 150th Rifle Division charged the building, closely supported by tanks. The riflemen, finding that the windows and doors had been blocked or bricked up, needed the heavy guns to blast a way in for them. They eventually forced their way through to the main hall, only to discover German defenders firing down at them with Panzerfausts or throwing grenades from the stone balconies above. One of the attackers, Senior Lieutenant Belyaev, vividly remembers the splattering of blood on the huge stone columns. The casualties were terrible, but the Red Army soldiers, using the usual combination of grenade and submachine gun, began to fight their way up the broad staircases, firing from behind balustrades. Part of the German garrison, a mixture of sailors, SS and Hitler Youth, withdrew into the basement. The rest conducted a fighting retreat upwards and back along corridors. Fires ignited by Panzerfausts and hand grenades started in many rooms, and soon the great halls began to fill with smoke. It was like a deadly rugby match. While the loose scrum fought in chaos, 2 men of the banner group tried to slip past to race for the roof with their red flag. They managed to reach the 2nd floor before they were pinned down by machine gun fire. The regiment claimed that a second attempt at 10:50 p.m. succeeded, and the red flag flew from the cupola of the Reichstag. This version must be treated with extreme caution, since Soviet propaganda was fixated with the idea of the Reichstag being captured by the 1st of May. Whatever the exact time, the hoisting of the red flag of victory was a superficial gesture at that stage, since even the official accounts acknowledged the ferocity of the fighting, which continued all night. As the Soviet troops fought their way upstairs, the Germans from the cellars attacked them from behind. At one point, Lieutenant Klochkov saw a group of his soldiers crouched in a circle, as if examining something on the floor. They all suddenly leapt back together, and he saw that it was a hole. The group had just dropped grenades in unison onto the heads of unsuspecting Germans on the floor below. In the centre of Berlin that night, the flames in bombarded buildings cast strange shadows and a red glow on the otherwise dark streets. The soot and dust in the air made it almost unbreathable. From time to time, there was the thunder of masonry collapsing. And to add to the terrifying effect, searchlight beams moved around above, searching a night sky in which the Luftwaffe had ceased to exist. An exhausted group of foreign Waffen-SS soldiers sought shelter in the cellars of the Hotel Continental. The place was already full of women and children who eyed the battle-worn soldiers uneasily. The manager approached them and asked if they would go instead to the air raid shelter in the Jakobstrasse. The SS volunteers felt a bitter resentment that they who had been sacrificing their lives were now cold-shouldered. They turned and left. Fighting soldiers found themselves treated as pariahs. They were no longer brave defenders, but a danger. In hospitals, including one of the military lazaret, nurses immediately confiscated weapons so that when the Russians arrived, they had no excuse to shoot the wounded. The former commander of the Nordland, Brigadeführer Ziegler, who had been with Mohnke in the Reich Chancellery, suddenly turned up in the Air Ministry on the Wilhelmstrasse. He did not need to be told how desperate the situation was. But then, to everyone's astonishment, a platoon of just over 20 Waffen-SS commanded by a Belgian arrived. They were laughing, wrote another soldier present, as if we had just won the war. This group had come from a tank hunting sortie round the Anhalter Bahnhof and claimed that it had now become a tank graveyard. An extraordinary comradeship of the damned had grown up among the foreign volunteers defending the last bastion of German nationalism. A Nordland section in the Air Ministry contained not just Scandinavians, but also 3 Latvians and our 2 Ivans, who were no doubt Hebes absorbed into the fighting ranks. Colonel Refior in the Bendler block received a call from the Reich Chancellery. He was to start sending messages to the Red Army Command in Berlin, informing them that General Krebs wanted to arrange a time and place for negotiations. The whole process of arranging a ceasefire on the 8th Guards Army's sector took from 10 p.m. until the early hours of the next morning, which was already the 1st of May. General Chuikov gave orders for Krebs's safe conduct to his headquarters, a semi-suburban house at Schulenburg-Ring, on the west side of Tempelhof Aerodrome. Chuikov had been celebrating with the writer Vsevolod Wisniewski, the poet Dolmatovsky, and the composer Blanter, who had been sent to Berlin to compose a victory hymn. General Krebs, accompanied by Colonel von Duffing and Obersturmführer Nylandis, a Latvian acting as Duffing's interpreter, went to the front line at around 10 p.m. Krebs himself, while remaining an apostle of total resistance, had been brushing up his Russian each day in the privacy of his shaving mirror. The German plenipotentiaries were brought into Chuikov's headquarters just before 4 a.m. Blanter, the only member of the merrymakers not in uniform, was pushed into a cupboard. Wisniewski and Dolmatovsky, who were in uniform as war correspondents, pretended to be staff officers. "What I am about to say," Krebs began, "is absolutely secret. You are the first foreigner to know that on the 30th of April, Adolf Hitler committed suicide." "We know that," Chuikov replied in a straight lie to disconcert his opponent. Krebs then read Hitler's political testament and a statement from Goebbels calling for a satisfactory way out for the nations who have suffered most from the war. Wisniewski, who was sitting on Chuikov's right, took down the whole conversation in his notebook. Chuikov then rang Marshal Zhukov at his headquarters in Strasbourg and brought him up to date on developments. Zhukov immediately sent his deputy, General Sokolovsky, to Chuikov's headquarters. He did not want Chuikov, his main critic, to be able to claim that he had taken the German surrender. Zhukov then rang Stalin, who was at his dacha. General Vlasik, the chief of his security guard, answered. "Comrade Stalin has just gone to bed," he told Zhukov. "Please wake him up. The matter is urgent and it cannot wait until the morning." When Stalin picked up the telephone a few minutes later, Zhukov told him the news of Hitler's suicide. "Now he's had it," Stalin commented. "Pity we couldn't take him alive. Where's Hitler's corpse?" According to General Krebs, his body was burned. "Tell Sokolovsky no negotiations except for unconditional capitulation.
with either Krebs or any others of Hitler's lot. And don't ring me until the morning if there is nothing urgent. I want to have some rest before the parade. Zhukov had completely forgotten that later that morning, the May Day parade would take place in Red Square. Beria had even lifted the curfew on Moscow specially for the event. Zhukov thought of the capital's garrison moving to take up position for the parade, of the Soviet leaders assembling on the Lenin Mausoleum, and then the march past. Every time that Zhukov, who knew nothing of what had really happened on the German side, brought the subject to surrender, Krebs played the role of a diplomat, not a soldier. He tried to argue that the Donitz government must first of all be recognized by the Soviet Union. Only then could Germany surrender to the Red Army, and thus prevent the traitor Himmler from achieving a separate agreement with the Americans and British. But Zhukov, with his strong streak of peasant cunning, recognized this tactic for what it was. General Sokolovsky, who had joined the group facing Krebs, eventually rang Zhukov. "They are being very tricky," he told him. "Krebs declares that he is not empowered to take decisions concerning unconditional surrender. According to him, only the new government headed by Donitz can. Krebs is trying to make a truce with us. I think we should send them to the devil's grandmother if they don't agree to unconditional surrender immediately." "You're right, Vasily Danilovich," Zhukov replied. "Tell him that if Goebbels and Bormann do not agree to unconditional surrender, we'll blast Berlin into ruins." After consultation with the Stavka, Zhukov set a limit of 10.15 on that morning of the 1st of May. No answer was received. At 25 minutes past the deadline, the First Belarusian Front unleashed a hurricane of fire on the remains of the city centre. 25 Reich Chancellery and Reichstag. The dawn of May Day in the centre of Berlin revealed exhausted Soviet soldiers sleeping on pavements up against the walls of buildings. Rzhevskaya, the interpreter awaiting the capture of the Reich Chancellery, saw one soldier sleeping in the fetus position, with a piece of broken door as a pillow. Those who had awoken were retying their foot bandages. They had no idea of Hitler's suicide the afternoon before. Some of them still called Hitler Durak. Hitler's a blockhead at any German prisoners. The Führer's death was kept a closely guarded secret on the German side throughout the night and into the next morning, when just a few senior officers were informed. SS Brigadeführer Munke, taking Krukenberg into his confidence, could not forego the crass pomposity of Nazi rhetoric. "A blazing comet is extinguished," he told him. Officers awaited word of the negotiations, but the suddenly renewed storm of fire in the middle of the morning spoke for itself. General Krebs had failed to achieve a ceasefire. The Soviet commanders insisted on unconditional surrender, and Goebbels had refused. The massed artillery and Katyusha launchers of the 3rd Shock Army, the 8th Guards Army, and the 5th Shock Army blasted away again at semi-ruined buildings. Mohnke also told Krukenberg that morning of his fears that Soviet troops would enter the U-Bahn tunnels and come up behind the Reich Chancellery. "As a first priority," wrote Krukenberg, "I sent a group of Nordland sappers through the U-Bahn towards Potsdamer Platz." He gives no further details nor an exact time, but this was probably the order which led to one of the most contentious incidents of the whole battle: the blowing up of the S-Bahn tunnel under the Landwehr Canal near Trebiner Strasse. The demolition method used by the SS engineers was almost certainly a hollow charge, which meant fastening their explosives to the ceiling in a large circle to blast out a chunk. This would have been the only way to penetrate such a depth of reinforced concrete with relatively small amounts of explosive. Estimates of the time and even the date of the explosion vary enormously, but this is probably due to the looting of watches and clocks and the confusing perma-night existence of all those sheltering in bunkers and tunnels. The most reliable accounts point to the explosion taking place in the early morning of the 2nd of May. This suggests either a surprisingly long-delayed charge
or that the Nordland Sapper detachment experienced considerable difficulties carrying out their task. In any case, the explosion led to the flooding of 25 kilometers of S-Bahn and also U-Bahn tunnels, once the water penetrated through a connecting shaft. Estimates of casualties ranged between around 50 and 15,000. A number of Berliners are convinced that the new Soviet authorities had the victims carted to a small canal harbour near the Anhalter Bahnhof and then buried under rubble. More conservative estimates, usually around the 100 mark, are based on the fact that, although there were many thousands of civilians in the tunnels, as well as several hospital trains, which were subway carriages packed with wounded, the water did not rise quickly, since it was spreading in many different directions. Women and children running through the dark tunnels as the floodwater rose were naturally terrified. Some recount seeing exhausted and wounded soldiers slip beneath the water, as well as many who had been seeking oblivion in the bottle. This may well have been true in a few cases, yet the high casualty estimates are hard to believe. The water in most places was less than 1.5 meters deep, and there was plenty of time to evacuate the so-called hospital trains near the Stadtmitte U-Bahn station. It is also more than likely that many of the bodies recovered were those of soldiers and civilians who had already died of their injuries in one of the underground dressing stations and been laid aside in adjoining tunnels. The floodwater would have swept bodies along, and nobody would have had the time afterwards to distinguish the real cause of death. A few of the dead were almost certainly SS men. They may have ended up among the 50 or so buried in the Jewish cemetery in the Große Hamburger Straße. At the Reichstag, the fighting inside was still savage, which made rather a mockery of raising the red banner of victory before midnight on May Day. One Soviet soldier who tried to throw back a German grenade misjudged his aim. It bounced off the door lintel and exploded at his feet, blowing them off. Soldiers on both sides fought on, exhausted and thirsty, their throats and noses raw from dust and smoke. It made a Soviet officer keep thinking of the Reichstag fire in 1933, which Hitler had used to crush the German Communist Party. The firing did not die down until the late afternoon. Germans in the cellars shouted that they wanted to negotiate with a senior officer. The young Captain Nostroev told Lieutenant Berest to pretend to be a colonel. He gave him a sheepskin coat to hide his shoulder boards and sent him forth to negotiate. Shortly afterwards, Germans began to appear from the basement, dirty and unshaven in their ragged uniforms, with their eyes flickering nervously around and smiling like obedient dogs. Some 300 enemy soldiers and officers laid down their weapons. Nearly 200 had been killed. In the improvised dressing station in the basement lay another 500, although many of them had been wounded before the Reichstag was stormed. An even more massive fortress to be reduced was the vast Zoo Flak Tower in the southwest corner of the Tiergarten. Although it was powerful enough to resist direct hits from 203 mm howitzers, the conditions inside, with several thousand terrorized civilians, were unspeakable. There were also over 1,000 wounded and sick in the field hospital section, which was well equipped. Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army had attacked into the Tiergarten from the south across the Landwehr Canal, but the task of tackling the Zoo Flak Tower was left to 2 regiments from the 79th Guards Rifle Division. Storming it was out of the question, so on the 30th of April they sent German prisoners as envoys bearing an ultimatum written in pencil to the commander. We propose that you surrender the fortress without further fighting. We guarantee that no troops, including SS and SA men, will be executed. On the 1st of May, one of the prisoners eventually returned with a reply. Your note was received at 11 p.m. We will capitulate tonight at midnight. Haller, garrison commander. Haller was not in fact the garrison commander, and the reason for the long delay was to allow them to prepare a breakout that evening. Another fortress besieged that day was the citadel of Spandau at the extreme northwestern corner of Berlin. Architecturally, it was a good deal more distinguished than the concrete horror at the zoo. Spandau was built in brick in 1630 on an island at the confluence of the Havel and the Spree. During the war, it served as the Army Gas Defense Laboratories, but this appears to have been a camouflage for its true work. On the 30th of April, the Soviet 47th Army finally came to grips with this formidable obstacle, whose guns could cover both of the nearby bridges over the Havel. Hoping to avoid a full-scale assault, the army commander, General Pekorovich, sent forward the 7th Department under Major Grishin to soften up the enemy with propaganda. Loudspeaker trucks broadcast on the hour every hour, and the Germans replied with artillery fire. The next day, the 1st of May, Pekorovich ordered Major Grishin to send surrender proposals to the garrison commander. Grishin summoned his officers. "Because this mission is so dangerous," he told them, "I cannot order anyone on it. I need a volunteer to accompany me." All 7 officers volunteered. Grishin told Konrad Wolf, the future East German filmmaker and brother of Markus Wolf, that he could not go. There were SS officers in the fortress, and if they suspected for a moment that he was a German in Russian uniform, they would shoot him on the spot. Wolf's best friend, Vladimir Gall, was selected instead. He and Grishin emerged from the edge of the trees waving a white flag. They slowly approached a barricade built around a burnt-out Tiger tank in front of the brick bridge over the moat. The Germans, seeing them coming, threw down a rope ladder from a balustraded stone balcony some dozen meters above the main entrance. Grishin and Gall climbed the rope ladder, which swung around wildly. They reached the balcony and, with considerable apprehension, entered the unlit room beyond. They made out a group of officers of the Wehrmacht and the SS. The apparent commandant of the citadel was Colonel Jung, and his deputy was Lieutenant Colonel Koch. Jung, with metal-rimmed spectacles, an old-lined face, grey hair clipped short, and the collar of his uniform loose around his neck, did not look like a professional soldier. But neither Grishin nor Gall had any idea of his true position. Negotiations began, conducted on the Russian side almost entirely by Gall, the Jewish philologist, since Grishin spoke very little German. Koch explained that Hitler had issued an order that any officer who attempted to surrender a fortress must be shot on the spot. Unfortunately, the 47th Army had not yet heard that Hitler was now dead. Gall sensed that the SS officers especially were in a state of nervous exhaustion and were quite capable of shooting anyone down, whatever the consequences. He told them that Berlin was now almost entirely occupied. The Red Army had joined up with the Americans at Torgau on the Elbe, and further resistance would mean only a futile loss of life. If they surrendered, there would be no executions, food would be given to everyone, and medical assistance provided for their wounded and sick. He made it clear that if they refused to surrender, and if the Red Army had to take the fortress by storm, none of these guarantees would apply. We are all soldiers, and we all know that a great deal of blood would be shed, and if many of our soldiers die in the process, I cannot answer for the consequences. Also, if you refuse to surrender, you will be responsible for the deaths of all your civilians here. Germany has lost so much blood that each life must surely be important for its future. The SS officers stared at him with total hatred. The tension was so great that he feared the smallest spark would cause an explosion. On Grishin's instruction, he told them that they had until 3 p.m. to make up their minds. In deadly silence, the 2 officers turned and then walked back towards the light of the window. As they climbed down the rope ladder, their bodies quivering from the tension, Gall could not help fearing that an SS officer would cut the rope.
On reaching the ground, they longed to run across the open space in front of the fortress to the safety of the trees, where their comrades awaited them. But they restricted themselves to a purposeful stride. In the trees, their colleagues ran up to embrace them, but they had to explain that no answer had been given. They could only wait. The presence of SS officers and Hitler's order about shooting officers who surrendered did not encourage them. At 47th Army Headquarters, General Pekorovich asked the same question. Will they surrender? We don't know. We gave them until 15.00 hours, as instructed. If they agree, they have to send a representative to our front trenches. Well, Comrade Gall, just in case they do surrender, make sure that you are ready in that trench. The tension returned as 3 p.m. approached. Nervous jokes were made about German punctuality. "Comrade Captain," a soldier suddenly cried, "Look, they're coming, they're coming." They made out 2 figures on the balcony, preparing to climb down the ladder. The garrison was going to surrender. Gall told himself to act as if he were used to receiving the surrender of a fortress as a normal part of the day's work. When the 2 German emissaries, Lieutenants Ebbinghaus and Brettschneider, appeared, Russian officers and soldiers rushed up to slap them on the back in congratulation. They explained to Gall that the terms of surrender were agreed, but they must be written and signed first. They were led off in triumph to 47th Army Headquarters, where they saw empty bottles everywhere from May Day celebrations. A senior officer was still asleep on a mattress on the floor. On being woken, he caught sight of the 2 German officers and told orderlies to prepare some food for them. Major Grishin then turned up. He was told that the garrison insisted on first having the surrender details in writing. "Typically German," he muttered. When the details were written and signed, the Soviet officers brought out a bottle of cognac and filled glasses for a toast. The Russians swallowed the whole lot, and when Lieutenant Brettschneider, who had eaten very little over the past week, cautiously drank only 2 fingers, they laughed uproariously and refilled the glasses. "Wojna kaput," they cried. "The war's packed up." The celebration was interrupted by the arrival of a staff colonel from 1st Belarusian Front Headquarters. The situation was explained to him. He turned to Lieutenant Ebbinghaus, the older of the 2 German officers, and asked how long he thought the citadel could have held out if the Red Army had bombed and shelled it heavily. "At least a week," Ebbinghaus said stiffly. The Russian colonel looked at him in disbelief. "The war is over," Major Grishin said. "Your duty as an officer is at an end." There was a box of Rittmeister cigars on the table, and Lieutenant Ebbinghaus helped himself. 2 hours later, Grishin and Gall entered the fortress, not via the balcony, but through the main gate. Russian soldiers were piling the arms of the surrendered garrison and waving the men into columns outside. As the 2 officers stood watching the scene, Jung and Koch came up to them. "We are about to say goodbye to you," Koch said in perfect Russian. Seeing their surprised expressions, he smiled. "Yes, I speak a little Russian. I lived in St. Petersburg as a child." Gall suddenly thought with a rush of horror that during the negotiations, Koch must have understood every word that had passed between them. Then, to his relief, he remembered that Grishin had not said anything like, "Promise them whatever they want and we'll deal with them later." In the courtyard, Gall and Grishin saw pale and trembling civilians emerging from the cellars of the fortress. General Pekorovich told Gall to tell them that they could all go home. Afterwards, a young woman wearing a turban, as many did at that time of unwashed hair, came up to him, holding a baby. She thanked him for having persuaded the officers to surrender, thus avoiding a bloodbath. She then burst into tears and turned away. This heartwarming tale of the surrender of Spandau is, however, rather spoiled by subsequent revelations. Colonel Jung and Lieutenant Colonel Koch were in fact Professor Dr. Gerhard Jung and Dr. Edgar Koch, the leading scientists in the development of sarin and tabun nerve agents. Rather than being concerned solely with defense against chemical weapons, as its name implied, the Heeresgasschutz Laboratorium's first task was general testing of war gases for suitability as field agents. A Russian lieutenant colonel with the 47th Army immediately recognized the importance of their find at Spandau and informed the general in charge of a commission of Red Army experts. They wore a cogwheel and spanner badge on their shoulder boards. The general looked forward to interviewing the two men next day, but the NKVD got to hear of the discovery, and on that evening of the 1st of May, NKVD officers arrived to seize Jung and Koch. The general was furious. It took the Red Army until mid-June to find where the NKVD was holding Jung and Koch and extract them. They finally flew them to Moscow in August. Two other leading scientists, Dr. Stuhldreher and Dr. Schulte-Overberg, were kept under guard at Spandau and ordered to continue work. Stuhldreher, who specialized in nerve gas attacks against tanks, had used the old artillery testing ground at Kummersdorf, which had been the rendezvous in the forest for the Ninth Army. They all denied any knowledge of tabun and sarin, and since all the batches had been destroyed as soon as the Red Army threatened Berlin, the Soviet experts could prove nothing, and they did not know what questions to ask. In the summer, Stuhldreher and Schulte-Overberg were flown to the Soviet Union. They were reunited with Jung and Koch in a special camp at Krasnogorsk. Under Professor Jung's leadership, the group refused to cooperate with the Soviet authorities. They insisted that they were prisoners of war. Other German scientists collaborating with the Soviet Union were brought in to persuade them to change their minds, but this did little good. They were not maltreated for their stand, however, and were eventually returned to Germany with one of the last batches of prisoners of war in January 1954. South of Berlin, the remnants of the Ninth Army made a final effort to break through Konev's last barrier. The 12th Army had managed to hold on just long enough in the area of Belitz to keep open an escape route to the Elbe, as well as opening a route for nearly 20,000 men from General Reymann's so-called Army Group Spree in the Potsdam area. But pressure was building up. Belitz was shelled heavily that morning by Soviet self-propelled guns diverted down from Potsdam. Sturmovik squadrons increased their dive bombing and strafing attacks in the area. A Soviet rifle regiment had occupied the village of Elsholtz, 6 kilometers south of Belitz. It was a crucial crossing point for the exhausted German troops. Fortunately for the Germans, the sudden appearance of the last 4 Panthers of the Kurmark division forced the Red Army soldiers to retreat. In fact, the Panthers, with virtually empty fuel tanks, had to be abandoned there, but the way ahead was clear. Many stragglers were so exhausted and malnourished that they collapsed in Elsholtz. Civilians shared their food with the soldiers and cared for the wounded, carrying them to the schoolhouse, where a doctor from Berlin and a district nurse worked together as best they could. Only one SS unit had the strength to march through the village without pausing for a rest. Fighting still flared behind them in the forests, where Konev's troops continued to hunt down both small and large groups of stragglers. That May Day morning, a brigade of the 4th Guards Tank Army was sent back into the forest to liquidate a large group of Germans wandering around. The report claims that the T-34S ran into German tanks and other armoured vehicles. The Soviet commander got down to business immediately, the report stated. In 2 hours, the enemy lost 13 personnel carriers, 3 assault guns, 3 tanks, and 15 trucks. It is very hard to believe that so many vehicles were still serviceable, in a single group. Soviet troops were also attacking Belitz itself. A group of 200 Germans with the last Tiger tank and an assault gun came under automatic fire south of Belitz as they crossed asparagus fields. All they needed to do was to carry on to the woods and wade the river Nieplitz. Just beyond was the road which led to Bruck and safety. General Wenck's 12th Army staff had assembled every truck and vehicle in the area to transport the exhausted mass. They had set up field kitchen units, which began to feed the 25,000 men, as well as several thousand civilian refugees. When the soldiers reached us, they just collapsed, said Colonel Reichhelm, Wenck's chief of staff. Sometimes we even had to beat them, otherwise they would not have climbed up into the trucks and would have died where they lay. It was terrible. The formerly plump General Buss was unrecognizably thin. He was totally at the end of his physical strength. Many of those who had experienced the horror of the Halbe Kessel developed an anger which did not fade with the years. They blamed senior officers for continuing the battle when all was lost. Was it really unquestioning obedience, wrote one survivor, or was it cowardice in the face of their responsibility? The officer corps, with its support for Hitler, left behind a bitter aftertaste. During those last days, they all tried only to save their own skin, and they abandoned soldiers, civilians, and children. This diatribe, while containing a large measure of truth, was far too sweeping, especially when one considers the efforts of the 12th Army to save soldiers and civilians. Even within the 9th Army, not all was black. Another soldier recorded how on that same day, Major Otto Christograf von Albedil, who had seen the defeat of his army and the destruction of his family's estate near the Reitvine Spur, was killed trying to help a badly wounded man. A much-loved leader, he was buried at the side of the road to Elsholtz by his soldiers. Colonel Reichhelm himself was scathing about the most flagrant case of a senior officer abandoning his own men. General Holster, the commander of the Exili Panzer Corps, had appeared at 12th Army headquarters between Genthin and Tangamunda at 2 a.m. "What are you doing here, Herr General?" Reichhelm asked him in astonishment. "Why aren't you with your troops?" "I do not have any anymore," Holster retorted. In fact, he had abandoned them. He had departed with his wife, 2 cars, and 2 of his best horses. Reichhelm said that he must speak to General Wenck immediately. He went in to wake the army commander and told him that Holster had to be arrested. But Wenck was too exhausted. Reichhelm returned. "You can leave Hitler because he's a criminal," he told Holster, "but you can't leave your soldiers." Holster ignored him and left to continue on his way across the Elbe. In Berlin, during the afternoon, an order came through from the Reich Chancellery that the last Tiger tank supporting Nordland was to pull back to be at the immediate disposal of General Mohnke. No explanation was given, presumably without telling Goebbels, who categorically refused any suggestion of surrender. Bormann and Mohnke had started planning their escape from Berlin. These two, who had ordered immediate execution for anybody who failed to fight to the end, had already brought civilian clothes into the bunker, ready for their escape. The renewed bombardment had made communications with Krukenberg's detachments even more difficult. The wounded Fennet and his Frenchmen were still defending Gestapo headquarters in the Prinz Albrechtstrasse. The Danmark was a few hundred meters east, round the Kochstrasse U-Bahn station on the Friedrichstrasse, while the Norge defended their left rear round the Leipziger Strasse and the Spittelmarkt. Goebbels, realizing that the end was now very close, summoned Kuntz, the SS doctor who had agreed to help kill his 6 children. Goebbels was in his study in the Führer bunker, talking with Naumann, the state secretary of the propaganda ministry. Kuntz was made to wait for 10 minutes. Then Goebbels and Naumann got up and left him with Magda Goebbels. She told him that the Führer's death had made the decision for them. Troops would try to break out of the encirclement that night, so the whole family was to die.
Kunz claimed afterwards that he tried to persuade her to send the children to the hospital and put them under the protection of the Red Cross, but she refused. After we had been talking for about 20 minutes, he recounted, Goebbels returned to the study and said to me, "Doctor, I would be very grateful if you helped my wife kill the children." Kuntz again repeated his suggestion about saving them. "It's impossible," the Reichsminister for Propaganda answered. "They are the children of Goebbels." He left the room. Kuntz stayed with Magda Goebbels, who played patience for about an hour. A little later, Goebbels returned. "The Russians might arrive at any moment and interfere with our plan," his wife said. "That's why we should hurry up doing what we have to do." Magda Goebbels led Kuntz to their bedroom and took a syringe filled with morphine from a shelf. They then went to the children's room. The 5 girls and 1 boy were already in bed in their nightgowns, but not yet asleep. "Children, don't be alarmed," she told them. "The doctor will give you a vaccination, which children and soldiers now need to have." Then she left the room. Kuntz stayed and started giving them morphine injections. After that, he told his Smersh interrogators, I went out again to the front room and told Frau Goebbels that we had to wait about 10 minutes for the children to fall asleep. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 20 minutes to 9. Kuntz said that he could not face giving poison to the sleeping children. Magda Goebbels told him to find Stumpfegger, Hitler's personal doctor. Together with Stumpfegger, she opened the mouths of the sleeping children, put an ampule of poison between their teeth and forced their jaws together. The oldest daughter, Helga, was found later with heavy bruising to the face. This suggests that the morphine may not have worked very well in her case, and that she may have struggled with the 2 adults trying to force her mouth open. After the deed was done, Stumpfegger went away, and Kuntz went down to Goebbels' study with Magda Goebbels. Goebbels was walking about in a very nervous state. "It's all over with the children," she told him. "Now we have to think about ourselves." "Let's be quick," said Goebbels. "We're short of time." Magda Goebbels took both the Gold Party badge which Hitler had given her on the 27th of April in token of his admiration, and also her gold cigarette case inscribed Adolf Hitler, the 29th of May, 1934. Goebbels and his wife then went upstairs to the garden, accompanied by his adjutant, Gunther Schwegemann. They took 2 Walter pistols. Joseph and Magda Goebbels stood next to each other, a few meters from where the bodies of Hitler and his wife had been burned and then buried in a shell crater. They crunched on glass cyanide ampules **, and either they shot themselves with the pistols at the same moment, or else Schwegemann shot both of them immediately afterwards as a precautionary coup de grace. The 2 pistols were left with the bodies, which Schwegemann doused in petrol from jerry cans, as he had promised. He then ignited the last funeral pyre of the Third Reich. At 9:30 p.m., Hamburg radio station warned the German people that a grave and important announcement was about to be made. Suitably funereal music from Wagner and Bruckner's 7th Symphony was played to prepare listeners for Grand Admiral Donitz's address to the nation. He stated that Hitler had fallen, fighting at the head of his troops, and announced his succession. Very few people in Berlin heard the news because of the lack of electric current. Bormann, meanwhile, was evidently impatient at having to wait for the Goebbels family drama to finish. Weidling's surrender was to take place at midnight, and the breakout northwards over the Spree was due to start an hour before. The personnel from the Führerbunker, including Traudl Junger, Gerda Christian, and Constanze Manciali, had been told to assemble ready for departure. Krebs and Bergdorf, who both intended to shoot themselves later, were not to be seen. Krukenberg, who had been summoned earlier by Munke, encountered Arthur Axmann and Ziegler, the previous commander of the Nordland. Munke asked Krukenberg whether, as the senior officer, he wished to continue the defense of the city centre. He added that General Weidling had given an order to break out of Berlin northwestwards through the Soviet encirclement, but that a ceasefire would come into effect around midnight. Krukenberg agreed to join the breakout. He and Ziegler left to rally the Nordland and other units in the area. Krukenberg sent one of his aides on ahead, with messages to outlying detachments to fall back. The group led by Captain Fenne, defending Gestapo headquarters on Prince Albrechtstrasse, heard nothing. Krukenberg's aide, who was never seen again, probably met his death before he reached them. The scenes in the bunker were chaotic as Bormann and Mohnke tried to organize everybody into groups. In the end, they did not leave until nearly 11 p.m., 2 hours later than planned. The first group, led by Mohnke, set out through the cellars of the Reich Chancellery, and then followed a complicated route to the Friedrichstrasse Bahnhof. The others followed at set intervals. The most difficult part was just north of the station, where they had to cross the Spree. This could not be done under cover of darkness because the flames from bombarded buildings lit up the whole area. The first group from the Reich Chancellery, which included Mohnke and the secretaries, wisely avoided the main Weidendammer bridge. They used a metal footbridge 300 meters downstream and headed for the Charité hospital. The Nordland Tiger tank and a self-propelled assault gun were to spearhead the main charge across the Weidendammer bridge. Word had spread of the breakout, and many hundreds of SS, Wehrmacht soldiers and civilians had assembled. It was a gathering which Soviet troops could not fail to miss. The first mass rush, led by the Tiger tank, took place just after midnight. But although the armoured monster managed to smash through the barrier on the north side of the bridge, they soon ran into very heavy fire in the Ziegelstrasse beyond. An anti-tank round struck the Tiger, and many of the civilians and soldiers in its wake were mown down. Axmann was wounded, but managed to stagger on his way. Bormann and Dr. Stumpfegger were knocked over by the blast when the tank was hit, but they recovered and went on. Bormann carried the last copy of Hitler's testament, and he evidently hoped to use it to justify his claim to a position in Donitz's government when he reached Schleswig-Holstein. Another attack over the bridge was made soon afterwards using a self-propelled 20 mm quadruple flak gun and a half-track. This too was largely a failure. A third attempt was made at around 1 a.m. and a fourth an hour later. Bormann, Stumpfegger, Schwegemann and Axmann kept together for a time. They followed the railway line to the Lehrterstrasse Bahnhof. There they split up. Bormann and Stumpfegger turned northeastwards towards the Stettiner Bahnhof. Axmann went the other way but ran into a Soviet patrol. He turned back and followed Bormann's route. Not long afterwards he came across two bodies. He identified them as Bormann and Stumpfegger, but he did not have time to discover how they had died. Martin Bormann, although not of his own volition, was the only major Nazi party leader to have faced the bullets of the Bolshevik enemy. All the others, Hitler, Goebbels, Himmler and Goering, took their own lives. Krukenberg had meanwhile assembled most of his French SS escort. They joined up with Ziegler and a much larger group from the Nordland. Krukenberg estimated that there were 4 or 5 holders of the Knight's Cross among them. They managed to cross the Spree shortly before dawn, but they came under heavy fire just a few hundred meters short of the Gesundbrunnen U-Bahn station. Ziegler was hit by a ricochet and mortally wounded. Several others in their group also fell, among them Eugene Vanlot, the young French recipient of the Knight's Cross. He died in a nearby cellar 3 days later. The Soviet forces in the area had been reinforced so strongly that Krukenberg and his remaining companions had no choice but to retreat the way they had come. At the top end of the Ziegelstrasse, they saw the Tiger tank, which Mohnke had taken from them. There was no sign of any of its crew. One of Krukenberg's officers had spotted a joinery workshop nearby, and there they discovered some overalls to disguise themselves. Krukenberg managed to make his way to Dahlem, where he hid for over a week in the apartment of friends. Eventually he had no choice but to surrender. Zhukov, on hearing of the breakout attempts from General Kuznetsov of the Third Shock Army, ordered a maximum alert. He was understandably perturbed by the unpleasant suggestion that senior Nazis, especially Hitler, Goebbels and Bormann, might be trying to escape. It was not hard to imagine Stalin's anger if this should happen. Soviet officers hastily rounded up men who were celebrating May Day with alcohol and women hunts. Brigades from the Second Guards Tank Army were sent in pursuit, and cordons hurriedly put into place. This thwarted a second attempt to break through northwards up the Schönhauser Alley by Major General Bauernfanger's troops from the eastern side of the Zitadelle defense area. Bauernfanger, a devoted Nazi, committed suicide with his young wife in a side street. Shortly before midnight, the time when Colonel Haller had promised to surrender the Zoo Flak Tower, the remaining tanks and half-tracks of the Müncheberg Panzer Division and the 18th Panzergrenadier Division set out from the Tiergarten westwards. They then pushed northwestwards towards the Olympic Stadium and Spandau. Word had also spread rapidly in this case. The rumour was that Wenck's army was at Nauen, to the northwest of the city, and hospital trains were waiting there to take soldiers to Hamburg. Thousands of stragglers and civilians made their way on foot and in a variety of vehicles in the same direction. One group of around 50 came in 3 trucks from the Großdeutscher Rundfunk. They included Himmler's very different younger brother, Ernst, a leading studio technician. The Charlottenbrücke, the bridge over the Havel to the old town of Spandau, was still standing and held by Hitler Youth detachments. In heavy rain and under artillery fire from the 47th Army, the armoured vehicles charged across, followed by a ragged crowd of soldiers and civilians. The slaughter was appalling. There was blood everywhere and trucks were exploding, one of the escapers recounted. A tactic was instinctively worked out. Self-propelled army flak vehicles with quadruple 20 mm guns gave covering fire from the eastern bank to keep Soviet heads down, and during this frantic firing for up to a minute, another wave of civilians and soldiers surged across to hide in the ruined houses opposite. The slow and the lame were caught in the open by Soviet guns, as well as wave after wave of people on foot. Trucks, cars and motorcycles also crossed, running over bodies already crushed by the tracks of armoured vehicles. Ernst Himmler was one of the many who died on the Charlottenbrücke, either shot or trampled in the desperate rush. Although the massacre at the bridge was horrific, the sheer weight of German numbers forced the Soviet troops back from the riverbank. But Soviet machine guns in the tower of the Spandau town hall continued to cause heavy losses. 2 of the Tiger tanks then shelled the Rathaus itself, and a small group from the 9th Parachute Division stormed the tower. The main force of armoured vehicles pushed on westwards towards Staaken, but most of the troops were encircled or rounded up over the next 2 days. Only a handful reached the Elbe in safety. Soviet officers searched the burnt-out remains of tanks carefully on orders from front headquarters. Among the crews killed, wrote Zhukov, none of Hitler's entourage were found, but it was impossible to recognize what was left in the burnt-out tanks. Nobody knows how many died in these attempts to escape Soviet captivity. At 1:55 a.m. on the 2nd of May, the 18-year-old announcer Richard Baer made the very last broadcast of the Großdeutscher Rundfunk from its studio in the bunker on the Masurenallee. The transmitter at Tegel had been overlooked by the Russians. "The Führer is dead," he announced according to his script. "Long live the Reich." 26. The end of the battle. Soon after 1 a.m. on the 2nd of May, General Zhukov had been woken yet again. Red Army signals units had picked up repeated transmissions from the German
LVI Panzer Corps requesting a ceasefire. Emissaries would come under a white flag to the Potsdamer Bridge. Colonel von Dufing, accompanied by 2 majors, appeared. He held discussions with one of Zhukov's commanders, then returned to General Weidling. Weidling surrendered with his staff at 6 a.m., and was taken to Chekhov's headquarters,
where he prepared an order to the garrison to capitulate. On that chilly dawn, the last prisoners of the Gestapo left in its Prince Albrechtstrasse headquarters still did not know whether they were about to be liberated by the Red Army or murdered by their captors. Pastor Reinecker was the only priest to be spared from the massacre of a week before. "What I experienced as sadism during those last 1.5 weeks," he wrote in a letter, "cannot be described here." The survivors were a mixed group. One of his cell companions was the communist Franz Lange, who said afterwards that despite having had nothing to do with the church since the age of 16, he would never forget Reinecker's ability to find the strength to survive through silent prayer. Another was Joseph Wagner, a former Gauleiter of Silesia, who had fallen out with the regime because of his Catholicism. The Gestapo had arrested him after the July plot. On the 1st of May, their cell door had been thrown open to shouts of "Raus! Raus!" They had been chased downstairs by the SS guards, who had killed one of their number, a Wehrmacht NCO, on the way. The remaining 6 were then locked in another cell, provided with food and water, next to the SS guards' own quarters. Lange heard the Sturmbannführer in charge explain to one of his men with the unique logic of the SS, "We're sparing these ones as proof that we shot no prisoners." During the afternoon, the 6 survivors heard the guards preparing to pull out. By nightfall, they were left in the darkness of the building Berliners had dubbed the House of Horror, when it became known that prisoners were strapped in manacles diagonally across the walls of its cellars, like a medieval torture chamber. Not long after dawn on the 2nd of May, they heard voices. The flap on their cell window opened. A voice asked them in Russian for the key to open the door. "No key," replied Lange, the communist, who knew a little of the language. "We are prisoners." The soldier went away, and a few minutes later, they heard the sound of axes crashing into the door. Soon it swung open. They found themselves looking into the face of a smiling young Red Army soldier. He and his comrades took them into the SS guards' canteen to offer them food. One of their guns went off by accident, a tragically common occurrence in the Red Army. Joseph Wagner, the former Gauleiter, fell dead at Pastor Reinecker's side. Other Red Army soldiers wasted little time upstairs. The silk panels lining the walls of Himmler's grand reception room were slashed from their battens and bundled into packs, ready for the next 5-kilo parcels to be sent home. In the Führer bunker, General Krebs and General Bergdorf had sat down side by side at some time in the early hours of that morning, drawn their Luger pistols, and blown their brains out. Rochus Misch, probably the last member of the SS Leibstandarte to leave the building, saw them slumped together. After all the brandy they had consumed, they were fortunate not to have botched their suicide most painfully. Captain Schedler, the commander of the Leibstandarte Guard in the Reich Chancellery, had also shot himself. A foot wound had prevented him from getting away with the Bormann party. Apart from the doctors, nurses, and wounded in the cellars, the Reich Chancellery was virtually deserted when Misch crept out. The dramatic Soviet account of storming the Reich Chancellery that morning has to be taken with a good deal of caution, especially since the vast majority of Munke and Krukenberg's men had taken part in the breakout the night before. Descriptions of rolling up a howitzer to the Wilhelmplatz to blast in the front doors and severe battles in corridors and on the stairs were made to sound like a companion piece to the capture of the Reichstag. The red banner was taken to the roof by Major Anna Nikulina from the political department of the 9th Rifle Corps in Berzerin's 5th Shock Army. And, for good measure, Sergeant Gorbachev and Private Bondarev fastened a red banner over the main entrance of the Reich Chancellery. Of the previous night's fugitives from the Führer bunker, only the first group to leave had stayed together. Led by Brigadeführer Munke, it included Hitler's personal pilot, Hans Bauer. the chief of his bodyguard, Hans Rattenhuber, the secretaries and Hitler's dietitian, Constanze Manziali. In the early hours of the 2nd of May, they had been forced to hide in a cellar off the Schönhauser Allee when the area was swamped with Soviet troops. They remained concealed there until that afternoon, when finally discovered by Soviet troops. Resistance was pointless. The men were arrested immediately, but the women were allowed to go. Traudl Junge and Gerda Christian disguised themselves as men, but the striking Tyrolean Constanze Manziali became separated from them almost immediately. One account claims that she was seized by a huge Russian infantryman and assaulted by him and his comrades. Nobody knows whether she resorted to the cyanide ampule, which Hitler had presented in a brass container to each of his staff as going-away presents. In any case, she was never seen again. Both Traudl Junge and Gerda Christian, despite alarming adventures, managed to reach the other side of the Elbe. Many German soldiers and officers had contrived to spend their last night of freedom in breweries. Captain Finkler met his regimental commander from the 9th Parachute Division in a brewery in Prenzlauer Berg, not far from where Mohnke and his group were cornered. As a farewell, the two men shared a bottle of wine with alternate swigs, as there were no glasses. In the Schultheiss brewery that morning, a young Luftwaffe flak helper asked what was going on when he heard shots. "Come around to the back," a comrade said to him. "The SS are shooting themselves. You have to watch." Many were foreigners in the Waffen-SS. Hitler's SS adjutant, Otto Gunscher, was taken prisoner there by the Red Army later in the morning. He, like Mohnke, Rattenhuber and the others, was immediately handed over to Smersh for interrogation. Stalin wanted to discover for certain what had happened to Hitler and whether he was still alive. The decision on the 29th of April to send the Smersh department of the Third Shock Army to the Reich Chancellery, an objective clearly in the Fifth Shock Army's sector, could only have been taken at the very highest level. Beria and Abakumov, the chief of Smersh, appear not only to have kept Zhukov and the military authorities in the dark, but also to have sidelined Abakumov's rival, General Serov, the NKVD chief of the First Belarusian Front. The Smersh team, which had its own signals detachment, had probably been listening in to Fifth Shock Army wavelengths. They arrived within minutes of the report that the objective had been attacked. General Bazarin had promised the Gold Star of Hero of the Soviet Union to the soldier who discovered Hitler's body, so the troops who had taken the Reich Chancellery were less than happy when Smersh officers turned up and ordered them out. Only Bazarin's outer cordon round the complex was left in place. As an added insult to the Fifth Shock Army, the counterintelligence group had brought in a sapper detachment from the Third Shock Army to check the Reich Chancellery for explosives and booby traps. Captain Shota Solkanishvili, who commanded these sappers, was uneasy to find that they were working with Smersh. "My comrades and I tried to keep as far as possible from them," he said. "We were afraid of them. But Smersh were afraid of being blown up, and they did exactly what the sappers told them until the place was thoroughly checked." In fact, the only explosives found were reserve stores of Panzerfausts, ready primed in packages of 3. The sappers were also amazed at the storerooms full of champagne and orange briquettes of bread in cellophane packs. Sulkanishvili, who had fought at Stalingrad, immediately thought of the frozen bread there, which they had not even been able to chop with an axe. In the garden they came across 2 badly charred corpses, which appeared to have shrunk in size and looked like puppets. The sappers, having completed their task, were rapidly sent away. The Smersh officers recognized the outsize head from caricatures in the Soviet press, and the orthopedic boot confirmed whose body it was. Alongside lay the body of Magda Goebbels, with the gold cigarette case and Hitler's party badge. The Smersh detachment, closely supervised by Lieutenant General Alexander Anatolievich Vedis, the chief of the Smersh Directorate with the First Belarusian Front, was naturally more preoccupied with finding Hitler's body. The pressure from Moscow was intense. That morning, Pravda had declared that the announcement of Hitler's death was just a fascist trick. One can reasonably assume that such a statement was made at Stalin's instigation, or at least with his approval. The whole question of Hitler's fate had begun to assume immense political significance before the facts were clear. Marshal Zhukov, well aware of Stalin's intense interest in the matter, went to visit the Reich Chancellery that very day, even before the firing in the city had stopped. "They did not let me go down," Zhukov said 20 years later, when he finally learned the truth. "It wasn't safe down there," they had told him. He was also informed on that first visit that the Germans had buried all the corpses, but who buried them and where nobody knew. Yet Goebbels' body had not been buried. It had been found immediately on the surface. Zhukov was apparently again refused access 2 days later. The headquarters of the First Belarusian Front was informed of the discovery of Goebbels' corpse, but no more. General Telegin, the chief of the political department, urgently requested the Stavka in Moscow to send forensic experts. The closest the Smersh officers seemed to get to Hitler was going through his tunics in his room and looking at the portrait of Frederick the Great at which he used to stare. Rzhevskaya, meanwhile, had started work on Reich Chancellery documents. She discovered 10 thick notebooks containing Goebbels' diaries up to July 1941. Vadis claimed the discovery as his own. She also found Rhea, their signaller, trying on a white evening dress of Eva Braun's, but rejecting it as indecent because of the décolletage. The young woman soldier selected no more than a pair of her blue shoes. In the cellars, Professor Haase and Dr. Kunz continued to look after the wounded lying in the corridor. They had only a couple of nurses left. Many of the young female BDM helpers who had come from assisting their Hitler Youth counterparts at the Reichssportsfeld had rushed up the Wilhelmstrasse to evacuate the wounded from the cellars of the blazing Hotel Adlon. Smersh did not disturb the hospital section at all. One of the nurses described the officers' behavior as exemplary. A senior officer even advised the women to lock their doors that night because he could not vouch for his soldiers. Smersh officers soon began filtering their prisoners. Those selected for interrogation were escorted to the Reich Institute for the Blind on the Oranienstrasse. But the counterintelligence investigators refused to believe what they were told about Hitler's suicide. Vadis brought in more and more men to complete a minute search, but it was not easy underground. The electricity generator had broken down, so there was no light except from torches, and the air in the bunker became heavy and damp without the ventilation system. The lack of success prompted Stalin to order Beria to send another NKVD general, in theory representing the Stavka, to oversee the search and report back constantly. Even the officers in the Smersh operational group were not allowed to know his name. Major Bystrov and his colleagues found themselves having to repeat every single interrogation in front of this new general. As soon as each interview was over, the general immediately went to telephone Beria on a secure line to report. The obsession with secrecy was so great that Rzhevskaya was made to sign each interview transcript with the acknowledgement that she would be guilty of betraying state security if she repeated a word of what had been said. When the 350-strong garrison of the Zoo flak tower finally emerged, Colonel Haller apparently tipped off one of the Soviet officers that there were 2 generals hidden inside who hoped to slip out of Berlin. One of them had already committed suicide by the time Soviet soldiers found him on the 4th floor. They directed the writer Konstantin Simonov to him. Simonov had just reached Berlin early on that morning of the 2nd of May, and he found sporadic firing, mainly Soviet guns firing at buildings where the SS still refused to surrender, He described these as post-mortal convulsions. In the flak tower there was no more light, so they made their way by torchlight. A lieutenant showed him the small concrete room. On the bunk, with his eyes open, lay the dead general, a tall man of about 45, with short hair and a handsome, calm face. His right hand lay alongside his body, clutching a pistol. With his left hand he held by the shoulders the body of a young woman lying next to him. The woman lay with her eyes closed, young and beautiful, wearing, I remember it very well, a white English blouse with short sleeves and a grey uniform skirt. The general was wearing an ironed shirt, high boots. His high-collared jacket was not buttoned. Between the general's legs stood a bottle of champagne, 1/3 full. It was part of the tawdry end to what Simonov called the bandit glory of the former fascist empire. He also found it fitting that the man who took the surrender of the capital of the Reich was General Chuikov, who had commanded the defense at Stalingrad. It seemed as if history itself had tried its best to bring this army to Berlin and make the surrender of Berlin look particularly symbolic. German civilians, however, were in no mood for symbolism. They covered the faces of dead soldiers with newspapers or a piece of uniform and queued at Red Army field kitchens, which began to feed them on Berzarin's orders. The fact that there was a famine in Soviet Central Asia at that time, with families reduced to cannibalism, did not influence the new policy of attempting to win over the German people. But the change in the party line had still not filtered down. Soviet soldiers entered the improvised field hospitals armed with submachine guns and prodded each man in the chest threateningly. "Du SS?" they asked. When one of them came to a Swedish Waffen-SS volunteer with the Nordland, he prodded him hard in the pit of the stomach and asked the same question. The Swede claimed that he was just an ordinary Wehrmacht soldier. Du SS, the Red Army soldier insisted. The Swede, who had destroyed his papers, including his passport, which showed that he had fought for the Finns against the Soviet Union, somehow managed to smile as if to say, "How ridiculous." The soldier gave up, not noticing that he was in a cold sweat. It took another 6 months before the NKVD discovered that members of the SS had their blood group tattooed on the inside of their left arm. In both the Alexanderplatz and the Parisserplatz, the wounded were laid in the street wrapped in blankets. German Red Cross nurses and BDM girls continued to treat them. Just to the north, Soviet guns blasted into submission a group of doomed SS still holding out in a building on the Spree. In all directions, smoke from ruins continued to deform the sky. Red Army soldiers flushed out Wehrmacht, SS, Hitler Youth and Volkssturm. They emerged from houses, cellars and subway tunnels, their faces almost black with grime and stubble. Soviet soldiers shouted, "Hände hoch!" and their prisoners dumped their weapons and held their hands as high as possible. A number of German civilians sidled up to Soviet officers to denounce soldiers who continued to hide. Vasily Grossman accompanied General Berzarin to the center of the city. He was staggered by the scale of destruction all around, wondering how much had been wrought by American and British bombers. A Jewish woman and her elderly husband approached him. They asked about the fate of Jews who had been deported. When he confirmed their worst fears, the old man burst into tears. Grossman was apparently accosted a little later by a smart German lady wearing an astrakhan coat. They conversed pleasantly. "But surely you aren't a Jewish commissar," she suddenly said to him. The German officers who had signed demobilization papers for all their men so that they could avoid prison camp had wasted their time. Anybody in any sort of uniform, even firemen and railwaymen, were rounded up for the first columns to be marched eastwards. "I had a terrible mass of impressions," Grossman noted down. "Fires and smoke, smoke, smoke. Huge crowds of prisoners of war. Faces are full of tragedy, and the grief on many faces is not only personal suffering, but also that of the citizen of a destroyed country." The personal suffering and dread of the future were indeed great, both for the men and boys about to be marched away, and for the women and girls left behind. Prisoners, he jotted, policemen, clerks, old men and schoolboys, almost children. Many of the men are walking with their wives, beautiful young women, some of whom are laughing and trying to cheer up their husbands. One young soldier with 2 children, a boy and a girl. The people around are very nice to the prisoners. Faces are sad. They give them water and bread. In the Tiergarten, Grossman saw a wounded German soldier sitting on a bench, with a girl medical assistant hugging her. They don't look at anyone. The world around has ceased to exist for them. When I walk past them an hour later, they are still sitting in the same position. This overcast, cold and rainy day is undoubtedly the day of Germany's collapse in the smoke, among the blazing ruins, among hundreds of corpses littering the streets. Some of the dead, he noted, had been crushed by tanks, squeezed out like tubes. He saw a dead old woman, her head leant against the wall, sitting on a mattress near a front door, with an expression of quiet and everlasting grief. And yet a short distance away, Russians were amazed by the thoroughness of the German Hausfrau. In the streets, which are already quiet, the ruins are being tidied and swept. Women are sweeping pavements with brooms as if they were indoor rooms. Grossman must have walked round and round for most of that day. In the huge and powerful Reichstag, he found Soviet soldiers making fires in the entrance hall, rattling their cooking pans and opening tins of condensed milk with bayonets. While Schmersch carried on its work in the cellars and in the Führer bunker, Grossman was allowed, like other visitors, into the gigantic reception rooms of the Reich Chancellery. In one of them, Hitler's huge metal globe of the world was crushed and broken. In another, a dark-skinned young Kazakh with wide cheekbones was learning to ride a bicycle. Grossman, along it seems, with almost every other visitor, collected a few souvenirs to take back to Moscow. In the zoo, where there had been heavy fighting close to the great flak tower, he found broken cages, the corpses of monkeys, tropical birds and bears. On the island of baboons, babies are gripping their mothers' bellies with their tiny hands. In front of a cage with a dead gorilla, he spoke to the old attendant, who had spent the last 37 years looking after the monkeys. "Was she fierce?" Grossman asked. "No, she just roared loudly," the primate keeper replied. "Humans are much fiercer." Grossman encountered many people that day. Released foreign labourers sang songs, but also shouted curses at German soldiers. It was only later in the day, when the firing finally stopped, that the colossal scale of the victory began to sink in. Spontaneous celebrations took place round the tall woman, the Siegersäule victory column in the Tiergarten. The tanks are so covered in flowers and red banners that you can hardly see them. Gun barrels have flowers in them like trees in spring. Everyone is dancing, singing, laughing. Hundreds of coloured signal flares are fired into the air. Everyone salutes the victory with bursts from submachine guns, rifles and pistols. But Grossman learned later that many of those celebrating were the living dead. In their desperation for alcohol, soldiers had drunk from metal barrels containing industrial solvent which had been found nearby. They took at least 3 days to die. Southwest of Berlin, General Wenck's soldiers continued to transport the shattered survivors of the 9th Army in trucks and goods trains to the Elbe. 12th Army soldiers hoped that they too, with the civilian refugees, would be able to cross over to the Americans during the next few days. There were over 100,000 soldiers and almost as many civilian refugees moving south of Brandenburg towards the Elbe. Increasingly strong Soviet attacks further north, especially between Havelberg and Rathenau, risked cutting them off. On the 3rd of May, news of events in Berlin arrived. General Wenck immediately issued an order reinstating the military salute instead of the Nazi version. "It's over," wrote Peter Rettich,
the battalion commander with the Schernhorst division. Hitler is dead, expired in the Reich Chancellery, Berlin taken by the Russians. Images of the collapse pile up. It's deeply shocking, but nothing can be done. He and his few remaining men were now marching back to the Elbe and the Americans as fast as they could go. As they went through Genthin, he saw the canal full of empty bottles of schnapps. Soldiers ahead had obviously looted some store or depot. Signs of disintegration, Rettich noted in his diary. General Wenck's staff issued orders to 12th Army divisions for a fighting withdrawal to the river, where they would have to defend a perimeter against Soviet attack. Wenck also ordered one of his corps commanders, General Baron von Edelsheim, to negotiate with the US Ninth Army. On the 3rd of May, Edelsheim and his staff crossed the Elbe near Tangermunde in an amphibious vehicle and made contact with the local American commander. Surrender negotiations took place next day in the town hall of Stendal. The American commander, General William Simpson, was in a difficult position. He had to consider not just the humanitarian concerns, but also the United States' obligations to its Soviet ally, as well as the practical problem of feeding and dealing with such a huge influx. He decided to receive wounded and unarmed soldiers, but he refused Edelsheim's request to help build and repair bridges to assist the evacuation. He also refused to accept civilian refugees. They were in any case supposed to return home at the end of the war. The next morning, the 5th of May, the crossing of the Elbe began in earnest at 3 points: the very badly damaged railway bridge between Stendal and Schönhausen, the remnants of the road bridge near Tangermunde, and the ferry at Fürchland, a dozen kilometers to the south. The survivors of the Ninth Army were given first priority. Everyone remaining on the east bank wondered how long they had left. The 12th Army's defensive perimeter was already being reduced under Soviet attack. It had a frontage on the river of under 25 kilometers long and was about 18 kilometers deep in the middle. Soviet artillery fire started to inflict heavy casualties on civilian refugees as well as soldiers. The feelings of 12th Army soldiers at this time were very mixed. They were proud of their rescue mission, loathed the Red Army, were furious with the Americans for not having advanced further, and detested the Nazi regime which had betrayed its own people. It all seemed to be summed up for them on the road of refugees to Tangermunde. By the side of it, a Nazi party hoarding still proclaimed, "It is thanks to our Führer." US Army detachments controlled and filtered the flow of soldiers onto the bridges, searching for SS, foreigners and civilians. Some of them relieved German soldiers of watches and medals, as well as their weapons. Many German soldiers gave their steel helmets and greatcoats to women in an attempt to smuggle them over, but the majority were discovered and pulled out of the queue. Other threatened groups also tried to slip across. Soviet-born Hiwis, still in their Wehrmacht uniform, attempted to infiltrate the queues. They knew that they faced a terrible retribution if taken by Soviet troops. There had been 9,139 Hiwis on the ration strength of the Ninth Army at the beginning of April on the Oder, but no more than 5,000 could have survived to reach the Elbe. Soldiers of the Waffen-SS heard that the Americans would hand them over to the Red Army, so they destroyed their papers and ripped off their badges. Some of the foreign Waffen-SS pretended to be forced labourers. Joost van Kettel, a dentist with the SS Nederland division, had managed to escape arrest when stopped by Red Army soldiers in the forest near Halbe. "Nix SS," he had said. "Ruski Kamerade Hollandia." He had shown a red, white and blue striped pass, and this was accepted. Kettel managed the same trick with the Americans further south near Dessau, but his German companion was caught out immediately. General Wenck had established his headquarters in the park at Schönhausen, the seat of Prince Bismarck. The irony that it should end there of all places was plain. since it had been Bismarck's firm belief that Germany should avoid war with Russia at all costs. By the 6th of May, the surrounding bridgehead had been compressed to 8 kilometers wide and 2 deep, and the battalions defending the perimeter were virtually out of ammunition. Soviet tank, artillery, and Katyusha rocket bombardments were killing thousands of those still queuing to cross the single-track bridges. It was a question of Kriegsglück, the fortunes of war, whether you were killed in the last moments. But the increased onslaught on the 6th of May also put the American troops filtering the refugees in danger. The US Ninth Army, anxious not to lose men to Soviet fire, withdrew them across the river and pulled back a little way from the Elbe. This presented just the opportunity the refugees needed. They surged across. Quite a few people who were not able to cross the Elbe killed themselves, said Wenck's chief of staff, Colonel Reichhelm. Others tried to get across the broad, fast-flowing river, using dinghies and rafts fashioned out of planks of wood or fuel cans lashed together. Colonel von Humboldt, the operations officer, remembers canoes, skiffs, and every sort of craft imaginable being used. The real problem, he pointed out, was that one person had to bring the boat back, and among people escaping, there were few volunteers. American detachments on the far side still tried to send them back, but they would try again. General von Edelsheim claimed that American troops were given orders to shoot at boats with civilian refugees, but this is uncertain. Strong swimmers took across the end of a line of signal cable held in their teeth, then fastened it to a tree or root on the far bank. Weaker swimmers and women and children hauled their way across on these makeshift lines, but they often broke. Scores of soldiers and civilians drowned in their attempts to cross, maybe even several hundred of them. On the morning of the 7th of May, the perimeter started to collapse. The last few artillery pieces of the 12th Army fired off their remaining shells and then blew up their guns, by far the hardest moment for any artilleryman, wrote Rettich. He was shocked by the disintegration of some units and took great pride in the soldierly bearing of his cadets in the Scharnhorst division, probably the last formation of the Wehrmacht still in battle order in northern Germany. Prior to pulling back across the river, they destroyed their last stores and vehicles. He dealt with his faithful Tatra jeep by pouring a can of petrol over it and then lobbing in a hand grenade. Hundreds of abandoned horses ran around nervously. Men tried to chase them into the water in the vain hope of forcing them to swim the river. It was a pitiful sight. Rettich assembled his remaining men near the Schönhausen Bridge for a farewell address about the hard road which they had travelled together. In bitter defiance of defeat, they voiced a thundering Sieg Heil to Germany before they left, to be parted forever. As they crossed the twisted iron bridge, they threw their weapons, binoculars, and other remaining equipment into the dark waters of the Elbe. That afternoon, General Wenck crossed the river close to his headquarters at Schönhausen. He and his staff had left it until the last moment. Soviet troops opened fire on his boat, wounding 2 NCOs, one fatally. In Berlin, meanwhile, the search for Hitler's corpse continued without success. The bodies of the 6 Goebbels children were not discovered until the 3rd of May. They were found under blankets in their 3 sets of bunk beds. A dark blush lingered on their faces from the cyanide, making it look as if they were still alive and asleep. Vice Admiral Voss, Hitler's Kriegsmarine liaison officer, was brought in by Smersch to identify them. Voss apparently looked absolutely devastated when he saw them. A strange event occurred that day when generals from the First Bello-Russian Front visited the Reich Chancellery. The body of a man with a small toothbrush moustache and diagonal fringe was found. The corpse was subsequently eliminated from the investigation because its socks were darned.
The Führer, it was agreed, would not have worn darned socks. Stalin was far more concerned to hear that some ordinary soldiers had been allowed to see Goebbels' corpse. The officers responsible were punished. The interpreter Rzewskaja, writing about the veil of secrecy thrown over the identification of Hitler's body, emphasized that Stalin's system needed the presence of both external and internal enemies, and he feared the release of tension. The double was presumably to be used as evidence of some sort of anti-Soviet plot. Even when Hitler's real body was found on the very next day, orders immediately came from the Kremlin that nobody was to breathe a word to anybody. Stalin's strategy, quite evidently, was to associate the West with Nazism by pretending that the British or Americans must be hiding him. Rumours already circulated at a high level that he had escaped through tunnels or by aeroplane with Hanna Reich at the last moment and was hiding in American-occupied Bavaria. This was almost certainly the black propaganda extension of Stalin's suspicion that the Western Allies would do a deal with the Nazis behind his back. On the 5th of May, the corpses of Hitler and Eva Braun were finally found after more interrogations. It was a windy day with an overcast sky. A renewed and more thorough search of the Reich Chancellery garden was made. A soldier spotted the corner of a grey blanket in the earth at the bottom of a shell crater. 2 charred corpses were exhumed. The bodies of a German shepherd dog and a puppy were found in the same pit. General Vardis was immediately informed. Before dawn the next morning, Captain Deriabin and a driver wrapped the corpses of Hitler and Eva Braun in sheets and smuggled them out past Bazarin's cordon. They drove them to the Smersh base at Buch on the northeast edge of Berlin. There, in a small brick clinic, Dr. Faust, Colonel Kraevsky, and other pathologists summoned to examine Goebbels' corpse began work on the most important remnants of the Third Reich. According to Rzewskaja, the forensic experts were upset when ordered to maintain absolute and everlasting secrecy about their work on Hitler's corpse. Whether or not Telegin knew of its discovery is uncertain. He was in any case arrested by Beria on another charge later, but neither Bazarin nor Zhukov was informed that Hitler's body had been found. In fact, Zhukov felt deeply betrayed when he finally found out 2 decades later. Vardis, to be absolutely sure that they had the true corpse before he informed Beria and Stalin, ordered further checks. His men found the assistant of Hitler's dentist. She examined the jaws from Hitler's skull and confirmed that they were indeed the Führer's. She recognized the bridgework. The jaws had been specially detached for the purpose and were kept in a red satin-lined box, the sort used for cheap jewellery, observed Rzewskaja. On the 7th of May, Vardis felt confident enough of his facts to write his report. The death of Hitler, although it did not bring an immediate end to the war in Europe, certainly precipitated its terminal events. German forces in northern Italy and southern Austria, nearly 1 million men, surrendered on the 2nd of May. Churchill wanted to dash for Fiume and secure Trieste before Tito's Yugoslav partisans seized it. The race for the Baltic coast of Schleswig-Holstein was won by the British Second Army's dash north of the Elbe to Lübeck and Travemünde. Allied troops prepared to move rapidly in to liberate Denmark. Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front, now cut off from the prize of Denmark, had occupied almost all of Mecklenburg by then. His armies had, however, taken comparatively few prisoners. To Soviet fury, the remnants of Manteufel's 3rd Panzer Army and General von Tippelskirch's 21st Army had moved westwards to surrender to the British. These mass surrenders to the Western Allies deprived the Soviet Union of slave labour in compensation for war damage during the Wehrmacht's invasion. Just after the final surrender, Eisenhower, still unwilling to upset the Kremlin, informed the Stavka that all German troops, including Schörner's, would be handed over to the Red Army. This was accepted with great satisfaction by Antonov. On the afternoon of the 4th of May, General Admiral von Friedeberg and General Kinzel, Heinrich's former chief of staff, arrived at Field Marshal Montgomery's headquarters on Lüneburg Heath to sign an instrument of surrender for all German forces in northwest Germany, Denmark, and Holland. When General Bradley met Marshal Konev on the 5th of May, he handed him a map marking the position of every US Army division. Bradley received nothing in return, except a warning that the Americans should not meddle in Czechoslovakia. Soviet signals were unashamedly hostile, if not brutal. In San Francisco, Molotov told a shaken Edward Stettinius, the Secretary of State, that the 16 Polish negotiators sent to discuss matters with the Soviet-controlled provisional government had been charged with the murder of 200 members of the Red Army. Konev's First Ukrainian Front had received orders to turn south to take Prague. There, the Czech resistance, aided by General Vlasov's troops in a doomed turnaround, rose in revolt against Field Marshal Schorner's troops. Churchill had asked the Americans on the 30th of April to send in General Patton's Third Army to secure the city before the Red Army reached it, but General Marshall refused. Vienna, Berlin, and Prague were all falling into Soviet hands, and the whole of Central Europe with them. Soviet occupation authorities in Austria had set up a provisional government without consulting the Allies. Breslau, the capital of Silesia, surrendered on the 6th of May after its appalling siege lasting nearly 3 months. Vlasov himself had initially rejected the idea of betraying the Germans at the 12th hour, but he stood no chance whatever he did. On the 12th of May 1945, near the town of Pilsen, Czechoslovakia, reported the chief of the political department of the First Ukrainian Front. Tankists of 25th Tank Corps captured traitor of the motherland General Vlasov. The circumstances were as follows. One of the lieutenant colonels of the 25th Tank Corps was approached by a man from the Vlasov army with the rank of captain, who stated, pointing at a car moving alone on the road towards the west, that General Vlasov was in this car. A pursuit was organized immediately, and tankists from 25th Tank Corps caught the traitor. Vlasov, who apparently attempted to hide under some blankets, was said to be found carrying an American passport in his name, an item which may have been added to the list for reasons of anti-Western propaganda. His party card, which he had preserved, and a copy of his order to his troops to stop fighting, lay down their weapons and surrender to the Red Army. Vlasov himself was flown from Konev's headquarters back to Moscow. There, boasts were later made of his death under terrible and prolonged torture. On 13 and the 14th of May, 20,000 of his men were rounded up in the region of Pilsen and sent to specially prepared camps for interrogation by Smersh. In the south, meanwhile, the Americans had pushed on eastwards and southeastwards from Munich, as well as southwards into the Tyrol, but then halted on Eisenhower's orders. The French had captured Bregenz on Lake Constance. General von Sauken, with the remains of the Second Army, still held out in the Vistula Delta on the edge of East Prussia. In Courland, the divisions which Guderian had wanted to bring back to defend Berlin continued to resist, despite heavy bombardment from the Soviet armies surrounding them. And the Kriegsmarine, although short of fuel, continued its evacuations by sea from the Gila Peninsula, as well as Courland and the Vistula estuary. But the most intense activity continued round Prague, with Field Marshal Schorner's Army Group Center resisting the attack of 3 Soviet fronts. In the early hours of the 7th of May, General Jodl, on behalf of Donitz and the OKW, signed an instrument of surrender at Eisenhower's headquarters at Reims. General Susloparov, the chief Soviet liaison officer with Schaeff, signed on behalf of the Soviet High Command. Stalin was furious when he heard. The surrender had to be signed in Berlin, and it had to be taken by the Red Army, which had borne the brunt of the fighting. To make matters more provoking for him, the Western Allies wanted to announce victory in Europe the next day, because they would not be able to prevent newspapers publishing the details.
Stalin, not surprisingly, considered this premature. Despite Jodel's signature in rhymes, Schörner's army group in Czechoslovakia continued to resist fiercely, and neither General von Sauken nor the huge force still trapped in Courland had surrendered. But the crowds already gathering to celebrate in London prompted Churchill to insist on an announcement on Tuesday the 8th of May. Stalin, despite compromising a little, now wanted it to be made at just past midnight, the very start of the 9th of May, following a full surrender in Berlin. The Soviet authorities, however, could not prevent their own troops from jumping the gun with their celebrations. Coney Wolfe, with the 7th Department of the 47th Army, fiddled with wireless dials for most of the day on the 8th of May. He picked up the announcement in London and yelled it to his comrades. News spread fast in Berlin. Young women soldiers wasted no time in washing their clothes, while Red Army soldiers went on a frenzied hunt for alcohol. Smersh officers shouted to Rozhevskaya to get ready for a party. Having been told that she would answer with her head if Hitler's jaws were lost, she spent an awkward evening pouring drinks for others with one hand, while clinging on to the fancy red box with the other. It was a wise decision to entrust the evidence to a woman that night. For those who had been fighting up to the very last moment, the news was even more joyously received. Those attacking the 12th Army's perimeter round Schönhausen on the Elbe had suffered heavy casualties. Yuri Gribov's battalion lost nearly half its strength on the 5th of May when attacking the remnants of the Scharnhorst division. Their regimental commander, a hero of the Soviet Union, had been killed 2 days later in the last skirmishes. But by the evening of the 8th of May, the firing had stopped. We celebrated victory in the forest. We all lined up in a broad clearing and did not let the division commander finish his excited speech with bursts of firing into the sky. Our hearts were happy and tears streamed down our cheeks. Relief was always mixed with sadness, too. The first toast to victory, Red Army men said, the second to dead friends. The writer Konstantin Simonov watched the final drama in Berlin. Late in the morning of the 8th of May, he lay on a patch of grass at Tempelhof Aerodrome, which had now been cleared of wrecked German aircraft. A Soviet Guard of Honor 300 strong was being drilled in presenting arms again and again by a fat, small colonel. Zhukov's deputy, General Sokolovsky, then arrived. Soon the first aircraft appeared. Andrei Vyshinsky, the prosecutor at the Moscow show trials, and now the deputy foreign minister, arrived with a retinue of Soviet diplomats. He was to be Zhukov's political supervisor. An hour and a half later, another Dakota landed, bringing Air Chief Marshal Tedder, Eisenhower's deputy and representative, and General Karl Spatz, the commander of the U.S. Air Force in Europe. Tedder, Simonov noted, was slim, young, and dynamic, smiling frequently and somehow in a forced manner. Sokolovsky hurried to greet him and led his party towards the Guard of Honor. A third aircraft landed. Keitel, Admiral Friedeberg, and General Stumpf, representing the Luftwaffe, emerged. General Serov hurried over and escorted the Germans round the other side of the Guard of Honor, in case it might be thought it was there to welcome them too. Keitel insisted on leading the way. In full uniform, holding his marshal's baton in his right hand, he walked with large strides, deliberately looking straight ahead. Smart traffic controllers, young women soldiers with berets worn on the back of the head and submachine guns slung across their backs, had halted all vehicles to allow the staff cars a free passage to Zhukov's new headquarters in Karlshorst. The convoy of staff cars churned up thick dust clouds as Germans watched from side streets and crossroads. Simonov imagined their thoughts as they saw their generals on the way to sign the final surrender. Just before midnight, the representatives of the Allies entered the hall in a 2-story building of the former canteen of the German Military Engineering College in Karlshorst. General Bogdanov, the commander of the 2nd Guards Tank Army, and another Soviet general sat down by mistake on seats reserved for the German delegation. A staff officer whispered in their ears, and they jumped up, literally as if stung by a snake, and went to sit at another table. Western pressmen and newsreel cameramen apparently behaved like madmen. In their desperation for good positions, they were shoving generals aside and tried to push in behind the top table, under the flags of the four allies. Eventually, Marshal Zhukov sat down. Tedder was placed on his right, and General Spatz and General de Latre de Tassigny on his left. The German delegation was led in. Friedeberg and Stumpf looked resigned. Keitel tried to look imperious, glancing almost contemptuously from time to time at Zhukov. Simonov guessed that a rage was boiling within him. So did Zhukov, who also noted that his face had red blotches. The surrender documents were brought to the top table. First Zhukov signed, then Tedder, then Spatz, then General de Latre. Keitel sat very straight in his chair, with clenched fists. He threw his head further and further backwards. Just behind him, a tall German staff officer standing to attention was crying without a single muscle of his face moving. Zhukov stood up. "We invite the German delegation to sign the Act of Capitulation," he said in Russian. The interpreter translated, but Keitel, by an impatient gesture, signalled that he had understood and that they should bring him the papers. Zhukov, however, pointed to the end of his table. "Tell them to come here to sign," he said to the interpreter. Keitel stood up and walked over. He ostentatiously removed his glove before picking up the pen. He clearly had no idea that the senior Soviet officer looking over his shoulder, as he signed, was Beria's representative, General Serov. Keitel put the glove back on, then returned to his place. Stumpf signed next, then Friedeberg. "The German delegation may leave the hall," Zhukov announced. The three men stood up. Keitel, his jowls hanging heavily like a bulldog's, raised his marshal's baton in salute, then turned on his heel. As the door closed behind them, it was almost as if everybody in the room exhaled in unison. The tension relaxed instantaneously. Zhukov was smiling, so was Tedder. Everybody began to talk animatedly and shake hands. Soviet officers embraced each other in bear hugs. The party which followed went on until almost dawn, with songs and dances. Marshal Zhukov himself danced the Russkaya to loud cheers from his generals. From inside, they could clearly hear gunfire all over the city as officers and soldiers blasted their remaining ammunition into the night sky in celebration. The war was over. 27 Vai Victis. Stalin saw the capture of Berlin as the Soviet Union's rightful reward, but the yield was disappointing and the waste terrible. A key target was the Reichsbank in Berlin. Serov accounted for 2,389 kilos in gold, 12 tons of silver coin, and millions in banknotes from countries which had been occupied by the Axis. Yet the bulk of Nazi gold reserves had been moved westwards. Serov, however, was later accused of having also held back a certain proportion of the proceeds for the NKVD's operational expenses. The main objective was to strip Germany of all its laboratories, workshops, and factories. Even the NKVD in Moscow provided a shopping list of items wanted from police forensic laboratories. The Soviet atomic program, Operation Borodino, had the very highest priority of all, but considerable efforts were also made to track down V2 rocket scientists, Siemens engineers, and any other skilled technicians who could help the Soviet armaments industry catch up with the United States. Only a few, such as Professor Jung and his team, who refused to help on nerve gas, managed to resist Soviet pressure. Most of the others enjoyed comparatively privileged conditions and the right to bring their families with them to the Soviet Union. German scientific equipment, however, turned out to be rather less tractable than its human designers. The vast majority of items taken back to Moscow
were of no use because they required an environment suitable for precision engineering and the purest raw materials. Socialism cannot benefit itself, observed one of the Soviet scientists involved in stripping Berlin, even when it takes the whole of another country's technological infrastructure. Most of the program of stripping laboratories and factories was marked by chaos and disaster. Red Army soldiers who discovered methyl alcohol drank it and shared it with their comrades. The contents of workshops were ripped out by working parties of German women, then left in the open, where they rusted. Even when finally transported back to the Soviet Union, only a small proportion was ever put to good use. Stalin's theory of industrial expropriation showed itself to be worse than futile, and this came on top of the Red Army's less than enlightened attitude towards German property in general. French prisoners of war were astonished at the systematic destruction of machinery in good repair which could be reused. It was a huge dissipation of resources and condemned Soviet-occupied Germany to a backwardness from which it never recovered. Personal looting continued to be just as wasteful as it had been in East Prussia, although it now became more exotic. Soviet generals behaved like pashas. Vasily Grossman described one of Chuikov's corps commanders during the last few days of the battle. This general had acquired 2 dachshunds, nice fellows, a parrot, a peacock, and a guinea fowl which travel with him, he jotted in his notebook. It's all very lively at his headquarters. Most of a general's loot consisted of presents from subordinate commanders who quickly grabbed the best items for their superiors when a schloss or fine house was taken. Zhukov was given a pair of Holland shotguns. They were later to form part of Abakumov's attempt to discredit him, almost certainly on Stalin's instructions. These 2 guns became, with that Stalinist compulsion to multiply everything in a denunciation, 20 unique shotguns made by Golland. At the other end of the chain of command, Red Army soldiers accumulated an interesting array of plunder. Young women soldiers were interested in assembling a trousseau from some Gretchen, hoping that they still might find a husband in a world short of men. Married soldiers collected cloth to send back to their wives, but also looted Gretchen knickers. This sort of present confirmed the worst jealousies at home. Many Soviet wives were convinced that German women in Berlin were seducing their husbands. Most soldiers, however, concentrated on items for rebuilding at home, despite the fact that they were too heavy for their 5-kilo allowance. An officer told Simonov that his men removed panes of glass, then fastened a bit of wood on each side and bound them up with wire to send home. He recounted the scene at the Red Army Post Department. "Come on, take it," the soldier said. "Come on, Germans smashed my house. Come on, take the parcel. If you don't, you're not the post department." Many sent a sack of nails. Someone brought a saw rolled into a circle. "You could at least have wrapped it in something," a soldier in the post department told him. "Come on, take it, I've no time. I've come from the front line." "And where's the address?" "On the saw. Here, see?" The address was written in indelible pencil on the blade. Other soldiers bribed German women with bread to sew their booty up into sheet to make a parcel. It was a matter of pride to distribute gifts of distinction to family and friends at home, such as hats or watches. The obsession with watches prized them above far more valuable items. Soldiers would often wear several timepieces, with at least one on Moscow time and another on Berlin time. It was for this reason that they continued to prod civilians in the stomach with their submachine guns, demanding "Uri, Uri," well after the surrender. And Germans would try to explain in the Soviet version of Pidgin German that their watches had already been taken. Schon Kamerad, watch already surrender. Russian boys, some as young as 12, turned up in Berlin to loot. 2 of them, when arrested, admitted that they had come all the way from Vologda, well to the north of Moscow. Less surprisingly, foreign workers, in a carnival atmosphere, were responsible for a considerable amount of looting in all liberated areas, a US Army report stated. The men head for the wine cellars, the women for the clothing shops, and both gather whatever food they can on the way. But much of the looting attributed to foreigners is actually being carried out by the Germans themselves. The German loathing and fear of forced labourers were visceral. They were horrified when the Western Allies insisted that they should be fed first. Even the Bishop of Munster, Murphy wrote to the Secretary of State on the 1st of May, is quoted as referring to all displaced persons as Russians and demanding that the Allies should afford Germany protection from these inferior peoples. Contrary to German expectations, however, forced labourers were responsible for surprisingly little violence when one considers how they had suffered after their deportation to Germany. In Berlin, the feelings of the civilian population were very mixed. While embittered by the looting and rape, they were also astonished and grateful for the Red Army's major efforts to feed them. Nazi propaganda had convinced them that they would be systematically starved. General Berzarin, who went out and chatted with Germans queuing at Red Army field kitchens, soon became almost as much of a hero to Berliners as he was to his own men. His death in a drunken motorcycle accident soon afterwards provoked widespread sadness and rumours among the Germans that he had been murdered by the NKVD. Germans were surprised by a less altruistic form of food aid. Soviet soldiers turned up with chunks of meat and told housewives to cook it for them in return for a share. Like all soldiers, they wanted to get their feet under a table, in a real kitchen, in a real home. They always brought alcohol with them too. Everyone would drink solemnly to peace after eating, and then the soldiers would insist on a toast to the ladies. The worst mistake of the German military authorities had been their refusal to destroy alcohol stocks in the path of the Red Army's advance. This decision was based on the idea that a drunken enemy could not fight. Tragically, for the female population, however, it was exactly what Red Army soldiers seemed to need to give them courage to rape, as well as to celebrate the end of such a terrible war. The round of victory celebrations did not signify an end to fear in Berlin. Many German women were raped as a part of the extended celebrations. A young Soviet scientist heard from an 18-year-old German girl with whom he had fallen in love that on the night of the 1st of May, a Red Army officer had forced the muzzle of his pistol into her mouth and had kept it there throughout his attack to ensure her compliance. Women soon learned to disappear during the hunting hours of the evening. Young daughters were hidden in storage lofts for days on end. Mothers emerged into the street to fetch water only in the early morning, when Soviet soldiers were sleeping off the alcohol from the night before. Sometimes the greatest danger came from one mother giving away the hiding place of other girls in a desperate bid to save her own daughters. Berliners remember that because all the windows had been blown in, you could hear the screams every night. Estimates from the two main Berlin hospitals ranged from 95,000 to 130,000 rape victims. One doctor deduced that out of approximately 100,000 women raped in Berlin, some 10,000 died as a result, mostly from suicide. The death rate was thought to be much higher among the 1.4 million who had suffered in East Prussia, Pomerania, and Silesia. Altogether, at least 2 million German women are thought to have been raped, and a substantial minority, if not a majority, appear to have suffered multiple rape. A friend of Ursula von Kardorff and the Soviet spy Schutze Boysen was raped by 23 soldiers one after the other. She had to be stitched up in hospital afterwards. The reactions of German women to the experience of rape varied greatly. For many victims, especially protected young girls who had little idea of what was being done to them, the psychological effects could be devastating. Relationships with men became extremely difficult, often for the rest of their lives. Mothers were in general far more concerned about their children, and this priority made them surmount what they had endured. Other women, both young and adult, simply tried to blank out the experience. "I must repress a lot in order, to some extent, to be able to live," one woman acknowledged when refusing to talk about the subject. Those who did not resist and managed to detach themselves from what was happening appear to have suffered much less. Some described it in terms of an out-of-body experience. "That feeling," wrote one, "has kept the experience from dominating the rest of my life." A robust cynicism of the Berlin variety also seemed to help. "All in all," wrote the anonymous diarist on the 4th of May, "we are slowly beginning to look upon the whole business of rape with a certain humour, albeit of the grimmer kind." They noted that the Ivans went for fatter women first of all, which provided a certain schadenfreude. Those who had not lost weight were usually the wives of Nazi Party functionaries and others who had profited from privileged positions. Rape had become a collective experience, the diarist noted, and therefore it should be collectively overcome by talking among themselves. Yet men, when they returned, tried to forbid any mention of the subject, even out of their presence. Women discovered that while they had to come to terms with what had happened to them, the men in their lives often made things far worse. Those who had been present at the time were shamed at their inability to protect them. Hannah Gerlitz gave in to 2 drunk Soviet officers to save both her husband and herself. "Afterwards," she wrote, "I had to console my husband and help restore his courage. He cried like a baby." Men who returned home, having evaded capture or been released early from prison camps, seemed to have frozen emotionally on hearing that their wife or fiancé had been raped in their absence. Many prisoners who had been in Soviet camps for longer periods also suffered from desexualization as a result of starvation. They found the idea of the violation of their women very hard to accept. Ursula von Kardorff heard of a young aristocrat who immediately broke off his engagement when he learned that his fiancée had been raped by 5 Russian soldiers. The anonymous diarist recounted to her former lover, who turned up unexpectedly, the experiences which the inhabitants of the building had survived. "You've turned into shameless bitches," he burst out, "every one of you. I can't bear to listen to these stories. You've lost all your standards, the whole lot of you." She then gave him her diary to read, and when he found that she had written about being raped, he stared at her as though she had gone out of her mind. He left a couple of days later, saying that he was off to search for food. She never saw him again. A daughter, mother and grandmother who were all raped together just outside Berlin consoled themselves with the idea that the man of the house had died during the war. He would have been killed trying to prevent it, they told themselves. Yet in reality, few German men appear to have demonstrated what would admittedly have been a futile courage. One well-known actor, Harry Liebke, was killed by a bottle smashed over his head as he tried to save a young woman sheltering at his apartment. But he appears to have been fairly exceptional. The anonymous diarist even heard from one woman in the water pump queue that when Red Army soldiers were dragging her from the cellar, a man who lived in the same block had said to her, "Go along for God's sake, you're getting us all into trouble." If anyone attempted to defend a woman against a Soviet attacker, it was either a father or a young son trying to protect his mother. The 13-year-old Dieter Saal, neighbours wrote in a letter shortly after the event, threw himself with flailing fists at a Russian who was raping his mother in front of him. He did not succeed in anything except getting himself shot. Perhaps the most grotesque myth of Soviet propaganda was the notion that German intelligence left a great number of women in Berlin infected with venereal diseases with the purpose of infecting Red Army officers. Another NKVD report specifically ascribed it to werewolf activity. Some members of the underground organization, Werewolf Mostly Girls, received from their leaders the task to harm Soviet commanders and render them unfit for duty. Even just before the attack from the Oder, Soviet military authorities explained the increase in VD rates on the grounds that the enemy is prepared to use any methods to weaken us and to put our soldiers and officers out of action. Large numbers of women soon found that they had to queue at medical centres. It was small consolation to find so many in the same condition. One woman doctor set up a venereal diseases clinic in an air raid shelter with the sign typhoid written in Cyrillic outside to keep Russian soldiers away. As the film The Third Man illustrated, penicillin was soon the most sought-after item on the black market. The abortion rate also soared. It has been estimated that around 90% of victims who became pregnant obtained abortions, although this figure appears extremely high. Many of the women who did give birth abandoned the child in the hospital, usually because they knew that their husband or fiancé would never accept its presence at home. At times, it is hard to know whether young Soviet officers suffered from cynicism or a completely blind idealism. The Red Army is the most advanced moral army in the world, a senior lieutenant declared to a sapper officer. Our soldiers attack only an armed enemy. No matter where we are, we always set an example of humanity towards the local population, and any displays of violence and looting are totally foreign to us. Most frontline rifle divisions demonstrated better discipline than, say, tank brigades and rear units, and a wide range of anecdotal evidence indicates that Red Army officers who were Jewish went out of their way to protect German women and girls. Yet it would appear that the majority of officers and soldiers turned a blind eye to Stalin's order of the 20th of April, issued through the Stavka, ordering all troops to change their attitudes towards Germans and treat them better. Significantly, the reason given for the instruction was that brutal treatment provoked a stubborn resistance, and such situation is not convenient for us. A liberated French prisoner of war approached Vassily Grossman in the street on the 2nd of May. "Monsieur," he said, "I like your army, and that is why it is painful for me to see how it is treating girls and women. It is going to do great harm to your propaganda." This indeed proved to be the case. In Paris, Communist Party leaders, riding high on the crest of admiration for the Red Army, were appalled when returning prisoners of war recounted the less heroic version of events. But it still took a long time before the message began to get through to the Soviet authorities. Many think that the Red Army was given 2 weeks to plunder and rape in Berlin before discipline was exerted, but it was not nearly so simple as that. On the 3rd of August, 3 months after the surrender in Berlin, Zhukov had to issue even tougher regulations to control robbery, physical violence, and scandalous events. All the Soviet propaganda about liberation from the fascist clique was starting to backfire, especially when the wives and daughters of German communists were treated as badly as everyone else. Such deeds and unsanctioned behavior, the order stated, are compromising us very badly in the eyes of German anti-fascists, particularly now that the war is over, and greatly assist fascist campaigns against the Red Army and the Soviet government. Commanders were blamed for allowing their men to wander off unsupervised. Unsanctioned absences had to cease. Sergeants and corporals were to check that their men were present every morning and every evening. Soldiers were to be issued with identity cards. Troops were not to leave Berlin without movement orders. In fact, the order contained a list of measures which any Western army would have considered as normal, even in barracks at home. Articles in the international press followed the subject throughout the summer. The effect on client communist parties abroad, then at the height of their prestige, clearly alarmed the Kremlin. "This scoundrel campaign," wrote Molotov's deputy, "is aimed to damage the very high reputation of the Red Army and to shift the responsibility for all that is happening in the occupied countries onto the Soviet Union. Our numerous friends all over the world need to be armed with information and facts for counter-propaganda." Standards of morality had indeed taken a battering, but in the circumstances there was little option.
On returning to Berlin, Ursula von Kardorff saw the scenes of impoverished people bartering near the Brandenburg Gate. She was immediately reminded of a line in Brecht's threepenny opera, "First comes food, then come morals." The Brandenburg Gate had become the main focus for barter and the black market at the beginning of May, when liberated prisoners of war and forced labourers traded their loot. Ursula von Kardorff found all sorts of women prostituting themselves for food or the alternative currency of cigarettes. "Willkommen in Shanghai," remarked one cynic. Young women of 30 looked years older, she noticed. The need to survive had distorted more than just morals. The anonymous diarist, a former publisher, was approached by a Soviet sailor so young that he should still have been at school. He asked her to find him a clean and decent girl who was of good character and affectionate. He would provide her with food, the usual ration being bread, herring, and bacon. The writer Ernst Jünger, when a Wehrmacht officer in occupied Paris, observed that food is power. The power, of course, becomes even greater when a woman has a child to feed, as so many German soldiers found in France. In Berlin, the black market exchange rate was based on Zigarettenwährung, cigarette currency, so when American soldiers arrived with almost limitless cartons at their disposal, they did not need to rape. The definition of rape had become blurred into sexual coercion. A gun or physical violence became unnecessary when women faced starvation. This could be described as the third stage in the evolution of rape in Germany in 1945. The fourth was a strange form of cohabitation in which many Soviet officers settled in with German occupation wives who replaced the Soviet campaign wife. Real wives back in the Soviet Union had been furious to hear of campaign wives, but their moral outrage knew no bounds when they heard of the new trend. The Soviet authorities were also appalled and enraged when a number of Red Army officers, intent on staying with their German mistresses, deserted once it was time to return to the motherland. After being approached by the young sailor, the diarist wondered whether she herself had become a whore by accepting the protection and nutritional largesse of a cultivated Russian major. Like most of his countrymen, he respected her education, while German men she knew tended to dislike women who had been to university. Yet, wherever the truth lay between rape and prostitution, these pacts to obtain food and protection had thrown women back to a primitive, almost primeval state. Ursula von Kardorff, on the other hand, foresaw that although German women had been forced to become even more resilient than German men, they would soon have to revert to stereotype on the men's return from prison camps. "Perhaps we women," she wrote, "now face our hardest job in this war to give understanding and comfort, support and courage to so many utterly defeated and desperate men." Germany had fought on for as long and as bitterly as it did, because the idea of defeat produced a conviction of total catastrophe. Germans believed that their country would be totally subjugated, and that their soldiers would spend the rest of their lives as slaves in Siberia. Yet once resistance collapsed with Hitler's death, the change in German attitude surprised Russians in Berlin. They were struck by the docility and discipline of the people, having half expected the sort of ferocious partisan war which the Soviet people had mounted. Serov told Beria that the population was behaving with unquestioning obedience. One of Chuikov's staff officers ascribed this to an ingrained respect for the powers that be. At the same time, Red Army officers were amazed at the way so many Germans, quite unself-consciously, produced communist flags out of scarlet Nazi banners with the swastika cut out of the center. Berliners referred to this turnaround as Heil Stalin. This submissiveness, however, did not stop Smersh and the NKVD from seeing every fugitive or incident as an example of werewolf activity. Each NKVD Frontier Guards regiment was arresting over 100 Germans a day in early May.
Over half were handed over to Smersh. Some of the worst denouncers to the Soviet authorities were former Nazis, perhaps trying to put their denunciations in before they themselves were revealed. Smersh blackmailed former members of the Nazi Party into helping NKVD units hunt down SS and Wehrmacht officers. Squads with sniffer dogs were used to search apartments and allotment sheds, where many German deserters had so recently been hiding from SS and Feldgendarmerie detachments. Soviet sabotage theories included the idea that leaders of fascist organizations are preparing mass poisonings in Berlin through selling poisoned lemonade and beer. Children found playing with Panzerfausts and abandoned weapons faced interrogation as suspected werewolf members, and Smersh was interested only in confessions. The one sign of overt defiance appears to have been a handful of Nazi posters in Lichtenberg proclaiming, "The party lives on." There was also one striking exception to the general pattern of submission. On the night of the 20th of May, an unknown number of bandits attacked Special NKVD Camp No. 10 and liberated 466 prisoners. Major Kuchkin, the camp commandant, was at a banquet when the attack took place. Beria was furious. After the NKVD's strong criticism of senior army officers for their lack of vigilance, this incident was deeply embarrassing. Women in Berlin just wanted to get life back to some semblance of normality. The most common sight in Berlin became the Trümmerfrauen, the rubble women, forming human chains with buckets to clear smashed buildings and salvage bricks. Many of the German men left in the city were either in hiding or had collapsed with psychosomatic illnesses as soon as the fighting was over. Like most working parties, the women were paid at first in little more than handfuls of potatoes, yet the Berliner sense of humour did not fail. Every district was renamed. Charlottenburg had become Klamottenburg, which means heap of rubbish. Steglitz became Stehtnichts, nothing is standing, and Lichterfelde became Trichterfelde, the field of craters. To a large degree, this was an outward courage, masking resignation and quiet despair. People were living with their fate, remarked one young Berliner. Employees and officials obeyed General Berzarin's order to return to their workplaces. Smersh officers, using NKVD troops, cordoned off the Grossdeutsche Rundfunk building on the Masurenallee. All members of the staff were told to stand by their desks. They were deeply relieved that they had not tried to sabotage or destroy their equipment. The Smersh officer in charge, Major Popov, who was accompanied by German communists, treated them well. He also made sure that the troops protected the large number of young women in the building, even though this did not save them a few days later, when they were allowed to make their way home. The German communists brought back from the Moscow emigration were totally subservient to their Soviet masters. They may have been on the winning side, but a profound sense of failure hung over them. This was because the German working class had done nothing to prevent the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941. Their Soviet comrades did not let them forget this. Scathing remarks about the numbers of Germans who had emerged, claiming to be members of the Communist Party before 1933, provoked an angry disbelief that so few had taken up arms against the regime. The fact that the only well-known resistance to Hitler had existed in reactionary circles did not improve their mood. Beria regarded the leading communists as idiots and careerists. The only one for whom he had any respect was the veteran leader Wilhelm Pieck, a white-haired, burly man with a round nose and a square head. The group being sent from Moscow to Germany met in Pieck's room before leaving. We had no idea what role the German Communist Party was to play, or whether it would even be permitted, recorded Marcus Wolf, later the chief of East German intelligence in the Cold War. Our task was simply to support the Soviet military authorities. He admitted that he was naive enough to hope that the majority of Germans were happy to be freed from the Nazi regime and would greet the Soviet army as their liberator. On the 27th of May, a beautiful spring day, these German communists flew over the center of Berlin to land at Tempelhof Aerodrome. They were shaken by the scenes of destruction. The city appeared to be beyond any hope of repair. Their personal feelings were also very mixed. It was a homecoming without conviction. The younger members brought up in the Soviet Union found it strange to hear German spoken on the streets. At the victory celebrations in Moscow 2 weeks before, Wolf had found himself thinking exactly as a young Russian would have done. Yet, within a couple of days of his arrival, he heard from German communists just how the Red Army had treated the population. "Our Frontoviki have wrought havoc," he wrote in his diary on the 30th of May. "All women raped. Berliners have no more watches." Goebbels' propaganda about the Red Army had created a terrible fear. Then came the experience, the reality, and as a result, the absolute majority of Germans, especially those east of the Elbe, were very, very anti-Soviet. The leader of their group in Berlin was the widely loathed and despised Walter Ulbricht, a Stalinist bureaucrat well known for his tactics of denouncing rivals. Beria described him as a scoundrel capable of killing his father and his mother. Wolf remembers his Saxon accent and high voice. He thought him a heartless machine, whose only loyalty was to Soviet policy. Everything that came from Stalin was an absolute order. Ulbricht told Wolf to abandon any hope of returning to the Soviet Union to continue his studies as an aircraft designer. He was sent to the broadcasting center on the Masserenallee. The Großdeutscher Rundfunk was rapidly renamed the Berliner Rundfunk to carry out propaganda. There, Wolf found himself in charge of a program called A Sixth of the Earth, devoted to the glorious industrial achievements of the Soviet Union. There was a complete ban from the Soviet authorities, represented in this case by General Vladimir Semyonov, on mentioning the three subjects about which Germans wanted to hear. These taboo themes were rape, the fate of German prisoners of war, and the Oder-Neisse line, which meant the loss of Prussia, Pomerania, and Silesia to Poland. Although Soviet propaganda was now running its own programs, the population of Berlin was ordered to hand in all wireless sets to their nearest military post. Magda Wieland remembers carrying her set to the local kommandantur, but as she came close, she saw the soldiers lounging outside start to look her up and down. She simply dropped the radio set in the middle of the road, turned round, and ran. Berliners, seeing campfires in their streets, shaggy Cossack ponies, and even camels, tended to convince themselves that their city was occupied by Mongols. This was largely a reflection of Goebbels' propaganda. The hundreds of photographs of Soviet troops in Berlin reveal only a small percentage of Central Asian origin. But weather-beaten skin, which had acquired a brown patina from sebum and dirt, and eyes narrowed from constant exposure to wind, gave many soldiers an oriental appearance. One can see a similar effect in photographs of British and French soldiers at the end of the First World War. The bizarre images in Berlin's streets lingered. Emaciated urchins played in the burnt-out tanks lying like stranded ships on the roadside. But soon the blackened hulls were plastered with fly posters offering dancing classes, a first desperate attempt at economic revival from what Berliners saw as Die Stunde Null, the lowest imaginable moment of their lives. General Bazarin's main priorities were to restore the basics of life, especially essential services such as electricity, water, and then gas. Of the previous total of 33,000 hospital beds, only 8,500 could now be used. Some events were pointedly symbolic. The first Jewish religious service was held by a Red Army rabbi in the synagogue of the Jewish hospital in the Iranische Strasse on Friday, the 11th of May. It was an understandably emotional occasion for those who had emerged from hiding or who had been saved at the last moment from execution. Over 1 million people in the city were without any home at all. They continued to shelter in cellars and air raid shelters. Smoke from cooking fires emerged from what looked like piles of rubble as women tried to recreate something like a home life for their children amid the ruins. With 95% of the tram system destroyed and a large part of the U-Bahn and S-Bahn systems still underwater from the explosion, to visit friends in other parts of the city required a strength which few possessed. Almost everyone felt weak from hunger, and they had to devote the majority of their energy to foraging. As soon as trains began to run, thousands clung onto the roof or the outside to reach the countryside to find food. They were known as hamsters, a name coined during the near starvation of 1918, and the trains were known as the Hamster Express. Berliners, however, were still incomparably better off than their compatriots left in East Prussia, Pomerania, and Silesia. The repression in East Prussia intensified. On the 5th of May, Beria sent Colonel General Apollonov there to direct 9 NKVD regiments and 400 Smersh operatives. Their task was to secure the elimination of spies, saboteurs, and other enemy elements, of whom over 50,000 had already been eliminated since the invasion in January. A population which had stood at 2.2 million in 1940 was reduced to 193,000 at the end of May 1945. Bearing the brunt of Russian hatred, East Prussia suffered the most terrible fate of all the occupied areas. The land was left devastated for several years. Houses were either burned or stripped down to the most basic fittings. Even light bulbs had been taken by peasant soldiers who had no electricity at home. The farms were dead, with all the livestock slaughtered or taken to Russia. Low-lying ground reverted to swamp, but the fate of the civilians who failed to escape was worst of all. Most women and girls were marched off to the Soviet Union for forced labor in forests, peat bogs, and canals for 15 to 16 hours a day. A little over half of them died in the following 2 years. Of the survivors, just under half had been raped. When they were returned to the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany in April 1947, most had to be sent immediately to hospitals because they were suffering from tuberculosis and venereal disease. In Pomerania, on the other hand, the remaining German population became quite friendly with many of their Soviet occupiers. Pomeranians dreaded the rapidly approaching day when the Poles would assume control and take their revenge. Food was in very short supply, but few actually starved. The early summer at least brought its own harvest of sorrel, nettles, and dandelion, although flour was in such short supply that people diluted it with ground birch bark. Soap was unobtainable, so beech ash took the place of washing powder in the laundry. Yet, it was on Polish territory that Beria, almost certainly on Stalin's orders, concentrated the greatest repressive force once East Prussia had been dealt with. While General Serov was given 10 NKVD regiments for the occupation of defeated Germany, General Selivanovsky received 15 NKVD regiments to police the supposedly Allied territory of Poland. Beria also ordered Comrade Selivanovsky to combine the duties of representing the NKVD of the USSR and counselor at the Polish Ministry of Public Security. This perhaps was the best indication of the truth behind Stalin's assertion at Yalta that the Soviet Union was interested in the creation of a mighty, free, and independent Poland. 28. The man on the white horse, Soviet soldiers, seemed to suffer from survivor guilt without knowing it. When they thought of all their comrades who had died, it felt slightly bewildering to be one of those alive at the end.
They had hugged each other like brothers, in relieved congratulation, but many could not sleep well for weeks after the guns had fallen silent. The unaccustomed quietness unnerved them. They also needed to digest what had happened during all those moments when they had not dared to think too much. There was no doubt that what they had been through was the most important period, not just of their own lives, but also of world history. They thought of their homes and girlfriends and wives, and how they would be respected members of the community. For women soldiers, however, the prospects were far less promising. There were fewer men to go round. Those who were pregnant knew that they would have to put a brave face on it. "So, Ninka," a young woman soldier wrote to her friend, "you have got a daughter, and I will have a baby, and let's not be sad about not having husbands." Most of them had their child and returned home, claiming that their husband had been killed at the front. The war was an extraordinary experience in other ways. It had provided an exhilarating taste of freedom after the purges of 1937 and 1938. Hopes for a complete end to the terror had arisen. Fascism was defeated. Trotsky was dead. Agreements were being made with the Western powers. There seemed no reason for the NKVD to be paranoid anymore. But back in the Soviet Union, people had already started to realize from the sudden arrest of friends that the informer was at work again, with NKVD squads on their early morning calls. The nearness of death at the front had done much to remove the Stalinist conditioning of fear. Officers and soldiers had become quite outspoken, especially about their aspirations for the future. Those from rural areas wanted to do away with the collective farms. Officers, having been given primacy over the political officers in the autumn of 1942, believed that it was now time for the Soviet bureaucratic elite, the nomenklatura, to face similar reform. In the most cynical fashion, Stalin had encouraged rumors of this sort during the war, hinting at greater freedom while all the time intending to crush it the moment the fighting was over. With the approach of victory, Red Army officers had indeed started to become overconfident in the eyes of Smersh and the NKVD. And political officers had not forgotten the insults of Red Army counterparts when they had been downgraded at the time of the Battle of Stalingrad. They were also extremely concerned again by soldiers' letters comparing conditions in Germany with those at home. Abakumov's Smersh was afraid of a new Decembrist mood among officers. The Soviet authorities were acutely aware that the soldiers of the Russian army, which had invaded France in 1814, compared life there with their miserable existence at home. At that time, one report explained, the influence of French life was a progressive one, because it gave Russian people the opportunity to see the cultural backwardness of Russia, Tsarist oppression and so forth. From this, the Decembrists, who attempted a liberal coup d'etat in 1825, drew their conclusions on the need to fight Tsarist autocracy. Nowadays, it is a very different thing. Perhaps some landowner's estate is richer than some collective farm. From this, a man who is politically backward draws a conclusion in favor of a feudal economy against the socialist variety. This kind of influence is regressive. This is why a merciless fight is necessary against these attitudes. Political departments were also horrified by the anti-Soviet comments of soldiers complaining that their families were treated badly at home. "We don't believe that life is getting better in the rear," one soldier is reported to have said. "I've seen it with my own eyes." They were also aware of how badly they had been treated themselves at the front. Some units in the Red Army came close to mutiny just before the end of the war, when an instruction specified that the bodies of dead soldiers were to be stripped even of their undergarments. Only officers could be buried fully clothed. There were also apparently an increasing number of cases of unpopular officers being shot in the back by their own men. Smersh arrests for systematic anti-Soviet talk and terroristic intentions increased dramatically during the last months of the war and just after the surrender. Even the chief of staff of an NKVD rifle battalion was arrested for having systematically carried out counter-revolutionary propaganda among the troops. He had slandered leaders of the party and the Soviet government and had praised life in Germany and slandered the Soviet press. A military tribunal of NKVD troops condemned him to 8 years in Gulag labor camps. The proportion of political arrests in the Red Army doubled from 1944 to 1945, a year when the Soviet Union was effectively at war for little more than 4 months. In that year of victory, no fewer than 135,056 Red Army soldiers and officers were condemned by military tribunals for counter-revolutionary crimes. Similarly, the Military Board of the Supreme Court of the USSR condemned 123 senior officers in 1944 and 273 in 1945. These figures also do not take into account the treatment of Red Army soldiers captured by the Germans. On the 11th of May 1945, Stalin ordered that each front should organize camps for holding ex-prisoners of war and Soviet deportees. Ex-prisoners were to be screened by NKVD, NKGB and Semersh. Of the 80 Red Army generals captured by the Wehrmacht, only 37 survived until released by the Red Army. 11 of them were then arrested by Semersh and sentenced by tribunals of NKVD forces. The entire repatriation process was not completed until the 1st of December 1946. By then, 5.5 million people had returned to the USSR, of which 1,833,567 had been prisoners of war. Over 1.5 million members of the Red Army captured by the Germans were sent either to the Gulag, 339,000 of them, or to labor battalions in Siberia and the far north, which was hardly better. Civilians taken by force to Germany were potential enemies of the state to be kept under NKVD watch. They were also forbidden to go within 100 kilometers of Moscow, Leningrad and Kiev, and their families remained suspect. Even as recently as 1998, declaration forms for joining a research institute in Russia still contain a section demanding whether any member of the applicant's family had been in an enemy prison camp. Stalin and his marshals paid little regard to the lives of their soldiers. The casualties for the 3 fronts involved in the Berlin operation were extremely high, with 78,291 killed and 274,184 wounded. Russian historians now acknowledge that these needlessly high losses were partly due to the race to get to Berlin before the Western Allies, and partly to packing so many armies into the assault on Berlin that they were bombarding each other. The treatment of those mutilated when fighting for their country was equally heartless. The lucky ones had to queue long hours for artificial limbs, which looked like those pieces of wood on which men who lost a leg at Borodino stumped around. But soon the authorities in the major cities decided that they did not want their streets disfigured by limbless samovars. So they were rounded up and deported. Many were sent to Belaya Zemlya in the far north as if they too were Gulag prisoners. Anger and frustration in the Soviet Union took many forms that summer. The most appalling were vicious outbreaks of anti-Semitism. In Central Asia, Jews suddenly found themselves being attacked and beaten up in markets and schools. Local people apparently shouted, "Wait until our boys get back from the front, then we'll kill all these Jews." The local authorities simply termed it an act of hooliganism and often left the crime unpunished. The most serious anti-Semitic outrage took place in Kiev. At the beginning of September, a Jewish NKVD major was attacked in the street by 2 anti-Semites in military uniform. They may well have been drunk. The major finally managed to draw his pistol and shot them both. Their funerals rapidly turned into a violent demonstration.
The coffins were being carried through the streets when suddenly the procession headed for the recently re-established Jewish market. On that day alone, nearly 100 Jews were beaten up. 5 of them were killed, and another 36 were taken to hospital, seriously injured. The unrest continued to such an extent that a permanent guard had to be placed on the Jewish market. This time, not just hooligans were blamed. Even members of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukraine were described as worthy successors of Goebbels. The following year, Grossman and Ehrenberg's Black Book on the Holocaust was removed from circulation by the authorities. It is very hard to know how deep Stalin's anti-Semitism ran or how much it was conditioned by his loathing for Trotsky. Partly as a result of Trotsky's internationalism, he certainly seemed to see Jews as part of an international network and therefore suspect. Cosmopolitanism implied treachery. This reached its peak in the anti-Semitic hysteria whipped up over the doctor's plot shortly before his death. Stalin, although a Georgian, had become something of a Russian chauvinist. Rather like other outsiders, such as Napoleon and Hitler, he wrapped himself in the national mantle. In one notorious victory speech on the 24th of May, he praised the Russians above all, the nations of the Soviet Union, for their clear mind, stamina, and firm character. This was aimed mainly at the southern non-Russian nations, many of whom were brutally deported on his orders, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Yet Stalin, in contrast to Hitler, was essentially a practitioner of political rather than racial genocide. While nothing was to be allowed to detract from the Russian triumph, the party line paid tribute to one man alone, our great genius and leader of troops, Comrade Stalin, to whom we owe our historic victory. Stalin had shamelessly pushed himself to the fore whenever a battle was about to be won, and had disappeared from view during any disaster, especially one of his own making. Commanders always had to acknowledge his wisdom and guiding hand. To take any credit for themselves was extremely dangerous. Stalin became suspicious if any Soviet citizen was lauded abroad, and he must have been even more distrustful when Zhukov was praised to the skies in the American and British press. Although Stalin was afraid of Beria's power, which he was soon to curb, he was even more concerned by the immense popularity of Zhukov and the Red Army. When Eisenhower visited the Soviet Union, Zhukov accompanied him everywhere, even flying with him to Leningrad in Eisenhower's personal aircraft. Everywhere they went, the two great commanders received a rapturous welcome. Eisenhower later invited Zhukov and his campaign wife, Lydia Zhukova, to visit the United States, but Stalin summoned his marshal to Moscow immediately to spike this plan. It was clear to him that Zhukov had built a genuine rapport with the Allied commander-in-chief. Zhukov, although aware of Beria's attempts to undermine him, did not realize that the main threat came from Stalin's jealousy. In the middle of June in Berlin, Zhukov was asked about the death of Hitler at a press conference. He was forced to admit to the world that we have not yet found an identified body. Around the 10th of July, Stalin again rang Zhukov to ask him where the body was. To play with Zhukov in this way clearly gave him great pleasure. Zhukov, when he finally discovered the truth 20 years later from Rzhevskaya, still found it hard to accept that Stalin should have humiliated him in this way. "I was very close to Stalin," he insisted. "Stalin saved me. It was Beria and Abakumov who wanted to do away with me." Abakumov, the chief of Smersh, may have been the driving force against Zhukov, but Stalin knew exactly what was going on and approved. In the Soviet capital, the populace hailed Georgy Konstantinovich Zhukov as our St. George, the patron saint of Moscow. After the victory celebrations in Moscow on the 9th of May, a day of joy and relief, but also many tears, a full parade was planned to commemorate the victory on Red Square. A regiment from each front would take part, as well as one from the Soviet Navy and one from the Air Force. The banner which had been raised over the Reichstag would be brought back specially. It had become a sacred object already. German flags were also collected and brought back for another purpose. Soviet marshals and generals assumed that Stalin would take the parade on the 24th of June. He was the supreme commander, the Verkhovny, supposedly responsible for the great victory. It was, however, the Russian tradition that a victory parade had to be taken on horseback. A week before the parade, Zhukov was summoned to Stalin's dacha. Stalin asked the former cavalryman from the First World War and the Civil War whether he could still manage a horse. "I still ride from time to time," Zhukov replied. "So what we'll do is this," said Stalin. "You will take the parade and Rokossovsky will command it." "Thank you for this honor," said Zhukov. "But wouldn't it be better if you took the parade? You are the commander-in-chief, and it is your privilege to take it. I'm too old to take parades. You are younger, you take it." On saying goodbye, he told Zhukov to take the parade on an Arab stallion, which Marshal Budyonny would show him. The next day, Zhukov went to the central airfield to watch drill rehearsals for the parade. There he met Stalin's son, Vasily, who took him aside. "I'm telling you this as a big secret," Vasily said to him. Father had himself been preparing to take the victory parade, but a curious incident took place. 3 days ago, the horse bolted in the manege because he did not use his spurs very cleverly. Father caught hold of the mane and tried to stay in the saddle but did not manage and fell. As he fell, he injured his shoulder and head. When he stood up, he spat and said, "Let Zhukov take the parade. He's an old cavalryman." "And which horse was your father riding?" "A white Arab stallion, the one on which you are taking the parade, but I beg you not to mention a word of this." Zhukov thanked him. In the few days left, he did not waste a single opportunity to get back into the saddle and master the horse. On the morning of the parade, it was raining steadily. "Heaven is weeping for our dead," was a common remark among Muscovites. The water dripped from the peaks of caps. All soldiers and officers had received new uniforms and medals. At 3 minutes before 10, Zhukov mounted the Arab stallion near the Spassky gate of the Kremlin. He could hear the rumble of applause as the leaders of the party and the Soviet government took their places on Lenin's mausoleum. As the clock struck the hour, he rode on to Red Square. The bands broke into Glinka's Slavsia, "Glory to you," and then fell silent. An equally nervous Rokossovsky kept firm control of his black charger. His words of command were clearly heard. The climax of the parade came when 200 veterans, one after another, marched up to the mausoleum and there, at Stalin's feet, hurled the Nazi banner, which they carried down to the ground. Zhukov, cheered by the crowds on his magnificent Arab charger, had little idea that Abakumov was preparing his downfall. Zhukov's dacha was bugged. A small dinner which he gave there for close friends to celebrate the victory was recorded. Their crime was not to have made the first toast to Comrade Stalin. This led later to the torture and imprisonment of the cavalry commander General Kryukov. His wife, the famous folk singer Lydia Ruslanova, was sent to the Gulag when she spurned Abakumov's sinister advances. The commandant of the Gulag camp where she was sent ordered her to sing for him and his officers. She replied that she would sing only if all her comrades, the other Ziki, were allowed to be present. A week after the victory parade, Marshal Stalin was appointed Generalissimo for outstanding service in the Great Patriotic War. This was in addition to receiving the medals of Hero of the Soviet Union, the Order of Lenin and the Order of Victory, a 5-pointed platinum star set with 135 diamonds and 5 large rubies. The celebration banquets and the awards demonstrated a truly Tsarist disregard for the famine in Central Asia. The following year, Abakumov's campaign of obtaining confessions under torture from colleagues of Zhukov led to the marshal's exile in the provinces, and then at his dacha. Apart from a brief period as defense minister under Khrushchev, he remained in domestic exile until the 9th of May 1965, the 20th anniversary of the German surrender to him at Karlshorst. A great banquet was held in the Kremlin in the Palace of Congress. All the guests, including ministers, marshals, generals, and ambassadors, rose to their feet when Leonid Brezhnev entered at the head of his retinue. At the back, Zhukov appeared. Brezhnev had invited him at the last moment. The Soviet leader must have rapidly regretted this gesture, because as soon as Zhukov was spotted, applause broke out, then cheering. Chants of "Zhukov, Zhukov, Zhukov" were accompanied by thumping on the table. Brezhnev was stony-faced. Zhukov had to return to his dacha, which was still heavily bugged. Even though officially rehabilitated, he was never to appear again on a major public occasion during the 9 years left to him. Yet the cruelest wound of all was the discovery that he had been tricked by Stalin over Hitler's body. While most ordinary Germans were traumatized by the crushing defeat of their country and the destruction of their lives and homes, the political and military leaders of the Third Reich refused to accept responsibility for their actions. American and British interrogators were flabbergasted by senior Wehrmacht officers expressing an injured innocence that the Western Allies should have so misunderstood them. They were prepared to acknowledge mistakes, but not crimes. Any crimes were committed by the Nazis and the SS. In a euphemism surpassing any Stalinist circumlocution, General Blumentritt referred to the Nazis' anti-Semitism as the mistaken development since 1933. Well-known scientists were thus lost, he said, much to the detriment of our research, which in consequence declined from 1933 on. His train of thought appears to include the idea that if the Nazis had not persecuted the Jews, then scientists like Einstein might have helped them produce better miracle weapons, perhaps even an atomic bomb, to prevent the Bolsheviks overrunning Germany. Blumentritt, through naive sophistry, often did not realize that he was contradicting his own attempts to distance the Wehrmacht from the Nazis. He maintained that the lack of mutiny in 1945, in contrast to the revolutionary turmoil of 1918, clearly demonstrated what a united society Germany had become under Hitler. The interrogation of generals continually talking about the honor of a German officer revealed astonishing distortions of logic. Schaef's Joint Intelligence Committee attributed it to a perverted moral sense. These generals, stated a report based on over 300 interviews, approve of every act which succeeds. Success is right. What does not succeed is wrong. It was, for example, wrong to persecute the Jews before the war, since that set the Anglo-Americans against Germany. It would have been right to postpone the anti-Jewish campaign and begin it after Germany had won the war. It was wrong to bomb England in 1940. If they had refrained, Great Britain, so they believe, would have joined Hitler in the war against Russia. It was wrong to treat Russian and Polish prisoners of war like cattle, since now they will treat Germans in the same way. It was wrong to declare war against the USA and Russia because they were together stronger than Germany. These are not isolated statements by pro-Nazi generals. They represent the prevalent thoughts among nearly all these men. That it is morally wrong to exterminate a race or massacre prisoners hardly ever occurs to them. The only horror they feel for German crimes is that they themselves may, by some monstrous injustice, be considered by the Allies to be implicated. Even civilians, according to another US Army report, betrayed through their automatic use of propaganda cliches how deeply their thinking had been influenced. They would, for example, instinctively refer to Allied bombing raids as Terrorangreifer, Goebbels' phrase, and not use the ordinary term of Luftangriff or air attacks. The report described this as residual Nazism. Many civilians would talk with self-pity of Germany's suffering, especially from bombing. They fell resentfully silent when reminded that it was the Luftwaffe which had invented the mass destruction of cities as a shock tactic. There was a general evasion of responsibility for what had happened. Members of the Nazi Party claimed that they had been forced to join. Only the leadership was guilty for anything that might have happened. Ordinary Germans were not. They had been belogen und betrogen, deceived and betrayed. Even German generals implied that they too had been victims of Nazism, for if Hitler had not interfered so disastrously in the way that they ran the war, then they would never have been defeated. Not content with exculpating themselves, both civilians and generals then tried to persuade their interrogators of the tightness of Nazi Germany's view of the world. Civilians could not understand why the United States ever declared war on Germany. When told that in fact it was Germany which had declared war on the United States, they were incredulous. It contradicted their conviction that Germans were the true victims of the war. Both officers and civilians tried to lecture their conquerors on the need for the United States and Britain to ally themselves with Germany against the common danger of Bolshevismus, which they knew only too well. The fact that it was Nazi Germany's onslaught against the Soviet Union in 1941 which had brought communism to all of Central and Southeast Europe, something which all the revolutions between 1917 and 1921 had completely failed to do, remained beyond their understanding. Rather, as the minority Bolsheviks had managed to exploit ruthlessly the Russian conditioning to autocracy, so the Nazis had seized upon their own country's fatal tendency to confuse cause and effect. As several historians have emphasized, the country which had so desired law and order in 1933 ended up with one of the most criminal and irresponsible regimes in history. The result was that its own people, above all the women and children of East Prussia, faced a similar suffering to that which Germany had visited upon the civilians of Poland and the Soviet Union. The new lineup in the Cold War allowed many of the old guard from the Third Reich to believe that all they had been guilty of was bad timing. Yet some 3 decades after the defeat, the combination of a difficult historical debate and Germany's economic miracle enabled the vast majority of Germans to face up to the nation's past. No other country with a painful legacy has done so much to recognize the truth. The government in Bonn was also extremely vigilant to prevent any shrine to Nazism and its leader. Yet Hitler's corpse remained on the other side of the Iron Curtain long after the Stalinist campaign of disinformation, suggesting that he might have escaped to the West in the last moments of the battle. In 1970, the Kremlin finally decided to dispose of the body in absolute secrecy. The funeral rites of the Third Reich's leader were indeed macabre. Hitler's jaws, kept so carefully in the red box by Rzewskaya during the victory celebrations in Berlin, had been retained by Smersh, while the NKVD kept the cranium. These remnants were recently rediscovered in the former Soviet archives. The rest of the body, which had been concealed beneath a Soviet army parade ground in Magdeburg, was exhumed at night and burned. The ashes were flushed into the town's sewage system. Hitler's corpse was not the only one which lacked an identifiable grave. Countless victims of the battle soldiers on both sides, as well as civilians, had been buried by bombs and shells. Each year, around 1,000 bodies from 1945 are still being found along the Seelow Heights, in the silent pine forests south of the city, and on construction sites in the new capital of a reunited Germany. The senseless slaughter which resulted from Hitler's outrageous vanity utterly belies Speer's regret that history should emphasize terminal events. The incompetence, the frenzied refusal to accept reality, and the inhumanity of the Nazi regime were revealed all too clearly in its passing.